Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2794. Yang Kai and Lan Sun landed together, and Xiao Chen and Lei Ting immediately greeted them. Princess. Xiao Chen greeted with a smile, but Lei Ting, who had come with him, looked a little uneasy as he glanced around, as if he was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Xiao, Brother Lei. Lan Sun smiled and glanced at the two. Oh. Lei Ting hesitated as his face suddenly flushed red, not even daring to look directly into Lan Sun's eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he looked at Lei Ting and then at Lan Sun, a playful grin appearing on his face. Brother Yang. Xiao Chen cupped his fists to Yang Kai, his demeanor amiable and easygoing, completely different from his previous overbearing demeanor. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Brother Xiao, Brother Lei, we meet again, Yang Kai returned the greeting. Lei Ting snorted softly and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai didn't mind and said, Are there only 4 of us from the Emperor realm entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time? Although there were many cultivators gathered here, it seemed that there were only 4 of them from the Emperor realm. Although the 4 third-order Emperor realm elders were also here, they definitely wouldn't enter. Lan Sun nodded and said, there are only 4 of us. The Emperor Realm cultivators from the Emperor Realm have to pay a high price to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and they will take up more spots, so there can't be too many people from the Emperor Realm entering each time. Yang Kai nodded. Lan Sun continued, Brother Yang, although you have entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda once for life experience, the situation at that time is different from this time. The 5-colored treasure pagoda has a total of 5 floors, and each floor has many broken spaces. Some of these broken spaces are connected to each other and can be entered and exited from, while others are completely sealed. The higher the floor, the more obvious this situation becomes. The first floor is suitable for Origin Returning Realm Cultivator, the second for Origin Kings, the third for Dao Source Realm Cultivators, and the fourth for the Emperor Realm. The top 5th floor can only be entered by the strongest masters from the Emperor Realm. Only then can you enter. Is there some kind of seal? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Lan Sun nodded, if you're not strong enough, you can't enter the next layer. The higher the floor, the more dangerous it was. More than 10 years ago, when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, an ancient wood spirit appeared on the 2nd floor, killing many people in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang personally experienced this matter, so it should still be fresh in your memory, right? Yang Kai said seriously, how can I not remember? The wood spirit disaster had caused thousands of deaths in Maplewood City. Yang Kai had experienced the whole process and naturally remembered it clearly. Lan Sun sternly said, although the experience inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda is of great help to a cultivator, it is also very dangerous. Every time the 5-colored treasure pagoda opens, some of my Star Soul Palace's disciples die inside. Can't guarantee their safety? Yang Kai frowned. Lan Sun said, there's no other way. It was said that the shattered spaces sealed within the 5-colored treasure pagoda were all ancient battlefields. Various worlds had been shattered. Although these worlds were shattered, they were still in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Although these worlds are broken, many of the world principles still remain, allowing many ancient races with tenacious vitality to find a way to survive. Later, a powerful master collected these shattered worlds and refined them into the 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda experienced many vicissitudes and passed through many hands before it was obtained by my father. However, even my father cannot fully control the countless shattered spaces inside. After a pause, Lan Sun smiled, of course, even if he can control them. My father probably won't interfere. If there is no danger in this experience, what kind of experience is it? Yang Kai deeply agreed and nodded, junior sister Lan is right. Lan Sun smiled, so when Big Brother Yang enters the 5-colored treasure pagoda, you must be careful. Don't be careless. I will remember, Yang Kai nodded seriously. At the same time, almost all the Star Soul Palace disciples participating in the 5-colored treasure pagoda experience had arrived. Great Elder Lei Hong lightly coughed, and the noisy crowd below instantly quieted down as thousands of pairs of eyes focused on him. The 5-colored treasure pagoda will open today. All of you are the elites of my divine palace, the future mainstays of the divine palace. This old master and the elders hope that you can gain something from the pagoda. Of course, the premise is that you must protect your own lives. As fellow sect members, you should help and support each other in the pagoda. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lan Sun quietly sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him about the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai committed everything to memory. Lei Hong did not speak much, only saying a few words before waving his hand and saying, "If you remember, then get ready to go in." As soon as his words fell, he and the other 3 elders glanced at each other before moving to the 4 corners of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, urging their secret arts and forming hand seals. As their emperor chi surged, the 4 of them stretched out their hands and pointed downwards. With a rumble, the doors of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Although their movements were quick, the 4 great elders were sweating profusely at this moment. It was obvious that opening the pagoda was not a small burden for them. When the door opened, a slowly rotating pitch-black vortex appeared from within the door. It was like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast that was about to choose a person to devour. When the vortex first appeared, it was not very stable, constantly twisting and changing, sending out waves of energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. But as the 4 great elders continued to pour in their strength, the vortex gradually stabilized, and the disturbing fluctuations gradually disappeared. This situation lasted for about an incense stick worth of time before the 4 great elders suddenly stopped, all of them pale and panting, their auras extremely weak. At this time, if a random second-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, they would not be their opponent. "If we don't go in now, then when?" Great Elder Lei Hong suddenly shouted. How could the Star Soul Palace disciples, who had been eager to try, hesitate? Isn't this the entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda? How could it appear behind me? If behind me is the entrance, then in front of me is the way out? Am I in a buffer zone inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai's mind raced and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that these cloud-like entrances to the void corridors are? Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai identified a cloud that exuded a dazzling golden light, and his figure flickered as he rushed in. His vision turned upside down and the world spun as a strange principal strength lingered around him. By the time Yang Kai came back to his senses, he had appeared on a vast plain. In this plain, there was not a single blade of grass and gravel, looking extremely desolate. There was no sun, moon, or stars, but it was as bright as day. What a rich metal attribute aura! Yang Kai felt it for a moment and a look of shock appeared on his face. The world energy here was a bit strange and extremely rich, but it only had one attribute, not natural attribute, but metal attribute. Chapter 2795. If a cultivator who cultivated a metal attribute secret art or secret technique were to come here, they would likely be overjoyed by such a cultivation environment. In such a place, the efficiency of cultivation would definitely increase by 10 or even 100 times. Is this the shattered space of the 4th layer? Yang Kai mused. Sure enough, it's a bit distorted. Lan Sun had said before that because the spaces inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda were fragmented and incomplete, even the world principles were broken. In some spaces, the world principles had become extremely distorted over the years. There might be situations where one or more world principles were extremely strong while the other world principles were weak or even missing. This was the case in this fragmented space. The metal attribute world principles had almost dominated the world, leaving no place for other world principles. This distortion was really fierce. Yang Kai had chosen an entrance that exuded a golden light to enter this place. In other words, the color of the clouds and mist should represent the world principles inside the fragmented space. The clouds and mist were the entrances to the fragmented spaces. Through the clouds and mist that exuded different colors, one could enter a fragmented space. Why was this happening? Yang Kai was sure that the other Star Soul Palace disciples had not encountered such a thing because if it had happened before, Lan Sun would have definitely mentioned it. Since Lan Sun did not mention this, Yang Kai's experience was unique. This was good news because in such a buffer zone, Yang Kai had the freedom to choose which fragmented space to enter, provided that Yang Kai could return to the buffer zone. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action. The space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore the void in front of him. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. He did not encounter much resistance. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was relieved. After all, this side of the world was fragmented and the world principles were not complete, so how much interference could it bring to Yang Kai? A void crack appeared and Yang Kai's figure flickered and entered it. When he reappeared, he was back in the buffer zone, just like last time. An inexplicable force came and bounced Yang Kai back. Instinctively urging his space principles, he immediately stabilized himself in the magical buffer zone, surrounded by clouds and mist. "Ha, so that's how it is." Yang Kai laughed. When he first entered this buffer zone, Yang Kai did not know what was going on, but now that he had come here a second time with the purpose of probing, he finally understood. Space principles. According to Lan Sun, when a cultivator in the Emperor realm passed through the gate of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they would be automatically thrown into a fragmented space in the 4th layer, which inevitably involved the world principles of the space principles. However, Yang Kai was someone who was proficient in space principles, so under the influence of his principles, he was able to repel this attractive force, so the 5-colored treasure pagoda had no way of throwing him into any of the shattered spaces. He could only let him stay in the buffer zone. "Now I can do whatever I want?" After figuring out the whole story, he said, "So I can't do anything I want now?" When others entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they could only rely on luck. If they accidentally entered a death zone, they could only blame themselves for not checking the almanac before leaving the house, but for Yang Kai, there were many things he could freely control. Once he had made up his mind, Kai Yang immediately began to look around. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to the dark clouds and mist filled with death chi. Entering them would definitely lead to death, and even the world principles would not be left. What he was looking for was the brightly colored clouds and mist. Because the color of the clouds and mist was directly related to the hidden fragmented space, the brighter the color, the more outstanding the fragmented space would be, and the more useful it would be to him. Not long after, Yang Kai identified a colorful cloud and rushed straight in. Sure enough, this was not the case. Although the laws of heaven and earth in this broken world were still broken, they were not distorted. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely rich, not inferior to that of the first-class sects in the Southern Territory. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense, he could not help feeling a little stunned. So small, he found that this fragmented space was extremely small, occupying only a few dozen square meters. The edges were filled with nothingness and chaos, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Such a small space was similar to Thousand Leaves Sect's Emperor Heaven Valley. There were some plants, but no living creatures. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept out, nothing in this world could hide. So what if it was small? It was better than nothing. Yang Kai also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the sealed world bead after refining and absorbing the world principles of this world. He would just treat this as an experiment. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately summoned the sealed world bead, sat down cross-legged, and placed his palms together, placing the sealed world bead in his palms. With a thought, the sealed world bead's entrance opened. Yang Kai immersed his mind into it, silently circulating his secret art while controlling the sealed world bead to devour the world energy and fragmented world principles of this world. In an instant, the surrounding world energy was continuously devoured by the sealed world bead, like a sea of water. At the same time, mysterious and almost unfathomable world principles poured into the sealed world bead through the entrance, filling up the small sealed world. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, suddenly feeling a hostile aura enveloping him from all directions. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that there was some danger here that he had not noticed, but upon closer inspection, he found that things were not as he thought. There were no living creatures in this world, but the hostility was clear and tangible, as if it was everywhere, wrapping around him. Yang Kai instantly felt like he had fallen into a sea full of hostility. World force. Yang Kai's expression froze as he immediately realized what this hostility was. Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to refine and devour the world principles of this world, so naturally, it would cause this world to reject him. The heavenly way was constant, and the heavens were unpredictable. Even if this was a fragmented world, it was still a world of its own. Amidst the thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning struck down from above. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was immediately struck, twitching all over as he hurriedly circulated his emperor chi to resist. Only then did he feel a little better. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was just a small sealed world that covered an area of only a few dozen acres, yet it was already so powerful. If it were a larger world, how strong would the repulsion and hostility be? Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen this fragmented small sealed world to experiment with at the beginning, otherwise, if he had rashly tried to touch a larger world, he might have failed miserably. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Yang Kai clearly felt a strong repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to squeeze him out of this world and prevent him from doing whatever he wanted. However, this repulsive force was not strong, so Yang Kai only needed to resist for a moment before remaining as steady as a mountain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared even more violently. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with a look of indifference on his face as the lightning continued to fall from above his head. It was as if he was a rogue who had broken into the home of an unarmed old farmer and was about to rob him of everything. World force. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Instead of feeling frightened, he felt somewhat happy. A few years ago, in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai witnessed the shocking battle between the two great emperors, which allowed him to understand a kind of power called the world force. It was a power that was even more profound than principal strength, a power that only the great emperors could control. Wasn't this world force the world force? Although the world force of this side of the world was not strong, it was, after all, a legitimate seedling. Not only was it unable to harm Yang Kai, but it also gave him an opportunity to come into contact with and comprehend this power in advance. Faintly, Yang Kai gained some insights. However, good things did not last long. Only 3 hours later, the lightning and thunder suddenly disappeared, and even the hostility of the entire world was annihilated without a trace. This situation did not occur because the world had acknowledged him, but because the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of this side of the world. Even the remnants of the world force had disappeared, and this side of the world could no longer display any hostility or repulsion towards him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smacked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. It was at this moment that the world suddenly collapsed. Huge cracks appeared in the sky one after another, as if a mirror had been smashed by someone. The ground also trembled, and ravines suddenly appeared. Even the surrounding void also appeared, and the aura of chaos and nothingness emanated from it. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, stretched out his hand, and tore space, escaping from this side of the world and returning to the buffer zone. Just as he returned to the buffer zone, a cloud in front of him suddenly burst apart, turning into dust and dissipating. This side of the broken world had disappeared just like that. Next! Yang Kai muttered to himself, his figure flickering as he swam through the clouds. It didn't take long for him to enter another shattered world. There were many broken worlds here, and although they varied in size, there were still traces of them upon careful observation. Yang Kai did not dare to touch those worlds that were too big, so he only looked for those small worlds to start with. Following the same pattern, in just 3 days, the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of more than a dozen small worlds, completely shattering them. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there were some changes in the world inside the sealed world bead. The world force was undoubtedly more complete, but it was still some distance away from perfection. This made him very happy. During these 3 days, Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood, but inside Star Soul Palace, outside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the 4 great emperors' 3-layer elders were all wearing worried expressions. Because after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened this time, some strange things had happened. Some strange things that had never happened before. 3 hours after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the 4th floor. At that time, the 4 great elders were all meditating near the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so when this strange event happened, all of them clearly saw it. Lei Hong was shocked and immediately went to investigate. However, he couldn't find anything. The remaining 3 great elders also couldn't find anything. Chapter 2796. Just as the 4 of them were trying to figure out the reason, the scene from before happened again. It had already happened more than a dozen times. For this to happen in the 4th layer, it was undoubtedly because the juniors from the Emperor realm had encountered something while they were in the 4th layer. Among these juniors, Yang Kai wasn't included, but Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, and Lei Ting were all descendants of Star Soul Palace's upper echelons, so no accident could happen to any of them. This matter was of great importance, so Great Elder Lei Hong didn't dare to delay it any longer and could only send a message to the Great Emperors to report this matter and ask the Great Emperors to decide how to deal with it. The Great Emperors still haven't given any instructions? Shui Zhengmao paced back and forth impatiently before suddenly pausing and asking Lei Hong. Although none of the disciples in the 4th layer were his descendants, as one of the 4 great elders of Star Soul Palace, his life was tied to Star Soul Palace, so he was very concerned about everything in Star Soul Palace. If not for this, he wouldn't have bullied the weak that day and dealt with Yang Kai. Lei Hong just shook his head when he suddenly saw a white light rushing over from the distance. Immediately startled, he reached out and caught it, but after sensing it, his expression suddenly became strange. What did the Great Emperor say? Xiao Yuyang asked in a deep voice. Lei Hong glanced at the other 3 elders and replied, wait and see, how could that be? Shui Zhengmao muttered, not expecting the Great Emperor's instructions to be like this. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before saying, since the Great Emperor said so, they naturally have their reasons. We can't interfere rashly. No one dared to disobey the Great Emperor's orders. Since the Great Emperors had clearly given instructions, no one dared to disobey. Everyone could only obey. Everyone secretly guessed. Those juniors might not be in any danger in the 4th layer, so the Great Emperors weren't worried. Half a month later, in a broken space, Yang Kai frowned. During this half a month, he had shuttled through various broken spaces and urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles of these broken spaces, gaining a lot. Not to mention that he had some understanding of the power of the world. Just the number of laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had absorbed was unimaginable. The shattered worlds were completely annihilated, and each annihilated world represented the laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had completely devoured. And every time, Yang Kai would encounter rejection and hostility from those worlds. There were big and small worlds, and there were strong and weak enmity. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning strikes were common occurrences. There were even some hidden ancient species in the broken worlds. Every one of them was powerful, and they were driven by the will of the world. These ancient remnant beasts came one after another to fight Yang Kai to the death, all for the sake of driving away the external enemy. No matter how well Yang Kai hid, he couldn't escape this fate. Fortunately, this was only the 4th level. Even if there were remnants of ancient remnant beasts, their strength would not be too terrifying. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it would not be too difficult to deal with them. If it was the 5th level, which was the highest level, perhaps it wouldn't be the case. However, it was impossible to enter the 5th floor directly from the buffer zone. He could only find the entrance from some of the shattered spaces on the 4th floor. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had destroyed dozens of shattered spaces, and Yang Kai had killed countless ancient remnant beasts. However, Yang Kai had never found the entrance to the 5th floor. He didn't know if it was because his luck was too bad, or because there were too few entrances. After half a month of hard work, his harvest was naturally not small. However, Yang Kai now encountered a difficult matter. He could clearly sense that the sealed world bead had devoured enough laws of heaven and earth. Not only was it enough, it had even reached the point of saturation. However, it still hadn't evolved from quantitative to qualitative. It seemed that something was still missing, and the sealed world bead was unable to take that final step. This inevitably made him feel a little conflicted. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things, yin and yang become the 5 elements, the 5 elements become one, the world begets 5 elements, 5 elements. As he muttered, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had vaguely grasped something. A moment later, he suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand, and tore space, returning to the buffer zone. His eyes exuded a sharp light as he searched through the countless clouds. After a while, his eyes flashed, found it. His figure flickered, and he rushed directly into a cloud exuding a dazzling golden light. The next moment, his figure appeared in the world distorted by golden laws. This was the first shattered world Yang Kai entered half a month ago. Since he lacked the 5 elements, he would make up for it. The 5-colored treasure pagoda didn't lack these things. Summoning the sealed world bead, Yang Kai opened the entrance and devoured the laws and metal attribute aura here with all his strength. Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to be vigilant of his surroundings. Having done this kind of thing many times, Yang Kai also had the experience of dealing with it. In any case, this world would definitely not stand by and let him seize its laws. It would definitely interfere and reject him. It was just that depending on the world and its laws, the methods of interference and rejection would also be different. There were no signs of clouds gathering in the sky, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. During this time, he had been struck by lightning many times, and whenever he heard an explosion, he would tremble. Fortunately, the golden laws here were distorted and there was no place for other laws, so naturally, no lightning would appear. However, the hostility and rejection of this world was unprecedentedly fierce. If it weren't for Yang Kai's solid foundation and strength, he would have been pushed out long ago. What could it be? Yang Kai's expression was not nervous, but instead a little excited. This kind of experience of being an enemy of an entire world was not something that everyone could experience. Every time one resisted, one could grow. The worlds Yang Kai had searched for before were all worlds with a mixture of different elemental laws. This was the first time he had encountered a world with a single elemental law, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. Asterisk Zheng, asterisk a clear cry suddenly sounded, like a sword being unsheathed. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and suddenly raised his brow. Not far away, a sharp blade exuding a golden radiance suddenly took shape and floated in the air. The long sword rotated slightly, its tip pointing towards where Yang Kai was. Golden sword. Yang Kai grinned, a bit interesting, asterisk zheng zheng zheng, asterisk clear sounds rang out one after another, interrupting Yang Kai's soliloquy. In the next moment, hundreds of golden swords suddenly appeared from all directions, each one seeming to have been carved from the same mold. Moreover, each of these golden swords exuded an extremely sharp aura, as if they could split mountains and sever seas. Asterisk gulp, asterisk Yang Kai could not help but gulp, his expression becoming a little difficult. With so many golden swords appearing at the same time, each one filled with a strong hostility, Yang Kai really could not be happy. Not only that, there were even more golden swords condensing. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai seemed to be wrapped in a sea of golden swords in the sky and on the ground. Being in such an ocean, he was like a lonely boat, in danger of capsizing at any time. After the countless golden swords appeared, they did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead, they moved together and gave him a warning, gathering a shocking sword intent that seemed to want to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai was unmoved, but his expression was solemn as he waited. After 3 breaths, the golden swords began to tremble and quickly rotated at high speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was as if they were being controlled by an invisible hand, breaking through the barriers of space and instantly bombarding Yang Kai. The myriad sword had already been summoned, and the supreme sword intent erupted. Yang Kai waved the long sword and defended himself like an impregnable fortress. But this defense only lasted for a breath before it was broken. With a series of clanging sounds and sparks flying, Yang Kai opened up and more golden swords came at him, as if they wanted to crush Yang Kai to pieces. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he did not underestimate the power of these golden swords, he still underestimated them. In a hurry, he hurriedly urged the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi to surround himself, but it was broken in an instant. Asterisk Qi 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 Qi, asterisk with a series of soft sounds, Yang Kai was soon in rags and looked extremely embarrassed. There was even a bloody wound on his cheek, revealing his white bone and blood. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a round of attacks, the golden swords calmed down a lot and did not launch another attack. Heaven's way was to take away what was surplus and make up for what was lacking. For the world will of this side, it would not be so extreme as to force Yang Kai to retreat. Yang Kai had experienced such a scene countless times and was naturally familiar with it. Therefore, although he had suffered a slight setback, he had no intention of stopping and instead urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles here. The world was furious. The countless golden swords exuded an even more astonishing sword intent and began to rotate more and more violently. Asterisk with a soft sound, the golden swords attacked again. Yang Kai was already prepared and quickly shouted, "Dragon transformation." The power of the golden divine dragon source suddenly appeared and a huge golden dragon head flashed behind Yang Kai and entered his body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure soared in his body, which was already a little taller than an ordinary person, suddenly grew to more than 10 meters. Scales began to appear on his exposed skin and a bulge appeared on both sides of his head, as if something was about to break out. His hands became dragon claws and were incomparably sharp. A dragon tail appeared on his back and the flying great ink dragon armor was draped over his body, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. During this period, whenever he had free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating the true dragon transformation secret technique. With the help of the golden divine dragon source, this secret technique was twice as fast with half the effort. Today, Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique seemed to be even stronger than the last time. The last time he had dragon transformed in front of Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai remembered that he was only 6 meters tall, but now he was already 10 meters tall. If he continued to cultivate, he would likely grow even taller. If it were not for the Emperor artifact, the flying great ink dragon armor, Yang Kai would likely be naked again. The dragon transformation only lasted for an instant before the thousands of golden swords arrived in front of him. Stretching out his dragon claws, Yang Kai grabbed a dozen golden swords and exerted a little force. With a crack, these golden swords turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. The previous battle had consumed too much of his strength and he would need to rest for a while. However, he could not stay here any longer. He clearly felt that this world was showing signs of collapse and the surrounding space had become unstable. Taking back the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took one last look at this side of the world before returning to the buffer zone. Another day later, Yang Kai rushed into a cloud of dazzling green light and entered a world with distorted wood attribute nomological laws. In this world, Yang Kai encountered an old acquaintance, the wood spirit. Not just one or two wood spirits, but tens of thousands of them. The vitality of the wood spirits was extremely strong, and their seeds had the ability to parasitize. Any wood spirit was an existence that was difficult to kill. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yang Kai. The wood spirits were most afraid of fire attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai now cultivated the space divine technique, when he first entered the martial Tao, he had cultivated a fire attribute secret art and his conflagrated knowledge C. The wood spirit could be said to have encountered its natural enemy. In this world, Yang Kai's situation was much better than in the world with distorted metal attribute nomological laws. Defending his position alone and enveloped by his conflagrated knowledge the wood spirit could not approach him at all. After another 2 days, the sealed world bead had completely devoured the nomological laws of this world. Returning to the buffer zone, Yang Kai did not stop, unwilling to waste a single moment as he purposefully searched for the nomological laws of the 5 elements. The monstrous waves of the water attribute world, the ocean cage, the earth stone mongoose of the earth attribute world, each of which had the power to destroy a country, were all cut down by Yang Kai's sword one by one. 25 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, in the fire attribute world, Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he swung his myriad sword, pouring all of his emperor chi into it to break through the ancient flame demon's body. Space principles fluctuated, and hidden in the sword light, the shattered space turned into a vortex, forming a dark black hole that sucked in the ancient flame demon's body one by one. The ancient flame demon let out a mournful howl, as if unwilling to accept such a fate, but it was still unable to escape the devouring of space and eventually disappeared. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. The ancient flame demon he encountered in the fire attribute world was not as sharp as the one in the metal attribute world, its defensive power was not as strong as the one in the earth attribute world, it was not as flexible as the one in the water attribute world, and it did not have as many wood spirits as the one in the wood attribute world. The most troublesome thing about this ancient flame demon was its almost immortal body. No matter how serious its injuries were, as long as it absorbed some fire attribute energy, it would be able to heal. Fortunately, Yang Kai's space divine technique allowed him to banish this ancient flame demon into the endless void, otherwise, he would not have known how to kill it. With the ancient flame demon banished, the greatest threat to the fire attribute world had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly felt relaxed and focused on urging the sealed world bead to devour the fire attribute world principles here. According to his previous conjecture, the reason why the sealed world bead had not been able to take the final step was because the 5 elements were incomplete. Since the 5 elements were incomplete, Yang Kai had to make up for them. Yang Kai put this conjecture into action. The 5 element principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all devoured. Now, the sealed world bead was filled with a magnificent 5-colored brilliance that connected the heavens and the earth. The power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, circulating endlessly, seemingly undergoing some magical transformation, giving Yang Kai more confidence in his conjecture. A day later, the fire attribute world principles were completely devoured, and the world was on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead but did not have time to investigate what kind of changes were taking place. Instead of returning to the buffer zone like he had done several times before, his figure flickered as he flew off in a certain direction. There was a void corridor there. It should be the entrance to the 5th layer. Over the past 20 days or so, Yang Kai had shuttled through dozens of broken spaces and had finally found an entrance, so naturally, he would not let it go. He wanted to know what was inside the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai plunged into the void corridor and immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. However, he soon landed on solid ground, and before Yang Kai could observe his surroundings, he suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he circulated his emperor chi and looked up, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Brother Lei?" The person staring at him was actually Lei Ting. Yang Kai was quite surprised to encounter Lei Ting here. "You really came to the 5th layer." Lei Ting was not surprised at all and instead grinned as if he had expected this. "My 10 days of waiting for you here was not in vain." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Brother Lei was waiting for me? Why?" Lei Ting was furious. "Don't play dumb, we haven't finished our battle yet. Don't tell me you want to be a coward." Yang Kai was surprised for a moment before he burst into laughter. "I thought we were done fighting." Lei Ting snorted. "How can we be done without a victor being decided? Why do we need to decide a victor?" Yang Kai asked back. Lei Ting said, "Of course." At this point, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry so much, we'll talk about it after the battle." As soon as his words fell, Lei Ting threw a punch towards Yang Kai, lightning crackling around his fist, giving off a terrifying aura. Kai Yang indifferently took a step forward, and without any change in expression, he stepped forward to greet him. Lei Ting's fist instantly stopped in front of him, the electric arcs making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. "What are you doing?" Lei Ting glared at Yang Kai. "Do you know that if I don't withdraw my fist in time, someone will die?" Just now, when he threw a punch, Yang Kai did not retreat, but Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of condensing his strength, letting him hit him as if he did not resist at all. This made Lei Ting feel like he had punched cotton. Although he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson, what was the point of fighting if his opponent did not fight back? What he needed was a real battle, a fair and square victory. Yang Kai said lightly, "Brother Lei's strength is profound, this one humbly admits defeat." The veins on Lei Ting's forehead throbbed, he felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, as if it could erupt at any time. Yang Kai, however, turned a deaf ear to Lei Ting's words, glanced ahead a few times, then looked back and asked, "What is this place? Why is there a corridor?" It was not until this moment that he discovered that he was in a long corridor. The place where he appeared was a space array, and the end of the corridor was pitch black, like a beast with its mouth open. Lei Ting said in a muffled voice, "Between the 4th and 5th layers, after crossing this corridor, you will reach the 5th layer. As for what lies on the other side, it depends on your luck." Yang Kai rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and muttered to himself, "It's a bit similar to the 4th layer." The 4th layer also had a buffer zone, but not everyone could enter it. Only he, who cultivated the space divine technique, was able to repel the suction force, so he could stay in the buffer zone. Chapter 2798. The corridor in front of him was a buffer zone for the 5th layer and anyone could come in, provided that they could find the entrance to the 4th layer. No wonder Lei Ting had been waiting here, it turned out that he had already expected him to come to the 5th layer. Brother Lei doesn't want to go in and take a look? Yang Kai glanced at the dark entrance and asked. "There's no hurry," Lei Ting replied lightly. Yang Kai counted on his fingers. "If I remember correctly, this 5-colored treasure pagoda adventure will end in a few days, so if we don't seize the opportunity now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." Lei Ting sneered, "That's only for you." He was the nephew of Star Soul Palace's great elder and one of the leaders of Star Soul Palace's younger generation. The 5-colored treasure pagoda opened once every 3 years, so as long as he wanted to, he could enter almost every time. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to explore the 5th layer. On the contrary, Yang Kai had obtained this opportunity by chance, so if he didn't seize it, he might not have another chance to come to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in the future. "That's true," Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled, "In that case, I'll take my leave first." "Where do you think you're going?" Lei Ting roared, his aura firmly locked onto Yang Kai, as if he would teach him a lesson if he dared to move. Yang Kai frowned and said somewhat impatiently, "Brother Lei, you and I have no grievances, so why be so aggressive?" Lei Ting sneered, "We do have no grievances, but you are a rare opponent, so I can't just let you go." Yang Kai thought for a moment before looking at him seriously and saying, "Is this just an excuse?" "The biggest reason is Her Highness the Princess." Lei Ting blushed and waved his hand, "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai grinned, "I can see that. Brother Lei cares for Her Highness the Princess and admires her. Brother Lei is afraid that my appearance will arouse Her Highness' interest, so you want to use force to show off your strength and make Her Highness look at you differently?" Lei Ting wore an embarrassed expression. "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai pointed at his eyes and said, "I'm not blind." After being exposed by Yang Kai, Lei Ting seemed to be more at ease. He relaxed and said, "You're right. Sun Er and I grew up together. I've never seen her treat any man so passionately before. You give off a very dangerous feeling, so I have to treat you seriously." A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He smiled and said, "That would be an honor. But Brother Lei, you're mistaken." He shook his head as he spoke. Lei Ting was startled. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai sternly said, Your Highness is indeed an outstanding beauty with an easygoing temperament. But with your Highness's status and vision, how could you casually fall in love with a man? It was a matter between men and women. Not only do they have to be in love with each other, but they also have to be of equal social status. Lei Ting thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, you're right. Yang Kai continued, Brother Lei and your Highness are childhood sweethearts. You should understand her temperament the best. Moreover, you and Great Elder Lei are uncle and nephew. Great Elder Lei is the Great Elder of the Divine Palace. Under the Great Emperors. With Brother Lei's status, you're barely worthy of your Highness. Being of equal social status is naturally not a problem. As long as Brother Lei can capture the heart of your Highness, you'll naturally achieve good things. Lei Ting laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so interesting. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly changed the topic. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words? Yang Kai was stunned. He sighed and said, Brother Lei, oh Brother Lei, I just want to tell you. I'm not your enemy. Your enemy is someone else. Lei Ting snorted. Who? Yang Kai blinked and said, Who else could it be? Xiao Chen. Brother Lei, don't you know that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first? When you and I are confronting each other here, I'm afraid Brother Xiao is accompanying Her Highness the Princess. Moreover, Xiao Chen's cultivation and background are not below yours. I have seen Xiao Chen accompanying Her Highness the Princess several times, taking care of her every need. Men and women are different. After interacting with each other for a long time, love will naturally develop. Let me ask Brother Lei, are you afraid? Lei Ting sneered. Xiao Chen? With just him? Who does he think he is? I, Lei Ting, can kill him casually. But you? Well, Sun Er's attitude towards you is very unsettling. While speaking, he clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. He approached Yang Kai with a grim smile. Don't worry, I won't take your life. At most, I'll cripple you. As long as I get rid of you, you won't have the face to appear in front of Sun Er. Then, Sun Er will be mine. Oh. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, Brother Lei, do you know that trouble comes from the mouth? Is it really okay to say such irresponsible words? Lei Ting curled his lips and said, There's no need to say anything more. Hurry up and fight. Oh, it turns out that to Brother Lei, I'm actually in your bag. A clear and melodious voice suddenly came from behind Lei Ting. Lei Ting's ferocious face instantly stiffened and his hair stood on end. His fighting spirit seemed to have been drenched from head to toe by a basin of cold water. Swallowing hard, Lei Ting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He mechanically turned his head and saw Lan Sun and Xiao Chen standing side by side on the space array. The former looked at him indifferently while the latter had a look of ridicule and schadenfreude on his face. W.H. When? Lei Ting was horrified and felt his heart sink, as if he would fall into the depths of purgatory and never be able to turn over again. He kept wailing in the depths of his heart. It's over, it's completely over. Sun Er heard what I said. I'm afraid she won't give me any face in this life. What was most unbelievable to him was that he didn't notice when two people appeared behind him. If not, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It's Yang Kai. He's deliberately diverting my attention. That's right, he used the law of space just now. I thought he was on guard, but now it seems that he's not on guard at all. He's clearly interfering with my judgment. Lei Ting. You, how can you say that? Quickly apologized to Her Royal Highness. Xiao Chen was suddenly filled with righteous indignation and shouted angrily. Lei Ting's face instantly flushed red and he said helplessly, I. Lan Sun slightly raised her chin and stared at him, as if waiting for him to explain. Lei Ting couldn't say a word at all. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and rushed directly to the entrance in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lei Ting, come back here. You want to leave without explaining clearly? Xiao Chen was furious. Knowing that Lei Ting couldn't come back, he still kept shouting, but the corners of his mouth hooked up in a subtle arc. Ha 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 ha, Lei Ting was completely out of the game. He was not good with words in front of Her Royal Highness, and now that he was cheated by Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't have the face to appear in front of Her Royal Highness in the future. His love rival had been eliminated. Xiao Chen was very happy in his heart as he slowly glanced at Yang Kai. He was different from Lei Ting. Although Yang Kai was a bit of a threat to him, he didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai's words were right, the pavilion closest to the water could catch the moon first. After this experience in the five-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would leave Star Soul Palace. He didn't know if he would have a chance to meet Her Royal Highness again in the future, so how could he be a threat? Only an idiot like Lei Ting would believe his bewitchment. Isn't it a bit cruel? Yang Kai looked in the direction Lei Ting left and rubbed his chin as he asked himself. Lan Sun said, "It's Brother Lei who is pestering you. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much about it." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Well, if he can understand the word love, his future achievements will be higher. Just treat it as a test." Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. "Brother Yang, you seem to be speaking from the bottom of your heart." Yang Kai coughed lightly. "My life experience is a bit richer." Xiao Chen watched coldly from the side. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, he knew something was wrong and quickly jumped out. Brother Yang also found the entrance. "Congratulations. It's just a coincidence." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang looked at them suspiciously and asked, "But you two, why are you together?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Fate." After entering the fourth floor of the five-colored treasure pagoda, he had been looking for Lan Sun. During this period, he had gone through more than a dozen broken spaces and finally found her a few days ago, taking on the role of a flower guardian. Lan Sun said, "There are only a few days left before the 1-month deadline. The 5th floor is right in front of us. Brother Yang, do you want to take a look?" Of course, Yang Kai nodded and said, "But what is the difference between the 5th floor and the 4th floor?" Lan Sun said, "Of course there is a difference." "Answer me." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Xiao Chen interrupted, "The space of the 4th floor is a shattered world. The laws of the world are imperfect. Although there are many spaces in the 5th floor, they are not like the 4th floor. They are independent secret realms." Secret realms. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Chen said, "Yes. Those secret realms were born from the broken worlds of the first few floors. When the ancient Almighty refined the five-colored treasure pagoda, they merged the many broken worlds together to form the first 4 floors of the five-colored treasure pagoda. As for the secret realms left behind in these broken worlds, they were extracted and placed in the 5th floor." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "So, the secret realms in the 5th floor may be related to one of the broken worlds in the first 4 floors?" "Exactly, but the connection is not big. The many secret realms in the 5th floor are all different, just like the countless broken worlds in the first few floors. Which secret realm to enter is based on luck and cannot be freely chosen." Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he sighed. The five-colored treasure pagoda is really amazing. Before understanding the truth of the five-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai only felt that its existence was of great significance to Star Soul Palace, but now that he understood all aspects, he realized that it was simply a treasure. Millions of cultivators in the star boundary cultivated, and what they sought was opportunities. And where did opportunities come from? Secret realms were the biggest source. Chapter 2799. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to find a sealed world. Many cultivators would never have the opportunity to enter a sealed world for life experience and treasure hunting, but on the side of Star Soul Palace, there were countless sealed worlds waiting to be explored. Did the sect of the Great Emperors have such a terrifying heritage? Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, Brother Yang, do you remember the golden armored heavenly book? Yang Kai laughed and said, I'm not old yet. This thing was taken away by Lan Sun not long ago, so how could Yang Kai forget? It was also because Lan Sun took away the golden armored heavenly book that Yang Kai had the opportunity to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. Something that happened not long ago was naturally fresh in Yang Kai's memory. However, when she mentioned the golden armored heavenly book at this time, it was obviously not a casual remark, but Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, Is the golden armored heavenly book related to the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Lan Sun nodded and said, Yes. The golden armored heavenly book was taken out by Martial Uncle Tan Junhao from the sealed world in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Not only is it a powerful emperor artifact, but it is also the key to opening that sealed world. Yang Kai was shocked. In other words, that sealed world was originally in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but because Tan Junhao took out the golden armored heavenly book, Star Soul Palace's disciples can enter that sealed world without needing to go through the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Exactly. Lan Sun nodded. That sealed world originally existed in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter it, they would have to pass through the 4th layer and have some luck, but since Tan Junhao took out the golden armored heavenly book, disciples can enter and exit it at will. Tan Junhao's luck is not small. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Lan Sun smiled lightly. According to my father's master's speculation, there should be many sealed worlds in the 5th layer like that one. They have their own keys. As long as they can find that key, they can open the entrance to sealed world at any time and allow disciples to enter it for life. Yang Kai shook and exclaimed, There is such a thing. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed and he quietly whispered to Lan Sun, Your Highness, you've said too much. This matter was a secret of Star Soul Palace, and although it wasn't a top secret, it wasn't something that could be casually revealed to others. However, Lan Sun's identity was different. No one could blame her for saying this. Lan Sun shook her head and said, It doesn't matter. Anyway, that key is not something that can be found easily. My divine palace has been searching for so many years, but we have only found the key to one sealed world. Yang Kai pondered seriously for a while, then cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your advice. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Talking so much has wasted a lot of time. Brother Yang, let's go to the 5th floor first. Yang Kai nodded, All right. Junior Martial Sister Lan, please. Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she exhorted, There is one thing that Brother Yang should know. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. You must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces. Got it. Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, the three arrived at the end of the corridor. Looking around, at the end of the corridor was a rotating nebula, which looked mysterious and unfathomable. A strange aura came from the nebula, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Brother Yang, this little sister will go first. Take care, see you outside. After Lan Sun said to Yang Kai, she jumped into the nebula. She disappeared. Xiao Chen stood in place and sighed. He seemed a little depressed. This time, he found Lan Sun on the 4th floor with great difficulty. Originally, he wanted to accompany her until the end of the training. Who would have thought that Lan Sun would insist on coming to the 5th floor? Now, they had to part. Glancing at Yang Kai leisurely, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to talk to him and also jumped into the nebula. Soon, only Yang Kai was left in the same place. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai naturally did not hesitate. Anyway, since Lan Sun and Xiao Chen had both gone in, he naturally had to follow. The moment he stepped into the nebula, Yang Kai immediately urged the space principles, trying to see if he could stay in a buffer zone like on the 4th floor. If so, then he could have a lot of room to control, and he could choose a sealed realm that was suitable for him to experience. But this time, he was a little disappointed. Under the urging of the space principles, there was no reaction at all. When his vision was restored, Yang Kai immediately heard an anxious shout in his ears, "Anyo, wake up, the beast tide is attacking, wake up quickly, what are you in a daze for?" At the same time, there seemed to be a big hand grabbing his shoulder and shaking it vigorously. Yang Kai was shocked, not knowing what was going on. His face sank as he reached out to grab the other party's big hand. But who would have thought that the other party's reaction would be so fast? Just as Kai Yang was about to make a move, the other party had already grabbed his wrist. An unimaginably violent force was transmitted from the other party's hand, instantly suppressing Kai Yang's brute force, making him unable to move at all. Yang Kai's expression changed again. While he was shocked by the strength of the other party's strength, he immediately urged his Emperor Qi, and then, there was no reaction at all. His body was completely empty, without a trace of Emperor Qi. In an instant, Yang Kai was so shocked that his face turned pale and his soul almost left his body. Before entering the 5th layer of the sealed realm, Yang Kai was still quite confident. After all, his current strength was not to be underestimated. More than 1/3 layer Emperor Realm Master had died at his hands. Even Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, and Lei Ting dared to enter the 5th layer of the sealed realm, so he had no reason to be afraid. He felt that even if he encountered any danger, his life would not be in danger. With the space principles, even if he could not win, he could still escape. But this sudden change left him at a loss. Why was his Emperor Qi gone? Without his Emperor Qi, was this still the Emperor realm? He was not even a beginner cultivator. What was going on? While he was still in shock, Lan Sun's words echoed in his ears. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. Big brother, you must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces. Yang Kai's heart shook and his expression calmed down in an instant. Don't panic. First, I need to figure out what's going on. Perhaps this sealed realm has a principle that suppresses my strength, so I can't feel any trace of Emperor Qi. And although the person who grabbed his wrist was extremely strong, he did not have any hostility or malice, so he should not be a threat to him. Raising his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes close in on him. They were bloodshot. His field of vision expanded, and a bearded face came into view. This was a young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but his appearance was extremely rough and his body was burly. He did not look like a human, and he was a little different from the people Yang Kai usually saw, as if he had a different bloodline. His clothes were also very simple, only wrapped in animal skin that covered his vitals, leaving the rest of his body exposed. His muscles were as hard as iron, and at a glance, Yang Kai could tell that he was full of explosive power. Yang Kai looked at himself again. Compared to this young man, his arms and legs were as thin as heaven and earth. Having said that, although Yang Kai's body was not burly, it was still quite strong. It was just that this young man was too strong. But, why was there a living person here? Was this a dream or an illusion from a sealed realm? It couldn't be a dream, but if it was an illusion, then it was too realistic. Kai Yang couldn't feel the slightest trace of falsehood from the bearded young man in front of him, as if he was a real person with flesh and blood. And the environment here was very simple. It seemed to be just a shabby wooden house. There were no furnishings in the wooden house, only a simple stool made of tree roots, a few wooden planks made of a table, and there were pots and pans on the side. There were a few pieces of unknown beast meat hanging on the wall, which were blackened by smoke. There were some wild vegetables in the wooden basket, and there was a stone bowl with some cold leftovers. What was this place? Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the bearded young man shouted at Yang Kai, "Are you stupid? I told you that the beast tide is coming, did you hear me?" His voice was full of anxiety, and it was deafening. Yang Kai nodded blankly, "I heard you. If you heard me, then hurry up and help. There are not enough people in the village, and the defense is about to be broken." As the bearded young man spoke, he grabbed Yang Kai and rushed out, as if he was flying. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask, "I haven't asked." The bearded young man stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. His pair of red eyes were full of bestiality, which made people's hair stand on end. After a while, the young man sighed and said, "Are you stupid again?" "I'm Ahu." Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he asked, "You said my name is Anyo?" "Ah, Nyo." "Ah, your mother Nyo." He was called Anyo. What kind of bullshit sealed realm was this? The other party was called Ahu, which was a very simple name. "I don't have time to talk to you about this. Hurry up and help. I'll talk to you after the beast tide is over." Ahu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai and ran. Not far from the wooden house, there was immediately a burst of shouts and shouts. Not far away, there was also a burst of beast roaring, which resounded through the sky. Even the earth seemed to be shaking and roaring. Yang Kai looked around and was suddenly shocked. He saw that the people running around were all men like Ahu, who were tall and sturdy like iron towers. All of them seemed to be very strong. Even the women were tall and sturdy. They were unbelievably strong. A woman was carrying a huge stone with a diameter of 20 feet. She ran as if she was flying, as if she was weightless. Yang Kai didn't feel any fluctuation of power from her body. In other words, she was carrying the stone with only the strength of her body. There were also some obviously underage children, who seemed to be in their teens, but they all picked up weapons. Their childish faces were full of a common enemy and an expression of facing death with equanimity. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of his head. Everyone was in a hurry, converging in a certain direction. Everyone was wrapped in a few pieces of animal skin. Even the simplest clothes couldn't be seen here. Yang Kai looked down and found that he was the same. His exposed skin was as white as snow, which was a sharp contrast with Ahu's dark skin. Forget it, this is just a small matter," Yang Kai comforted himself. Chapter 2800. There were many wooden houses all around, which were just like the man's appearance, simple and crude. Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw that not far away, there was a fence made of logs and stones. This should be a village, and it looked like a very primitive and ancient village. And the waves of beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate came from outside the fence. On the fence, many villagers were standing on it. Some were holding boulders and throwing them down, while others were holding bows and arrows and shooting them. The flames of war were swirling, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. From a corner of the fence, a 30 feet long, incomparably muscular leopard rushed up like a whirlwind. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the head of a villager. Although the villager was also tall and sturdy like an iron tower and struggled with all his might, how could he fight against such an existence? He only struggled for a moment before his head was bitten off by the leopard. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, which was extremely dazzling under the scorching sun. The villagers around the fence were shocked and angry. They roared and rushed toward the leopard. At the same time, dozens of sharp arrows flew and stabbed into the leopard's body. Under the pain, the leopard roared and was a little unstable. It was pushed down the fence by a villager, and the villager also fell down. No one knew what happened to him. This unforeseen event caused a corner of the fence to lose its defense. The rest of the villagers were quite flustered, and all of them roared continuously. "Quick, quick, quick!" Who pulled Yang Kai all the way to the bottom of the fence, and stretched out his hand. He threw Yang Kai up the fence. He said to a strong woman standing on the fence, "Hua, I'll leave Anyo to you." The woman called Hua glanced at Anyo. Her thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was a little disgusted. When she was about to say something, she saw that Hu had already rushed toward the village gate. "Forget it, it's better than nothing." Hua muttered impatiently. He stretched out his hand toward Yang Kai and said concisely, "Arrow." Yang Kai was slightly stunned. To be honest, since he entered the secret realm until now, Yang Kai was still slightly dazed, and he was utterly unable to recover from his shock. This dazzling and unforeseen event caused him to be utterly unable to figure out the situation he was in now. He only knew that he inexplicably appeared in this somewhat primitive and ancient village, inexplicably had the name Anyo, and inexplicably got involved in a great war. He had explored many mystic realms before, but there had never been a situation as complicated as this one. Faintly, he felt that the secret realm he had experienced this time seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He secretly decided to treat it with 120% of his attention. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. As for whether these villagers were his hallucinations or not, he had no time to care about it. Everything would go right when it came to it. There was always a way to solve the problem. Arrow. Are you deaf? Yang Kai was still in a daze. The woman called Ah Hua could not help but roar angrily. Her pair of eyes were incomparably red like Ah Hu's. They were bloodshot, and the anger and hatred in her eyes were almost tangible. This kind of anger and hatred was not directed at Yang Kai, but at the helplessness of seeing so many villagers die in the mouths of wild beasts. Not even their bones were left behind, and she was powerless to avenge them. After being yelled at by her, Yang Kai finally recovered. He hurriedly looked around and saw a pile of wooden arrows at his feet. He did not know what kind of wood they were made of. Each of the wooden arrows was over 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. They looked extremely frightening. Reaching out to pick them up, Yang Kai was surprised because these wooden arrows were incomparably heavy. They were not inferior to the arrows made of fine iron. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary person without Yuan Qi would be able to control them. Your task is to deliver these arrows to me. Ah Hua looked at Yang Kai seriously and shouted, "Do you understand?" Yes. Yang Kai nodded obediently and took the opportunity to look at the woman called Ah Hua. The villagers here were generally rough and old, but this woman called Ah Hua had delicate facial features and a hot body. Her chest was wrapped in animal clothing, revealing deep cleavage. Her waist was enchanting, her lower abdomen was flat, and her buttocks were round and round. Well, if she was not so tall, she would be an extraordinary beauty. However, in this kind of environment where natural selection was the rule, it was destined that no one would be able to give birth to a pretty girl. Mortals without power were destined to die. Ah Hua's appearance had a different kind of beauty. Once the arrow was in her hand, Ah Hua immediately pulled the bowstring. The huge bow was instantly pulled into a full moon shape, which made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. This huge bow was able to shoot an arrow that was 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. One could imagine how big the bow was, but in Ah Hua's hands, it was as light as a feather. Buzz! At the same time, the arrow spun and rushed forward. Yang Kai could clearly see that in front of the arrowhead, there was a burst of air. The power of this arrow was terrifying. A huge beast that was flying in the air was nailed into its eye socket by the arrow. The 10 feet long arrow pierced through the beast's skull, bringing with it a spray of blood. The huge beast fell heavily to the ground and struggled for a few moments before it stopped moving. Amazing! Yang Kai praised sincerely. Ah Hua looked at him coldly and stretched out her hand. Yang Kai quickly picked up an arrow from the ground and handed it to her. Ah Hua pulled the bowstring again and the arrow flew out. Every arrow could kill a huge beast. Ah Hua's archery was extremely accurate. Almost all of the arrows were shot at the eyes of the beasts and directly pierced through their skulls. It could be said that none of the arrows missed their targets. On the fence, there were more than 10 archers like Ah Hua. Each of them was excellent at archery, which made Yang Kai gasp in amazement. In such a harsh environment, if the villagers did not have such rare skills, they would not have been able to survive. The battle on the fence wall was relatively peaceful. Ah Hua and a dozen other archers drew their bows and arrows in an orderly manner. There was no need for them to fight the giant beasts head-on. However, outside the village, there were hundreds of villagers holding all kinds of weapons, fighting the giant beasts to the death. It had long been annihilated in the long river of history. However, in this secret territory, there was a complete ancient style. Was this place real or fake? Was his name really Anyo? Then what was the matter with Yang Kai? Was he dreaming? The village chief is a wizard. You only found out today? What have you been doing all these years? After hearing Yang Kai's words, Ahua could not help but scold him. Her spittle flew towards his face. You better remember that the village does not raise useless people. If Ahu had not been giving you food, you would have starved to death. Today, you must prove your worth to me. Don't embarrass Ahu. Chapter 28:01. After a short pause, Hua's face turned cold and she said, "If you can't prove it, then jump off the wall yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow directly killed the giant beast in mid-air, but the cold and disdainful eyes were still staring straight at Kai Yang's face, not shifting from beginning to end. Trash. Yang Kai murmured. He looked down at his own body and then looked at the bodies of the villagers on the fence. Well, this body type was indeed trash in this era. However, the old man with the crooked body was the village chief, which surprised Yang Kai. Although he didn't know what kind of witchcraft the village chief used to make those giant beasts ignore him, it was definitely not because of his good luck. As for the wizard, from the name, it should be the lowest level of existence, right? It seemed that in this ancient era, there were very few wizards. On the fence, Yang Kai and Hua worked together. After experiencing the initial discomfort, Yang Kai also calmed down and was no longer at a loss. No matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. Maybe this was a test of this mysterious land. One by one, Yang Kai passed the arrows to Hua, and the pile of arrows at their feet decreased at an extremely fast speed. But soon, a brute race youth came over with spare arrows to replace them. This boy looked to be around 13 or 14 years old and was obviously underage, so he couldn't go into battle with the giant beasts and could only do some logistics work. However, even if he was only 13 or 14 years old, he was still more burly and majestic than most of the people Yang Kai had come into contact with. His bulging muscles were simply not something a person his age should have. In the village, there were many underage barbarians like this boy who were busy working. Time passed slowly. With the village chief's bloodthirsty spell, the attacks of the beasts were greatly suppressed. The villagers paid a very small price to kill the beasts, and there were many casualties. Every villager was extremely excited, as if they saw the hope of victory. Hua's bow was drawn again and again. There was a burst of sound in the air. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Unlike the optimism of these ignorant villagers, Yang Kai felt that the situation was very unfavorable for the village. On the surface, the giant beasts seemed to be suppressed, and there were many casualties. However, in reality, the villagers had consumed too much energy. After a long and high-intensity battle, it was difficult for the villagers to continue. Just look at Ahua. In the beginning, her arrows were like the wind, one after another, almost without stopping. Every arrow could kill a giant beast. But now, she was unable to fully draw the bowstring, and her hands were trembling slightly. There were several times when she needed 2 arrows to kill a giant beast, and the interval between each arrow was getting longer and longer. Ahua was like that, and so were the other shooters. The situation of the villagers outside the village was even more worrying. They, who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique by the village chief, had overdrafted their innate blood essence. Once the bloodthirst technique loses its effect, when the after effects occur, the hundreds of villagers who were fighting outside the village would instantly be covered by the giant beasts, and they would not be able to resist at all. On the other hand, although the attack of the beast tide was still fierce, Yang Kai clearly sensed that the beast tide was stalling for time. It was as if there was a superior being commanding the countless beasts to quietly hibernate, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. It was time to act. Yang Kai did not act rashly at the beginning because he did not understand the situation he was in. He did not know what kind of changes would occur if he acted rashly. However, after watching for so long, Yang Kai had been infected by the enthusiasm of these barbarian villagers. The inexplicable identity of Anyo seemed to have become more real, and he had a faint sense of belonging to this strange village. These barbarians were admirable. It was they who stubbornly survived in ancient times, resisting natural and man-made disasters, allowing the human race to flourish and become the mainstream of the world. It was they who passed down their power generation after generation, allowing the human race to gain a foothold in this world. Protect this land, protect this village. My name is Anyo. The blood in his body boiled in an instant. Yang Kai bent down and picked up a giant bough beside him. This giant bough originally belonged to another villager, but its head was bitten off by a giant leopard that pounced on it. He reached out and pulled the bowstring. With a clang, it was as if a war drum was beating in his heart, making him involuntarily have the desire to charge forward. Arrow. Ahua stretched out her hand, her red eyes staring straight ahead, flashing with the light of hatred. However, she did not receive any support from Yang Kai. Ahua suddenly turned her head and was about to open her mouth to curse, but the words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Yang Kai and the giant bough in his hand and said in shock, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and said, "You should rest. You are too tired." Ahua's outstretched hand was trembling non-stop. Her fingers were full of cuts, and blood was dripping. It was a ghastly sight. Their eyes met, and Ahua suddenly exploded. Rest? There is no time to rest. Do you know what will happen to the brothers and sisters below without the support of us archers? I know. Yang Kai was still smiling. He reached out to pick up an arrow and put it on the bowstring. He tilted his head and looked at Ahua. So leave it to me. You. Ahua still wanted to say something, but her eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of shock. God, what did she just see? Anyo, who was called trash in the village, actually pulled the bowstring. And how could he pull the bowstring? How could he have so much strength with such thin arms and legs? Ahua instinctively thought that she was seeing things because she clearly remembered that during the last training, Anyo was extremely difficult to even pick up the giant bow and arrow, let alone pull the bowstring. But now, what happened in front of her completely overturned her understanding of Anyo. Anyo in front of her did not seem to use much strength because Ahua did not feel the explosive strength from his muscles at all. It seemed that he just pulled the bowstring casually, but the bowstring that made her feel a little tired was actually pulled completely by him. The bowstring was full, and the arrow was released. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Ahua could not help but look at the arrow's flight path. In front of the arrowhead, the airflow of the explosion was clearly visible. It was obvious that Anyo's arrow contained a huge amount of power, and it was not inferior to her own attack. Such an attack was enough to penetrate the body of any giant beast. Inexplicably, Ahua had a trace of confidence in the trash in front of her. She felt that with this arrow, he could definitely kill a giant beast. Whoosh, the arrow flew past the body of a giant beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the villager who was fighting with the giant beast was shocked because at that moment, if the arrow had been a little bit off, it could have killed him directly. Who turned his head and looked at the people standing on the fence. He shouted, "Ahua, watch it." Ahua opened her mouth, and her face was full of grievance. How could such a lousy arrow be shot by her? Even if she closed her eyes, she would not make such a mistake. It was obviously Anyo who did it, okay? After feeling wronged, she was angry. She turned around and stared at Yang Kai. She was blind to have confidence in this trash. I have a feeling. As Yang Kai spoke, he picked up another arrow and put it on the bowstring. This is not a place for you to play. If you don't want to help me, get out of here. Ahua shouted angrily. Although Ahua was surprised that Anyo could draw the bowstring fully, what was the use of shooting without accuracy? It was better to go down and fight with the giant beasts directly. At least he could be of some use. Excellent archers had gone through thousands of training and countless life and death battles to train. Aonyo obviously did not have such experience. Trust me. Yang Kai looked at Ahua seriously. His hands were as steady as a rock as he pulled the bowstring. Ahua's face was full of anger. She sighed and said, "Shoot at a place where there is no one." Compared to his previous performance, this time he could pick up the bow and arrow and share some of the pressure of the village's pressure. His way of doing things was acceptable. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This time it won't happen again." The target was still the giant beast that was fighting with Ahu. When the arrow was shot, Ahua almost did not dare to look at it, for fear of seeing Yang Kai accidentally injure Ahu. But in fact, when the arrow was flying, the giant beast jumped into the air and opened its mouth to roar. The 3-meter-long arrow poured into the giant beast's mouth and shot out from its tail. The horrible power of the arrow stirred the giant beast's internal organs into a mess. It fell to the ground and whimpered. Blood flowed out like a fountain. "Did you really do it?" Hua stood rooted to the ground, a little dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, Aonyo couldn't even pull the bowstring before, let alone shoot an arrow. In other words, this should be the first time he really shot an arrow. Although the first arrow was a little off, which gave people a false alarm, the second arrow was very accurate. What was wrong with this trash? While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai picked up another arrow. Without any pause, he pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow. A giant beast in the distance was killed in an instant. Although Yang Kai could not feel any trace of Emperor's Qi in this secret realm, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Although the giant bow and arrow were difficult to control, it was nothing to in the Emperor realm. The first arrow was just an experiment. With a standard in mind, the next thing was simple. None of the arrows missed their target. A bundle of 10 arrows was shot out by Yang Kai in less than 3 breaths. Except for the first arrow, which did not work, the other 9 arrows all killed. "Brother Aonyo, you are so powerful." The barbarian boy in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows and saw the scene of Yang Kai's great power. He immediately admired him. Chapter 2802. It was snowing heavily. No one knew when the snow started to fall in this ancient and primitive world. The sight was dyed white, and the red blood on the ground was even more shocking. Despite the extremely cold environment, the villagers seemed to be unaware of it. Everyone's exposed skin was steaming hot. Outside the village, hundreds of villagers were holding stone axes, stone spears, and other primitive weapons to fight the beasts. On the fence, more than a dozen archers were providing strong support with their exquisite skills. The hunchbacked village chief was still running in the battlefield. His black walking stick would burst out 1 or 2 weak lights from time to time. He was using his poor wizard skills to resist the invasion of the beasts. The blood on the villagers who had been affected by the bloodthirsty spell were getting dimmer and dimmer. That was a sign that the bloodthirsty spell was about to lose its effect. Once the bloodthirsty spell lost its effect, these villagers would fall into a long period of weakness and would no longer have the power to fight. If the beasts were not defeated before then, there was only one fate waiting for the village: destruction. Hundreds of the strongest warriors would become food for the beasts during the winter, and the old, weak, women, and children in the village would not be able to escape the fate. At that time, the beasts' iron hooves would trample the earth, and the earth would groan. If the beasts did not retreat, the villagers would fight to the death. Behind them was their home, and no one would retreat. Whoosh! Yang Kai's arrows missed 3 times, and the 3 giant beasts were instantly killed. Hua was dumbfounded by his miraculous skill. If the fact that Kai Yang had pulled the bowstring and not missed his target had shocked her, then the scene that she had just witnessed had left her speechless. Her mind was completely blank. Bow and arrow could be used like this. As the best archer in the village, she had her own pride. Competing in archery skills. No one in the whole tribe could compete with her, but Yang Kai's archery skills of missing 3 times in one shot was something she had never heard of or seen before. They could win. They could definitely win. Anyo's sudden outburst made Hua see the hope of victory. As long as he could maintain his current state, the beasts were nothing to worry about. Sister Hua, brother Anyo. Oh no, we don't have many bows and arrows left. These are the last 5 bundles. Aunt Li asked me to tell you to use them sparingly. The young man who was in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows in his arms. With a shout, Hua felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A bundle of arrows meant 10 arrows were lost, and 5 bundles meant 50 arrows. Taking everything into account, he could only kill 50 giant beasts. However, how could the beast tied below be calculated by a mere 50? Hua's face turned pale. If they did not have the support of the archers, Tiger and the others who were fighting below would definitely die. She turned around and glared at the young man. How can there not be many left? Where are the arrows in the storehouse? Didn't you take it out? The youth said with a sullen face, I've taken them all out. But you're using up too much energy. Auntie Li and the others are working on it now, but they still don't have enough time to replenish it. Fast consumption? It wasn't that it was fast, but that it had taken too long. There had never been a beast tied that lasted so long. The giant beasts had paid such a heavy price, but they still didn't back down. This was completely different from the beast tides they had encountered before. Looking up at the sky, the snow was falling like goose feathers. The biting cold wind carried the sound of the wind horn, echoing in the forest. It was winter, and the beasts had to stock up on food to survive the winter. Otherwise, the cold environment would make them starve to death in the cave. What should I do? What should I do? Hua was shocked by this despairing news. She was on the verge of collapsing. She bit her pale lips so hard that they almost bled, but she didn't seem to feel it. She turned her head and looked out of the village. Looking at the villagers who trusted their backs to her, Hua felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. I'll leave this place to you. Hua was stunned when she heard that. She turned her head to look at Anyo and asked, What? Yang Kai took a deep breath and put down the giant bow in his hand. He tilted his head and smiled at Hua. I'll be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the fence and rushed toward the battlefield that was full of blood and internal organs. Hua's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to shout, but her shout was drowned out by the whistling cold wind. She didn't know if Anyo heard her or not. He was courting death. Although Anyo's performance was not bad since he was able to pull the bowstring to kill the beasts, long-distance shooting and close combat were 2 different things. Fighting with the beasts that were 30 to 40 feet long required extraordinary physical fitness and courage to face death with equanimity. Regardless of Anyo's courage, his physical fitness was obvious. His body was even smaller than that of the underage children in the village. Even if such a person went to the battlefield, what could he do? He was probably not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the beasts. Getting off the fence, Kai Yang picked up a stone axe. Braving the biting cold wind, he stepped on the strange monsters that were a mixture of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the crowd of beasts. He was like a sheep that had just been born and rushed into a group of tigers. His body was drowned in a moment. Hua couldn't bear to see it anymore. She reached out and picked up a bow and arrow. She secretly decided to avenge Anyo. Sister Hua, look. The young man hadn't left yet. He suddenly pointed his finger and said excitedly. Hua looked in the direction he was pointing at. She saw that the giant beasts were sent flying into the air one after another. They flailed their arms and legs in midair before falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. They had all died in an instant. Even more giant beasts exploded in midair. Some were even split in 2. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beasts gathered in one place were swept away. A figure that was not very tall and strong stood there like a javelin. The stone axe in his hand was full of blood and pieces of internal organs. How could it be? Hua was dumbfounded. More than a dozen excellent archers on the fence were also dumbfounded. They even forgot to continue to support with their bows and arrows. They all stared at the weak body in a daze. This body, which they had criticized in the past and even despised to the point that they wanted to banish, was actually as tall and mighty as the god of berserkers on the battlefield that was forged from blood and flesh. He stood there as if he could block all the storms, giving people an unprecedented sense of peace. There seemed to be a laugh coming from there. The wind was too strong to hear it clearly, but everyone clearly saw that Anyo's face was full of excitement and joy. The movement here soon alarmed the other beasts. Pairs of red eyes looked in this direction. Vaguely, there was a low roar. Immediately, some of the beasts that were besieging the villagers moved closer to Yang Kai to surround him. With the axe in his hand, Yang Kai's momentum was rising steadily. His sharp eyes swept over the beasts, which made them pause slightly and stop moving forward. Beasts had instincts. Their instincts told them that the person in front of them was not a pushover. The low roar hidden in the cold wind came again, and the beast started to move again. There was an incomplete body of a villager next to him. Until the moment of his death, the villager was still holding his stone spear tightly and stabbing it into the soft abdomen of a beast. He died with the beast, but half of his head was bitten off by the beast. The blood had already coagulated. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone spear. He twirled the spear and the axe in his hand. He took a deep breath and stamped his feet on the ground. Like a thunderclap, he rushed into the crowd of beasts like lightning. Pick, chop, chop, lift, like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, Yang Kai's movements were simple and boring. The weapons he used were also the simplest stone spear and stone axe. But in the hands of the Emperor realm, whose power was suppressed, these two simple weapons had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Not a single giant beast could withstand its attack. One by one, the giant beasts were flipped over and slashed to the ground. Each of the giant beasts had shocking wounds on its body. Those wounds were enough to kill. Whimpering sounds rang out continuously as the giant beasts were forced to retreat again and again. The encirclement formed by hundreds of giant beasts was directly torn apart by Yang Kai. By the time Yang Kai rushed out, 1/3 of the beasts had already fallen. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man who had used countless methods to hide his presence and figure looked like he had seen a ghost. His turbid eyes stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen him for the first time. Because his mind was too unstable, a flaw appeared in his wizard spell. His hidden figure was exposed, and the beasts next to him opened their mouths to bite him. If there was an accident, this old man would definitely die in the beasts' mouths. Whoosh, a sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot the beasts to the ground. The hunchbacked old man turned his head and saw Hua nodding slightly at him from the other side of the fence. "Village chief, give me one." Yang Kai was covered in blood, and the internal organs of the beasts were still hanging on his body. His entire body was filled with murderous intent, but he grinned at the old man. The old man inexplicably shuddered, but he still raised his crutch as he was told, and an obscure voice came out of his mouth. With a wave of the crutch, a ray of light hit Yang Kai's body right in the middle. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil as if it was on fire. A thick layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, making him look solemn and dignified. The shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger, as if a stormy sea had been set off. His turbid eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. "This is the bloodthirst spell." Yang Kai took a light breath and clearly felt the increase in his strength. However, this bloodthirst spell seemed to have some drawbacks. While it strengthened his strength, it also weakened the senses of the people's 5 senses. Only Yang Kai, who had the foundation of the Emperor realm, could ignore this kind of weakening. Ordinary people like Ahu would definitely not be able to resist. It was no wonder that these villagers who were affected by the bloodthirst spell were not afraid of death when they fought. Of course, their courage played a part, but it should also be the bloodthirst spell's credit. Their senses were deprived, so they could not feel much pain or fear. Naturally, they were braver than others when they fought. However, the layer of golden light on Yang Kai's body was a bit of a crane in a flock of chickens. When the others were affected by the bloodthirst spell, their bodies were glowing red, but he was the only one who was golden. It could not be helped. The bloodthirst spell stimulated the congenital blood in the human body, and his blood was golden. Village chief, we killed so many beasts this time, shouldn't we celebrate? Who looked at the village chief excitedly, and the other villagers were also full of expectation. There was a shortage of food in the village. This time, hundreds of beasts had died in the horde, which was enough for the village to eat for a long time. A few days ago, the village chief was still worried about the food for winter. Every winter, many villagers would starve to death, and this year would be no exception. But he didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. With the corpses of these beasts, he didn't have to worry about food this winter. The village chief smiled and was about to speak when Yang Kai stepped forward and said, "Village chief, don't you think that the horde of beasts this time is a bit strange?" The village chief frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "You also noticed it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Village chief, what did you notice?" The old village chief was silent for a while before he said, "Savage beast, there is a savage beast that is commanding the horde of beasts." When he said this, many of the villagers' faces changed. Savage beasts were very powerful existences, and only those wizards could deal with them. Flesh and blood were nothing in front of a savage beast. So it's called a savage beast. Yang Kai followed the words. What he felt was just a monster beast that didn't have any intelligence, and that was why it was able to command the horde of beasts, making it so difficult to deal with this time's horde. Winter is coming. Those wild beasts must be looking for food. Although we have repelled them this time, if we don't eliminate them completely, they will definitely come back. The villagers' faces changed again. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. If there was no savage beast, those beasts wouldn't be a problem. But if there was a savage beast commanding them, then the situation would be different. If the horde of beasts attacked again one day, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the village. The village had lost enough warriors today, and they might not be able to deal with the next horde of beasts. "Village chief, why don't we ask for help from the tribe?" Who suggested? The village chief shook his head. "If we ask for help, then we will have to give more than half of the spoils we got today to the tribe. Are you willing to do that?" When the villagers heard this, they all shook their heads. So many people died to get these spoils of war. No one would agree to give more than half of it away. In this place, food was the foundation of survival. Then what should we do? Who frowned? Yang Kai said, "I'll go and kill it." As he spoke, he turned and chased in the direction where the horde of beasts retreated. Who was shocked. He grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said anxiously, "Anyo, don't be impulsive. You can't deal with a savage beast." Yang Kai gently opened his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a savage beast. You just wait for the good news." Who was startled, because when Kai Yang had pried open his hand, he had felt a shocking power. Was this still the Anyo he knew? "I'll go with you," Who said and wanted to chase after him. But after just 2 steps, he felt dizzy and staggered. The bloodthirsty skill had ended, and the sequela was about to break out. At this time, even if he went with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be of any help. Instead, he would become a burden. She watched helplessly as Kai Yang disappeared into the snowstorm. He turned his head and asked the village chief, "Village chief, what's wrong with Anyo?" The villagers all wanted to know the answer. The Anyo of today was almost a different person from the one they knew before. The village chief was silent for a long time before he said, "The barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn." The villagers suddenly understood. They didn't seem to doubt this explanation. No one even showed a look of jealousy. Yang Kai went alone with the stone axe in his hand. This experience was something he had never experienced before. He was a living person and a living battle. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of time and returned to the ancient times. He had become a member of the ancient times and witnessed the style of this era. He didn't know what he could gain from this experience, but he knew that the village he appeared in was the key. If he could win the villagers' favor, there might be unexpected gains. Therefore, he traveled alone to hunt that cunning and despicable savage beast. When the horde of beasts retreated, they left a lot of clues. The snow was full of footprints of ferocious beasts. Although the snow was heavy, it didn't cover these traces in time. Yang Kai continued to chase after them, but it didn't take him much effort to catch up to them. However, these beasts moved very fast. It would be impossible to catch up with them in a short period of time. It wasn't until the evening that Yang Kai chased them into a canyon. The snow had stopped. There were countless footprints and dark red blood on the canyon's snow. Looking from the outside, this canyon looked like a gourd. It was small on the outside and big on the inside. The surrounding cliffs were like mirrors. Even in the middle of the night, Yang Kai's eyesight could reach up to 10 kilometers away. He saw the end of the canyon. It was a dead end. Things were simple. Yang Kai grinned. He didn't want to make things too complicated. It was just a monster beast that had gained intelligence. He stood at the entrance of the canyon with the golden bloodthirsty light on his body. He put the stone axe on his waist and punched the cliffs on both sides. Boom boom boom, the loud noise echoed in the gourd canyon, startling the horde of beasts that had just returned. Countless beasts roared and rushed out from their hiding places. From a distance, they saw the dazzling golden light. The beasts stopped and looked in horror at the only exit of the canyon blocked by falling rocks. During the day, their companions had died under the hands of this golden light. At this moment, seeing this familiar and deadly golden light, they were naturally afraid and hesitated. If they could escape, they would run away as far as possible. They absolutely didn't want to meet this golden man. But now that the only exit of the canyon was blocked, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They had always been the ones to attack the barbarian villages. But they never thought that one day, the barbarians would attack them right at their doorstep. These ferocious beasts who lacked wisdom and experience were at a loss for a moment. They didn't know how to react. At this critical moment, a low roar came from the depths of the canyon. As if it was an order, the beasts reluctantly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned brightly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. He took the stone axe from his waist and stepped forward to meet the horde of beasts. A moment later, the slaughter resumed. Wherever the golden light passed, the beast hordes collapsed like bubbles, falling into pools of blood one after another. Yang Kai's pace was fast and firm as he slaughtered his way into the depths of the canyon. Roars and howls rang out one after another. Soon, the canyon was filled with a thick stench of blood that was extremely pungent. The stone axe in Yang Kai's hand was shattered. He simply abandoned the weapon and punched the beasts, breaking their bones and tendons. Chapter 2804. At dawn, Ahu appeared outside the village with a pale face. He had not recovered from the bloody battle yesterday. Especially the after-effects of the bloodthirst skill. Even if he was one of the best warriors in the village, he would be weak for at least a few days. It was impossible for him to fight again in these few days. He raised his head and asked a big tree at the entrance of the village, "What did you see?" A head popped out from the crown of the big tree. It was the barbarian boy who was in charge of logistics on the fence. "Brother Ahu, I didn't see anything," the boy replied. Ahu frowned. His face was full of anxiety. Nyo went to chase after the savage beast yesterday and did not return for the whole night. Everyone in the village was worried about him. The boy hid in the crown of the tree for 2 reasons. First, he was on guard. Second, he wanted to investigate Anyo's whereabouts. But the boys answered disappointed Ahu. Didn't the village chief say that Anyo is protected by the barbarian god? What are you worried about? Hua appeared behind Ahu with a longbow on her back. Ahu said, Anyo was blessed with the bloodthirst skill. Now that a night has passed, the bloodthirst skill must have disappeared. You know what the consequences will be. Even if the barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn, no barbarian could ignore the after-effects of the bloodthirst skill. Once he was surrounded by a herd of beasts in a weak state, he would only end up as food for the beasts. It's useless to worry. Believe in the barbarian god and Anyo. Hua patted Ahu's shoulder and turned to enter the village. Although the battle yesterday did not affect the village, there were still many things to be done. Brother Ahu. I saw a person, at this moment. The barbarian boy suddenly shouted. Who? Ahu raised his head. He asked nervously. I can't see clearly. The barbarian boy replied. Open your eyes wider. Ahu roared. The boy was speechless. He thought that it was not something that could be seen clearly by opening his eyes wide. But soon, he exclaimed, it's a savage beast. In his field of vision, he could clearly see the body of the savage beast approaching them at an extremely fast speed. What? Ahu and Hua turned pale with fright. They looked at each other and a horrifying thought involuntarily appeared in their minds. The village was finished. The savage beast had left and returned. The fate of Anyo, who was chasing after it, could be imagined. The bloody battle yesterday had caused most of the warriors in the village to lose their strength to fight again. Now that the savage beasts were attacking, who could defend against them? No, no. The young man changed his words again. His voice trembled with surprise. It's brother Anyo, it's brother Anyo. Who did not know how to scold him anymore. He said weakly, did you see clearly? Was it Anyo or a savage beast? One was a human and the other was a beast. How bad would one's eyesight have to be to confuse them? Hua did not say a word. In a flash, he dashed out and used both his hands and feet to quickly climb up the big tree. He stood on the crown of the tree and looked into the distance. As a sharpshooter, her eyesight was unquestionable. Just because the young man couldn't see clearly didn't mean that she couldn't see clearly. Who stood there uneasily, craning his neck and waiting. A short while later. Hua lowered her head and smiled, it's Anyo. Anyo is back with his beast. Who was stunned. Anyo killed a savage beast? Hua had already come down from the tree. She swung her long braids behind her back and nodded, yes, Anyo killed the savage beast. Who smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He immediately laughed out loud and then laughed wildly. He turned around and shouted to the village, come out, everyone. Anyo killed the savage beast and came back. Anyo killed the savage beast. The villagers who were busy were all stunned. They could hardly believe what they had heard and quickly put down their work. They all gathered at the entrance of the village and asked each other. Did Anyo really kill the savage beast? Who saw it? Who, you're not lying to us, are you? How can a good-for-nothing Anyo be so capable? He is not a good-for-nothing now. Thanks to him yesterday, the beast tide was defeated. He couldn't even pull a bow before. Why did he suddenly become a different person? The village chief said that the barbarian god gave him the power. Yang Kai carried the useless monster beast. Before he reached the entrance of the village, he saw a large group of people gathering there. They were all pointing in his direction. In front of the crowd, a pale Ahu waved and shouted at him with a smile on his face. Hua said that it was Ahu who had always given him food in the past so that he would not starve to death. Although Yang Kai did not personally experience this kind of thing, this body of his in this era had received Ahu's kindness. Yang Kai could also feel the care that this young barbarian had for him. he replied and lifted the savage beast from his shoulder. He raised it high and showed it to the villagers from afar. The next moment, the villagers shouted and rushed over to welcome the return of the hero. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was surrounded by hundreds of villagers. Every one of them patted his shoulder warmly. Their eyes were full of worship and gratitude. Then, they made way for Yang Kai to move forward. Yang Kai did not understand if this was some kind of etiquette, but every time they patted his shoulder, Yang Kai could feel the respect of these villagers. At the entrance of the village, the old village chief leisurely appeared with his walking stick. His hunched body was trembling, and he was about to die. Yang Kai walked in front of the village chief with countless villagers behind him. He put the monster beast on the ground and said with a grin, "Chief, I killed the savage beast." The village chief looked at the savage beast seriously and nodded, "Well done." There was not much praise, but it seemed more simple and friendly. Yang Kai was still grinning. At this time, many young barbarian boys and girls gathered around and looked at the savage beast on the ground. It was as if it was the first time they saw such a savage beast. Their eyes were full of curiosity. There were a few bold ones who wanted to touch it, but they were pulled back by their parents. At this time, a young girl walked out from the crowd with a bowl of turbid liquid in her hand. A faint wine fragrance filled the air. The young girl walked in front of Yang Kai and looked at him shyly. Her cheeks were slightly red, but she did not look away. Her burning gaze made Yang Kai somewhat at a loss. Strictly speaking, barbarian girls did not meet Yang Kai's aesthetic standards. However, this young girl was somewhat different from other girls. Although she was also very tall, Yang Kai was somewhat stunned by her beauty. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at the village chief curiously. The village chief said, "Only the most outstanding warriors in the village are qualified to drink this bowl of barbarian god wine. You can drink it." This was really wine, although he smelled the wine fragrance. If the village chief did not say so, Yang Kai would not be sure that this bowl of turbid liquid was wine. Yang Kai took the stone bowl from the young girl and drank it in one gulp. A burning sensation spread from his throat to his abdomen. A strange power spread from his stomach and slightly shook his meridians. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but before he could carefully feel it, he was grabbed by the surrounding villagers and lifted up high. The villagers shouted Anyo's name, threw him up and caught him, then threw him up and caught him again. God knows how many women's hands took advantage of Yang Kai, touching his exposed muscles and vital parts. Barbarian girls had always been so unrestrained and direct, making Yang Kai's face turn red. It was fine if those young girls took advantage of him, but there were also some old women. Why did they come to join in the fun? The whole village was in high spirits, as if it was the new year. After a long time, the villagers put down the dizzy Yang Kai. Yang Kai staggered for a while, only feeling that the after effects of the bloodthirsty technique were not so strong. The village chief smiled and stretched out his hand to the side. The boy who was on the lookout immediately took off the stone dagger from his waist and handed it to the village chief. The village chief bent down and dissected the barbarian beast. It could be seen that the village chief was proficient in this field. After a while, he took out a rolling, fingernail-sized thing from the barbarian beast and handed it to Yang Kai. "Soak it in wine and you will become stronger." Countless villagers showed an envious expression as they stared at the blood-stained ball. Isn't this an inner core? Moreover, it is a low-level inner core. Yang Kai reached out and took it. It turned out that the ancient barbarians directly consumed inner cores. Thinking about it, in this era, martial arts were not popular. The art of alchemy must be in a state of ignorance. How could they refine spiritual pills? Directly consuming a monster beast's inner core could increase one's strength, but there would also be hidden dangers. The inner core was the essence of a monster beast. Not only did it store the monster beast's source of strength, it also contained the monster beast's bestial nature. If a human consumed it, it could affect one's temperament. This barbarian beast is your spoils of war. Take it back too. Consuming it for a long time will also make you stronger. The village chief pointed at the barbarian beast that Yang Kai brought back and said, "Okay." Yang Kai did not refuse. Although he had only been here for a day and did not have time to carefully appreciate the ancient scenery, Yang Kai could feel that these villagers were a very sincere and simple group of people from their straightforward way of doing things. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai said, "By the way, village chief, in the valley where I killed the barbarian beast, there are more than 300 corpses of wild beasts. Should I ask someone to bring them back? If necessary, I can lead the way." Hearing this, many villagers were overjoyed. The village chief said, "Of course we can't give up on precious food. But let's wait for a few days. Everyone is too tired." Who smiled and said, "Village chief, Nyo is back now. We also have food for the winter. Shouldn't we celebrate today?" As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out. Although the other villagers did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at the village chief. "You only know how to eat." The village chief raised his walking stick and lightly knocked Ahu's head. Ahu did not dodge. After being hit, he rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly, looking very shameless. The village chief said, "Okay, today we will let everyone eat until they are full." The villagers immediately cheered. Chapter 2805. Food was the most important thing for the people. This was an unchanging truth. In ancient times, being able to eat until one was full was definitely the most extravagant enjoyment. The barbarians' cooking method was extremely simple, and that was roasting. Large chunks of beast meat were skewered on wooden sticks. Bonfires were lit all over the village. The villagers roasted the beast meat on the fire. The golden color and the crackling oil made people's mouths water. Although they had gotten the beast meat yesterday, the entire village, including the village chief, did not eat a single bite. Because everyone was waiting for the hero's return. Now that Anyo was back, it was naturally time to celebrate. The aroma of barbecued meat soon filled the village. There were no complicated seasonings, so they directly grabbed the meat and tore it into their stomachs. Some of the meat even had traces of blood on it, indicating that it wasn't completely cooked, but the villagers still enjoyed it and ate it with relish. In front of Kai Yang was the fattest part of a wild beast's body. This treatment was something that even the most respected village chief didn't get to enjoy, because he was the one who repelled the beast horde and killed all the wild beasts. Naturally, he received the best treatment. Yang Kai planned to just casually deal with it. After all, at his level of cultivation, it would not matter much even if he did not eat. But when the smell of roasted meat floated to the tip of his nose, there was a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. He actually felt hungry. How could this happen? He was in the Emperor realm and had long passed the time to eat. Normally, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his body's needs. But in this strange place, he actually felt hungry. And a trace of fatigue. This world was so real. He did not think too much. Influenced by the villagers, he also reached out to grab the roasted beast meat and ate it in big bites. The village women took out the preserved dried fruits, and the village chief also ordered people to bring out the sealed fruit wine. The entire village was filled with an extremely lively and celebratory atmosphere. Even so, the security was not lowered. There were still villagers standing guard outside the village to prevent the smell of roasted meat in the village from attracting the attention of the wild beasts. There was a whole day of celebration. Yang Kai didn't know how much food he had eaten and how much fruit wine he had drunk. In the end, he actually felt a little tipsy. He staggered back to his cabin and fell asleep immediately. Vaguely, he felt that someone had entered his wooden house. Although he was tired, although he was drunk. However, Yang Kai still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. He opened his eyes in an instant and shouted, "Who is it?" Just as he finished speaking, he felt a burning hot body burrowing into his animal skin quilt, reaching out to hug his waist, and burying a head into his chest. A delicate fragrance instantly lingered at the tip of his nose. His cheeks were tickled by her messy hair. There was no hostility. On the contrary, the breathing of the person in his arms seemed to be rapid and nervous, and she was trembling slightly. Yang Kai suddenly woke up and leaned his head back. With the help of the hazy moonlight coming through the window, he saw the face of the person in his arms. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai looked at the girl in astonishment. It was actually the tall girl who had toasted him during the day. Yang Kai could more and more feel the amazing elasticity of the girl's body in his arms. "Brother Anyo." The girl murmured and looked up at Yang Kai. There was a hint of boldness in her shyness. Her red lips squirmed. It was extremely seductive. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little confused. He subconsciously said, "What are you doing here?" As soon as he said that, he knew that he was being stupid. She had made it so obvious. What else could she do? Sure enough, the girl whispered, "Brother Anyo, I'm 15 years old today." There was not much explanation, but Yang Kai vaguely guessed what 15 years old meant to the barbarian girl. It should mean that she had become an adult, which meant that she had become a woman. On her 15th birthday, there should be a good gift. And it was the girl's decision to give herself to the most outstanding warrior in the village. After realizing this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. If this was the real world, it would be fine. The barbarians should be very open about this kind of thing. They were not as rigid and conservative as the women in the mortal world. At most, it was just a brief love affair. No one would feel that they had lost out. But the problem was that this was a secret place. Even now, Kai Yang couldn't tell if this was real or if he had fallen into an illusion. If it was the latter, then what was the meaning of all this? At most, it was just a dream. Just as Yang Kai's mind was spinning, the young girl once again snuggled into his arms. Her hot body pressed against him, as if wanting to melt him. She whispered softly, "Brother Anyo, do you like I?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "Yes, I do." Everyone loved beauty, not to mention such a pure and beautiful girl full of ancient charm. And I smiled brightly. She turned around and sat on him. She reached out and pulled, and the simple animal skin clothes on her upper body fell off. Under the moonlight, the girl's beautiful and perfect curves were clearly visible. Yang Kai suddenly had the urge to have a nosebleed. How many years had it been since he last touched a girl's skin like this? Since they left the territory of the hometown star, it seemed that they had been hanging together like shadows. Seeing such a stimulating scene for the first time, even though Yang Kai's mental cultivation was good, he still couldn't bear it. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly said. "What's wrong?" And I looked at him curiously. Yang Kai's mind turned quickly. He swallowed and said, "I'm injured." "Seriously injured?" And I covered her mouth, as if she was frightened. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai said awkwardly, "It's nothing serious." "Then it's okay." And I reached out to take off Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai held on tightly. Deep in his heart, he was in a dilemma. He said, and I, "Don't be impulsive." And I paused and looked at him in disbelief. She said, "Brother Anyo, do you hate me?" "No, I don't." Yang Kai hurriedly denied. "Then why?" And I pursed her red lips, as if she had been hit head-on by a giant beast and suffered great damage. "I just think that we should be more cautious about this kind of thing," Yang Kai said seriously. And I looked at Yang Kai seriously. After a while, she turned around and grabbed the clothes that had been thrown aside. She turned over and jumped off Yang Kai's body. With tears in her eyes, she rushed out of the door. And I. Yang Kai called out, but there was no response. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost. After being disturbed by the girl, Yang Kai's sleepiness was completely gone. He simply got up and sat cross-legged on the bed. His mind was a mess. It took him a while to calm down and think about what to do in this sealed world. This strange place had completely suppressed and sealed his emperor chi, so he could only rely on his physical strength. Previously, when he was chasing the monster beast, Yang Kai also tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, but found that his spiritual energy was sealed just like his emperor chi. He could not feel the slightest trace of it. There were only 5 days left until the 1-month deadline, and he had already stayed in this village for 2 days. In other words, there were only 3 days left before he had to leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda. What could he obtain from this sealed world in these 3 days? But no matter how he looked at it, what could this dilapidated and ancient village give him? At his peak, he could probably destroy dozens or even hundreds of such villages with a single blow. Subconsciously thinking about his secret art, Yang Kai was suddenly stunned. He actually felt a trace of power flowing through his meridians. Although it was very weak and could even be said to be illusory, it was definitely his emperor chi. Why did his emperor chi suddenly appear? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly remembered that today, when he returned from killing the monster beast, and I toasted him. After drinking the bowl of barbarian god wine, he vaguely felt a trace of abnormality in his meridians. At that time, he wanted to check it but was interrupted by the enthusiasm of the villagers. Was it the effect of that bowl of wine? At today's celebration banquet, although he also drank wine, it was not the same as the bowl I toasted him before. The bowl I brought was definitely specially given to her by the village chief. This discovery made Yang Kai a little overjoyed. A bowl of turbid wine could make his meridians produce some emperor chi, so what if he had more of that wine? Could he recover some of his strength? Or even recover to his peak? He could not wait to ask the village chief for more wine to confirm his thoughts. Although he had not encountered any danger since entering this sealed world, Yang Kai had to take precautions. In this ancient era, there was the existence of shamans. The powerful shamans were not as lame as the village chief. They were experts who were not inferior to the warriors of the present day. Turning his head to look out of the window, Yang Kai sighed. Everything could only wait until tomorrow. He did not know when he fell asleep again. At dawn the next day, Yang Kai woke up immediately and walked out of his wooden house. Many of the villagers had already woken up early and were busy in the village. When they saw Yang Kai, they showed respect and nodded slightly, but when they turned around, they could not stop laughing. A few of them even gathered together and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. 1 or 2 of them would not be a big deal, but the key was that all the villagers he met were like this. Yang Kai wanted to ask where the village chief's house was, but he did not know where to start. What was going on? Yang Kai was confused. I heard that and I went to your house last night and then came out very quickly. Who appeared out of nowhere and asked Yang Kai with a sneaky smile. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? Who couldn't stop laughing. He pointed his finger and said, everyone knows that. Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. No wonder these villagers behaved so strangely. It turned out to be because of this. How did everyone know? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. It did not matter to him, but he did not know if it would affect Ani's reputation. After all, the village was not big. Once this kind of news spread out, it would definitely be known by everyone. Who said, someone on night duty saw it. Then, she moved closer to him mysteriously and whispered, are you impotent? You are incapable. Yang Kai was angry. Who laughed. Chapter 2806. Village Chief, good luck. In the old wooden house, Yang Kai met the only wizard in the village. Although the village chief was old, he still woke up early. At this time, he was holding a bowl of noodles and drinking with relish. Hearing the voice, the village chief glanced at Yang Kai. After he finished the food, he put down the stone bowl and said, Anyo, what's the matter? I want to ask you for some barbarian god wine. Yang Kai went straight to the point. Barbarian god wine. The village chief was stunned. He stood up and asked with his cane, "What do you want it for?" "It's delicious, I want to drink another bowl." Yang Kai replied. The corner of the village chief's mouth twitched, but soon, he seemed to have realized something. He looked Yang Kai up and down, his turbid eyes shining with an astonishing light as he asked in a trembling voice, Did you awaken the power of a shaman?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. The village chief's thought process was too fast for him to keep up. "Give me your hand." The village chief excitedly reached out to grab Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was suspicious, he did not refuse. He let the dull hand grab his wrist. The next moment, he felt a weak force invade his meridians and spread up his arm. The village chief trembled even more. His old face was red as if he had aged a few decades. He said in surprise, "It really is the power of the wizard, it really is the power of the wizard. Might Sangnan village has a successor." "You mean this?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He activated the little emperor's core in his body and a light burst out from his fingertip. The village chief stared at it and nodded repeatedly. "This is the power of the wizard. This is the power of the shaman." As he spoke, the shaman's voice rang out. As he spoke, he walked out of the wooden house and knelt on the ground. His face was full of sincerity. He put his hands together and said, "Thank you, barbarian god, for your blessing." Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked forward to help the village chief up. He did not want the village chief to die from being too excited. The village head took a deep breath. He patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Anyo, you are now a member of the wizard." "I am very happy." Yang Kai said, "But I'm very confused." Village chief chuckled, "There's no need to be lost, the barbarian god will guide you in the right direction. You came to find me because you felt this power, right? Is that why you came looking for my barbarian god wine?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and stuck his head into the house to take a look. Although he was the village chief, there were only 4 bare walls in the wooden house. He could see everything clearly at a glance. Yang Kai didn't see any trace of the barbarian god wine. There's no more barbarian god's wine. The bowl from yesterday is the only one left in the village. The old village chief seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions and explained, "The barbarian god wine was originally brewed for us barbarians to activate the power of the wizard. It requires a lot of materials and the brewing process is extremely complicated. That bowl was also left over from the ceremony 2 years ago." "Ceremony?" Yang Kai frowned. Village chief said, "Did you forget? 2 years ago, you, Tiger, and the other young people in the village all participated in that ceremony. It was a ceremony to determine if you have the qualifications to become a wizard. Unfortunately, none of you passed at that time." Yang Kai vaguely understood what he was talking about. "I didn't expect you to have the power of the wizard now," the village chief said with a relieved expression. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. "Is there really no more barbarian god wine?" Yang Kai didn't give up and asked. He still wanted to see if he could use the barbarian god wine to restore part of his power. Chapter 2807. You. In front of the shabby wooden house, the village chief stared at Yang Kai in shock. His mouth opened and closed, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't even speak properly. After a night, he found out that Anyo had become a real wizard's disciple. A wizard's disciple. He had worked hard all his life to become a wizard's disciple, but he didn't expect Anyo to achieve it in just one night. In comparison, he felt like he had lived a dog's life. He could feel that Yang Kai's blood was extremely vigorous. The wizard's power lingered around his body, and it seemed that he was more than twice as strong as a wizard's disciple. "Village chief, time is of the essence. Let's not talk nonsense. If you have any special skills, quickly teach me." Yang Kai walked straight into the village chief's wooden house. He had been in the village for 3 days, and there were only 2 days left. Naturally, he had to hurry up. The village chief was stunned for a moment, but he followed him in. The two of them spent the whole morning teaching. In addition to teaching Yang Kai a few wizard skills, the village chief also explained to him the division of wizard's power. Yesterday, Yang Kai had just activated the power of a wizard and received the recognition of the barbarian god. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a real wizard. But today, he was a real wizard's disciple, and also a wizard's beginner. Above the wizard's disciple, there was the wizard, then the wizard, the great wizard, the wizard king, the wizard saint, and the highest realm was the wizard god. Every realm was further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. For example, the village chief was a mid-rank wizard's disciple. But today, Yang Kai was a real high-rank wizard's disciple. He was one rank higher than the village chief. He was only one step away from becoming a wizard. After becoming a wizard, he could learn more powerful wizard skills. Unfortunately, the village chief didn't know how to teach him, so naturally, he couldn't teach him. According to the village chief, the most powerful wizard god was only a legend among the many realms. It had not appeared for many years. There were a few wizard saints, but they were all in the most powerful tribes. Tsangnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. The most powerful wizard in the tribe was only a wizard king, which was one realm lower than the wizard saint. After a whole morning of teaching, Yang Kai not only learned more ancient characters, but also gained a deeper understanding of the ancient world. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yang Kai had learned bloodthirst. This was Yang Kai's first harvest in this secret realm. The wizard training method that he had learned yesterday was of no value. It only allowed him to cultivate in this world. Once he left this secret realm, the cultivation method would become useless. Sometimes, the bloodthirsty technique could be used. However, the village chief had also said that the bloodthirst technique he had grasped was only the lowest level of bloodthirst technique. Not to mention the short duration. The after effects were also very serious. The bloodthirst technique that the great wizard of the big tribes had mastered was much better than his. Although there would be after effects, it would not make people weak for a few days. However, using that kind of bloodthirst technique required a lot of power as support. At noon, Yang Kai walked out of the village chief's house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to improve, but the village chief had nothing to teach him. Other than those ancient characters, the village chief had already taught him everything he had learned in his life. Yang Kai had digested everything in one go, which made the village chief feel like he was a celestial being. From now on, come here every day to learn for 2 hours. You will have to rely on your own efforts to cultivate. I have nothing else to teach you. When the village chief sent Yang Kai out, his tone was a little lonely but also a little gratified. Although no matter which era it was, the new generation would replace the old generation, Yang Kai's outstanding performance still made the village chief feel that he was incompetent and powerless. Waves of painful shouts and screams entered his ears. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the village was under attack again. When he looked up, he found that he was thinking too much. He saw that in the spacious area of the village, there were many barbarian people who were in extremely strange positions. It was even more shameful for humans. Their muscles were trembling non-stop, and large drops of sweat rolled down their skin, wetting the ground. Under all kinds of positions, these barbarian people seemed to be persevering with great difficulty. From time to time, they would let out 1 to 2 screams, but they were still persevering. Yang Kai's eyesight was outstanding. With a glance, he could tell that this was a kind of body refining technique. He immediately walked over with some surprise. Although he didn't know what kind of effect this kind of body refining technique would have, he knew that this body refining technique was definitely not ordinary by looking at the physique of the barbarian people in the village. Ah Nyo. Ah who was bending his body into the shape of a bow, suddenly shouted when he saw Yang Kai coming over. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, his face suddenly changed. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. His bent body suddenly bounced up and flew more than 10 feet away. He heavily hit a big tree and spat out blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly walked over and helped Ah Hu up. "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Ah Hu grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be used to it. "Congratulations, I heard from the village chief that you have activated the power of a wizard?" "It was just a fluke." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Ah Hu shook his head. "This is not a fluke, but a gift from the barbarian god." He patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily and said, "Anyo, you are a wizard, so you will be the next village chief. Practice hard, the future of the village depends on you." Yang Kai responded with a few words with a wry smile, thinking that he was going to leave in 2 days. How could he have a future? But Yang Kai did not say much in front of the characters in the illusion. He changed the topic and said, "I see that you are practicing." Ah Hu said, "Yes, do you want to practice with us?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't know how to do it." "Come on, I will teach you." Ah Hu was very enthusiastic. He pulled Yang Kai to join the practice army, laughing very happily. Ah Nyo was really different. After receiving the favor of the barbarian god, he really changed. In the past, Ah Hu wanted to ask him to practice with him, but he was rejected every time. It seemed that he would rather hide in his house than communicate with the villagers. But today, Ah Nyo took the initiative to practice, so Ah Hu was naturally overjoyed. Although Ah Nyo was a wizard, a strong body was still the foundation. Then, Hu began to teach Yang Kai how to practice. These barbarians were not wizards, so they did not have the power of a wizard. Their practice was naturally aimed at the physical body. In other words, they were practicing the physical body. Ah Hu explained to Yang Kai the various postures of this body, tempering secret art to the surrounding barbarians who were using all kinds of strange postures. Yang Kai naturally memorized everything. The role of the physical body was not only important in the ancient barbarians, but also in today's world. Most of the cultivator today only focused on the improvement of their cultivation, but they ignored the refinement of their physical body. They did not know that the physical body was the carrier of all power. Only when the physical body was strong could they exert more power. Yang Kai himself benefited from a strong physical body, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. In less than half an hour, Kai Yang had completely mastered the barbarian body secrets. He was shocked. Although he did not practice it himself, the body refining technique was undoubtedly a very advanced body refining technique. Did the ancient barbarians use this kind of technique to refine their bodies? No wonder they were all as strong as dragons and tigers. It did not matter whether this place was an illusion or not, or whether the people and things he met were illusions. The body refining technique alone was enough to make Yang Kai's trip worthwhile. Yang Kai's physical body was indeed strong. The body refining technique did not give him much room for improvement, but what about the disciples of the High Heaven Palace? What about his friends and family who were still in the territory of the hometown star? If they practiced the body refining technique, their physical attributes would definitely improve by a few levels. It would also be easier for them to improve their cultivation. After testing it himself, Yang Kai was even more certain of his guess. The body refining technique was really not to be underestimated. Even with his current physical body, he still felt a little tired when he practiced it. While his whole body was aching, his body seemed to have become more condensed. He spent the whole afternoon practicing. When night fell, many of the barbarians returned home exhausted. Ah Hu warmly invited Yang Kai to his house. Yang Kai thought that since he did not have any food at home, he might as well go to Ah Hu's house to eat and drink. He immediately nodded and agreed. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai repeated the same life. In the morning, he would go to the village chief's house to learn the ancient language. After that, he would train his body with Ah Hu and the others. At night, he would return to his wooden house to meditate and train. Without the supplement of the monster beast's flesh and blood essence and inner core, Yang Kai's training speed slowed down. After 2 whole days, he still could not cross the threshold of wizard. However, it did not matter. It was already the 5th day, and the 1-month deadline was almost up. It was time to say goodbye to this world. He sat in his wooden house and did not want to see anyone, waiting to be expelled from this world. 3 days later, Ahu came to knock on the door. Not long after, the door opened. Yang Kai looked at him with his blood-red eyes. "Ah Nyo, why haven't you appeared for a few days? The village chief asked me to ask about the situation. Everyone is very worried about you." Behind Ahu, hundreds of villagers stood there neatly. Even and I, who was angered to tears by Yang Kai that night, was standing in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. "Did something happen?" Ahu asked nervously. "Nothing, I'm practicing the wizard skills that the village chief passed to me." "Sorry for the trouble." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Ahu was relieved. "That's good," we thought. "Oh right, the village chief said that he wants to go to the canyon to bring back the dead beasts. He needs you to lead the way. It's going to snow soon. If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave the village." "Okay, you go first. I'll follow you later." Yang Kai replied and closed the door. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai roared in his heart. Sangnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. If they were all from the southern barbarian tribe, it would be easy to negotiate. "Wait a minute." Yang Kai stopped him. "Don't trouble yourself." Who looked at him curiously. Yang Kai gently took a breath and slightly raised his hand. There was an ancient and rough language in his mouth, and there was a weak power fluctuating in his body. In the next moment, the air in front of Yang Kai suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread out, a translucent image suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The image seemed to be facing the entrance of the canyon. Under the control of Yang Kai, the image kept moving inwards. Eagle Eye Skill. Ahu's eyes lit up. This was the village head's Eagle Eye Skill. This magical wizard skill could give the user an eagle's vision, which was most suitable for reconnaissance. Didn't Anyo just become a wizard a few days ago? He even learned such a brilliant wizard skill. No wonder the village head said that the village had a successor, and everything in the future depended on Anyo. Hundreds of villagers stood behind Yang Kai. All of them were inexplicably excited, and their eyes were full of worship. The Eagle Eye Skill silently continued to move into the canyon. Wherever it passed, everything was clear at a glance. When Yang Kai pushed his Eagle Eye into the interior of the canyon, he saw the light of a dozen bonfires in front of him. Beside each bonfire, there were 7 or 8 burly barbarian race people gathered. Above the bonfires were roasted golden beast meat. The barbarian race people were all smiling and talking cheerfully. Ahu and the others' eyes suddenly turned red. The meat was originally the property of Sangnan village, but now it was taken by a group of people who came out of nowhere. The hatred of stealing food was irreconcilable. Hua's face slightly changed. She whispered, "They are from the wrathful flame tribe." She saw the ferocious patterns painted on the barbarians' faces. "They are from the wrathful flame tribe." Ahu's face also became a little ugly. "Why are they a group of barbarians?" Yang Kai leisurely glanced at him. In his heart, he thought, "In my eyes, you are no different. How dare you call others barbarians?" At this moment, beside a bonfire, a burly figure suddenly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes, like dancing flames, stared straight at the Eagle Eye Skill. In the eyes of the villagers of Sangnan village, this barbarian seemed to be staring at them. They could not help but feel a little creepy. Humph. The burly man suddenly snorted coldly. He suddenly pointed forward with a crutch in his hand. The next moment, the Eagle Eye Skill was directly broken, and the air in front of Yang Kai burst into a ball of fire. We are discovered. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That is their wizard. Ahu's face was livid. The barbarian warrior moved his eyes away from Tiger and looked down at Yang Kai standing in front of him. He was somewhat surprised. "Are you their wizard?" "It's the real deal." The barbarian warrior frowned. "How can you be so weak?" Chapter 28:10. The barbarians' battle had always been known to be simple and violent. Bravely moving forward was their instinct, but that was only limited to ordinary barbarians. The battle between wizards was not a battle of brute force, but a battle of one's own cultivation and the wizard's skills. When he agreed to this wizard's challenge, Ye had already thought of several ways to defeat him in an instant. He was just an upper-level wizard, and he couldn't do anything to him. Whether it was in terms of level or combat experience, this wizard couldn't be compared to him at all. So when Ye saw Yang Kai rushing straight at him, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Wasn't he a wizard? Why didn't he use wizard skills? Why was he acting like an ordinary barbarian? The sudden shock made him hesitate for a moment, but in the end, he was an experienced mid-level wizard. Ye quickly came back to his senses. His mouth spoke an ancient and rough language, and the wooden staff in his hand gently waved forward. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and turned into a solid and transparent shield in front of him. Then he didn't stop and pointed his staff forward. A fireball the size of a wash basin burst out and rushed toward Yang Kai. He won. The two simplest wizard skills, one for defense and one for attack, perfectly demonstrated Ye's super ability as a wizard. That fireball was impossible to resist even for a low-level wizard, so this upper-level wizard could only regret. Ye stood there calmly with a mocking expression in his eyes. He was quietly enjoying the scene of Wuxia being defeated by him. When the fireball shot out, the villagers of Tsangnan village all cried out in alarm. Everyone's face was filled with worry and dread. Who opened his mouth to shout out a warning, but Kai Yang turned a deaf ear to him and went straight to meet the fireball. There was a loud bang. When the fireball burst out, the valley was illuminated, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. The hearts of the hundreds of villagers of Tsangnan village suddenly sank to the bottom. It's over, it's over. Nyo is over. How could he survive being hit by such a big fireball? The future hope of Tsangnan village had fallen just like that. Tiger clenched his fists. He blamed himself in his heart. He should have stopped the duel between Nyo and the wizard Ye. Even if he had to take the risk of blaspheming the barbarian god, at least it was better than him losing his life. A moment later, Hu and the others regained their vision. When they looked at Ye angrily, their eyes suddenly widened as if they had seen a ghost. A few of the villagers rubbed their eyes hard, trying to see more clearly. As for the originally gloating Raging Flame tribe's members, their expressions suddenly changed as they were startled. He saw Ye standing stiffly in the same place. Wuxia, who should have died under the huge fireball, actually rushed in front of him and looked at him with a smile. Nyo didn't have any serious injuries on his body, only his hair seemed to be burned a little. "Master Fong. I think I won, what do you say?" Yang Kai looked up at Fong with a smile. Fong's face slightly twitched a few times. He couldn't understand how such a scene could happen. His fireball should have hit the other side, how did he dodge? But if he were to admit defeat, the battle has just begun. Fong growled, his mouth once again echoing with the ancient and rough language. He lifted his crutch and pointed it at Yang Kai. But this time he didn't have the chance to release the wizard spell. Just as he lifted his crutch, Yang Kai threw a punch. The magical shield in front of Fang's began to distort. It was like a squashed balloon. The terrible power quickly exceeded the limit of the wizard's shield and it shattered. Fang's eyes widened in a split second, his whole body cold. Yang Kai closed the distance. The reason why he didn't dodge and insisted on releasing the wizard's spell was that he had absolute confidence in his wizard's shield. He believed that this wizard couldn't break his wizard's shield, so he stood there honestly. But who knew that the wizard's shield that he was so proud of couldn't even take a punch from the opponent? The wizard spell just now was not wrong. How could it be so weak? Boom, the fist hit his face. Fang's face was distorted in an instant. At the same time, his body, which was almost half the size of Yang Kai, flew high like a kite and landed heavily on the ground, making a sound. Before he could stand up, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him like a cheetah. One hand grabbed his neck, the other hand raised high, clenched into a fist, and grinned. Master Fang, do you want to admit defeat, or do you want me to beat you until you admit defeat? The body that was supposed to be weak and small suddenly became as majestic as a towering mountain in Fang's vision. You cheater! Fang shouted angrily. His eyes were full of unwillingness. If it wasn't for this wizard's tricks that caught him off guard, he might not have lost this battle. He was an intermediate wizard, and this wizard was only an advanced wizard. There was a difference of 2 ranks between them. Yang Kai sneered, next time when you meet a savage beast, do you expect it to compete with you in wizard spell and not get close to you? Fang was stunned and suddenly stopped talking. Let go of Master Fang. Quickly let go. The Raging Flame Tribe's barbarian tribesmen immediately surrounded Yang Kai. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Yang Kai with hostility. Although injuring a noble wizard was a big crime for any barbarian, but seeing their own wizard being pressed to the ground, the people of the Raging Flame Tribe couldn't remain indifferent. Yang Kai turned his head and coldly glanced at the barbarians of the Raging Flame Tribe. The corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing a disdainful smile. Everyone back off. Fang waved his hand and shouted. Many of the Raging Flame Tribe's clansmen heard this, and although they were unwilling, they still obeyed and retreated. However, they still didn't give up their vigilance against Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really killed Tooth Pain, then he would definitely provoke the crazy revenge of the barbarian tribe. After experiencing the humiliation of being defeated by the weak, Fang's expression calmed down a lot. He sighed and said, "You are right, I was careless." He didn't admit that his strength was inferior to Yang Kai. He just felt that he was too careless, and that was why he failed so miserably. Yang Kai knew what he was thinking, but didn't feel like talking to him. He tilted his head and said, "Then this fight," Fang dejectedly said, "you won, all the spoils are yours." There was no need to continue the fight. He was pressed to the ground like a grasshopper, so he didn't have the face to struggle. "You let me win." Yang Kai grinned and loosened his grip on Fang's neck. He got up and pulled him up. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a burning pain in his cheek. Just a moment ago, when Kai Yang had punched him, 2 of his teeth had been knocked out. His face was numb, but now that the numbness had passed, he could feel the pain. He didn't say anything. The loser didn't have the qualifications to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look and waved his hand, "Let's go." The people of the Raging Flame Tribe didn't say a word. They lined up behind their wizard, ready to take advantage of the night to return to the village. "Master Fang, wait a minute." Yang Kai stopped him. "What's the matter?" Fang looked back and puzzledly looked at Yang Kai. "Master Fang, don't you want these beasts?" Yang Kai asked while pointing at the frozen bodies of the beasts. Fang's expression changed. He angrily said, "Wizard, are you humiliating me?" He had lost the duel, so he was no longer qualified to touch these beasts. Yang Kai's question at this moment seemed like a deliberate provocation to him. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant, but Senior, you've mustered such a large force, and so many of your clansmen have come from afar. It should be to look for winter food reserves, right?" Fang took a deep breath and said, "Aren't you also here?" Yang Kai smiled, "In that case, I'm willing to give Master Fang a part of it." "What?" Fang was startled. Even the barbarians of the Furious Flame Tribe were extremely surprised. They looked at Yang Kai with astonishment. "I didn't count the last time I came here, but there should be 300 to 400 beasts in this valley. Master Fang, you see, I only have 100 villagers. Even if each of us can take 2 beasts back, there will still be a large number of them left here." The snow is coming, so we don't plan to come back this time. In other words, I'm afraid that the remaining beasts will be frozen here. Master Fong, if you don't mind, you can take the rest of the beasts back to the village. Although there aren't many of them, it should be enough to get through the winter if you use them sparingly. Are you really willing to do this? Fong couldn't believe his ears. This wizard was willing to give him a part of the spoils? He was right. There were indeed 300 to 400 dead beasts in this valley, but they didn't have enough people. It was impossible to bring all the beasts back to the village. Even if they took the rest of the beasts, there would be at least 100 of them. Each of these beasts was incomparably huge. It was enough for a person to eat for a whole month. If they used it sparingly, they would be able to get through the winter. But how was this possible? There was actually someone who was willing to give away the food in their mouth. This was like giving away your wife to other people to play with in today's world. In Fong's opinion, it was really unreasonable. But in any case, if this wizard was sincere, then the whole village should be grateful. Of course, in the name of the barbarian god, I, the wizard, will give the rest of the beasts to you. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Fong no longer had any doubts. If a wizard said it in the name of the barbarian god, then there wouldn't be any falsehood. He quietly looked at Yang Kai. After a while, he suddenly bent down and put his hand on his chest. Wizard, please forgive my previous rudeness and arrogance. Thank you for your generosity and generosity. The villagers of Sickle Fire Village of the Furious Flame Tribe will remember your kindness. You will be our friend forever. The other villagers of Sickle Fire Village of the Furious Flame Tribe also bent down and put their hands on their chests. This was the most noble etiquette of the barbarians. Hu and the others stood behind Yang Kai. There was a touch of glory on their faces. Chapter 28:11. The bonfire was jumping, and the smell of barbecued meat filled the entire canyon. The villagers of Lianhua Village and the villagers of Tsangnan Village were very harmonious, talking and laughing together. The two leaders of the wizard abandoned their former enmity, shook hands, and made peace. Their respective villagers also put down their vigilance and hatred, happily living together. The barbarians of Lianhua Village contributed the fruit wine they brought. The villagers of the two tribes ate the meat and drank the wine, as if they were wearing the same pair of pants. Beside the beautiful women of each village, there were many men from the other village. They were pursuing each other, intending to leave a spring dream in this canyon. Tiger and another villager of Lianhua Village were fighting in the open field. In the daily life of the barbarians, there was very little entertainment. The most common was this kind of close combat, and the friendship between the barbarians was based on fists. The villager of Lianhua Village who was fighting with Tiger was much stronger than him, and Tiger was young and full of vigor. For a time, the two people were very anxious, and they were evenly matched, making the other people who were watching constantly cheering. Yang Kai glanced at the battlefield and saw Tiger eat a fierce punch from the other side, bending like a shrimp, but taking advantage of the moment when the other side was careless, he suddenly attacked and kicked the other side's knee. The villager of Lianhua Village was caught off guard and knelt on the ground. Turning his head, Yang Kai said, Master Ya, you just said that wizard's shield, is it like this? When the words fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The fluctuation of spiritual power spread out, and the air in front of him rippled, turning into a transparent shield in front of him. Ya opened his mouth wide. After a while, he said, Yes. That's it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded and said, But this wizard's shield seems to be able to defend against a lower-level wizard. If a wizard of the same level cast a wizard, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist. Ya said, At least there is a buffer time, enough for people to dodge. At a critical moment, this can be a life-saving wizard. Yang Kai said, Master Ya is right. But I think it's better to cast the wizard's shield like this. While speaking, Yang Kai demonstrated, Ya was going crazy. After discussing with this wizard, he found that the other side's understanding of wizard was very shallow. Many of the commonly used wizard spells were not released, as if he had just learned wizard a few days, but this wizard's amazing understanding and creativity made him shocked. He explained and demonstrated a few commonly used spells, and the other party was able to cast them with ease. If it wasn't for his expression, he wouldn't have any ulterior motives. You would have doubted whether he was pretending. Top. Only those great wizards could do this kind of thing, right? Yeah, as an intermediate wizard, could only follow the lead of others. He followed the footsteps of others. He didn't have the ability to improve the wizard spells he learned, but he saw one miracle after another from this wizard. For the whole night, the two wizards got together to communicate, and both of them learned something. Yang Kai learned several simple and practical wizard spells, and Ye, after being inspired and demonstrated by Yang Kai, had a deeper understanding of those wizard spells. Although his level didn't increase, Ye felt that his strength had increased greatly. As long as he was given some time to digest what he learned tonight, even if he met a top wizard in the future, he would have the power to fight. At dawn, the people of the two villages were ready to go, and they parted ways at the entrance of the canyon. Ye looked at Yang Kai reluctantly and said, "Master Bull, please come to my Sickle Fire village as a guest. We will treat you and your people with the best food." Yang Kai laughed, "If there is a chance, Master Ye, please come to Tsangnan village when you are free." Ye's eyes lit up and said, "Okay, when the snow melts and spring comes, I will definitely go. See you later." Yang Kai clasped his fist. Ye was stunned. Although he didn't know what kind of etiquette it was, he still learned it. Yang Kai turned around, grabbed the hind legs of two beasts, dragged them on the snow, and led hundreds of villagers away. Ye watched Yang Kai leave and whispered, "I saw the rise of a new star." What? The villagers next to him asked suspiciously. "Nothing, let's go home." Ye waved his hand, and the villagers of Sickle Fire village each dragged a beast and returned home. Each person dragging two huge beasts in the snow was not a simple matter. The group of people of Tsangnan village returned to the village from the canyon 2 days later. Hundreds of villagers were warmly welcomed as heroes. After returning to the village, they immediately began to clean up the storage work. The village chief also trembled as he came over and asked if there were any accidents on this trip. Who told the village chief everything that happened with the people of Sickle Fire village? The village chief listened and nodded to Yang Kai. "Anyo, you did a good job. Although you are from different tribes, after all, we are all people. When you can help, don't be stingy." "I also think so." Yang Kai nodded. "Well, you are tired, go back and rest. I will talk to you tomorrow." The next day, Yang Kai went to find the village chief early in the morning. "Anyo, I want you to be the village chief of Tsangnan village. Are you willing?" After meeting, the village chief went straight to the point. Yang Kai froze for a moment, and then immediately refused. "This is not possible, don't be in a hurry to refuse." The village chief smiled as if he had already expected this. He sighed and said, "Let me finish." Yang Kai nodded. The village chief then continued, "I am old, and I don't have many years left to live. When I die, you will also take over the village chief position. Originally, I was worried that without the protection of the wizard, the village would be annexed by other villages. You also know what the villagers' lives will be like after the annexation. Fortunately, the barbarian god favored you and let you open the wizard's power. And now you are a high-grade wizard, which is higher than me. You are fully capable of taking over the village chief position. You are young, so I was not relieved to give the village chief position to you. But seeing how you handled the matter of Sickle Fire village, I know that you will not let me down in the future. You will not let the villagers down. You are a kind person, and you are a smooth person. I didn't see it before, so if you become the village chief, it will be better than me. The villagers will also believe in you." After experiencing the invasion of the Beast Tide and the confrontation with Fong, the villagers naturally respected Yang Kai. If he became the village chief, no one would say anything. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Village chief, I can't agree to this. Why? The village chief showed a trace of disappointment. He didn't expect that after saying so much, Yang Kai would still refuse. Yang Kai sighed. After all, he couldn't say that he was just here to gain experience in the sealed world. This village chief and all the other villagers might just be derivatives of the sealed world, and he would have to leave this place one day. I want to take advantage of my youth to go out and see. In the future, I probably won't have much time to stay in the village. You want to leave the village? The village chief looked at Yang Kai in surprise, but soon he was relieved. Yes, your talent is extraordinary. Being trapped in a place is not good for you. Go out and see more, it will be helpful for your growth. Village chief, I'm sorry. The village chief smiled, don't be sorry. You are a villager of Tsangnan village, no matter where you go. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's learn how to read. As usual, the village chief continued to teach Kai Yang how to recognize those strange ancient characters, as if nothing had happened. 2 days after Yang Kai brought the villagers back to the village from the canyon, snow fell, and the whole world seemed to have become frozen. In such an environment, even the beasts were not willing to go out, let alone people. The villagers also hid in their houses and didn't come out easily. Yang Kai's daily life was very regular. In the morning, he would learn the ancient words from the village chief, then he would go back to his wooden house to train his body. After that, he would accumulate the power of the wizard. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt that some barrier in his body had been broken. The power was flowing in his meridians, and his strength seemed to have skyrocketed in an instant. Wizard. From unlocking the power of a wizard to becoming an upper wizard, it only took one night. But from upper wizard to wizard, it took Yang Kai half a month. In these 10 days, Yang Kai had been waiting for this mysterious place to push him out, but it didn't happen. He started to wonder if he really fell into this mysterious place and couldn't get out. But no matter what, Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. This world was very strange. It suppressed his power of the Emperor realm, and even his divine sense couldn't be released. If not, he wouldn't be unable to open the dimension ring. According to the village chief, only when he increased his power to the level of a wizard would he have something like divine sense. So his current goal was to quickly cultivate to the level of a wizard, then open the dimension ring and take out the million monster beast cores. As long as he had the million monster beast cores as a foundation, the speed of his promotion would increase exponentially. When that time came, the Wizard King, Wizard Saint would be within his reach. Maybe, when the power of a wizard increased to a certain level, he would be able to find a way to leave this world. But from a wizard to a wizard, it was a huge leap. Yang Kai estimated that with his current cultivation speed, it would take at least a year and a half. He couldn't afford to wait. Being trapped in this mysterious place, his own power was the foundation of survival. He couldn't wait to become stronger. And the best way to increase his power was to find a monster beast. By killing a monster beast, he could obtain the flesh and core of the monster beast. Especially the core, he could directly consume it to increase his power. As long as he had enough monster beast cores, he could easily break through to the level of a wizard. He looked at the continuous mountain range in front of him. It should be here. Luo Baishan. This was the goal of Yang Kai's trip. When the village chief was training in the outside world, he didn't travel too far. This Luo Bai mountain was a point on his journey, and the yellowed map in his hand was given to him by the village chief before he left. According to village chief, there were many savage beasts living in Luo Baishan. Some of them were even as strong as Great Wizard. Village chief repeatedly warned Yang Kai to act according to his ability. However, Yang Kai's purpose was to find trouble with the savage beasts. How could he take village chief's warning to heart? After a short while, Yang Kai stepped into Luo Baishan. Another half a day later, in a cave, Yang Kai was breathing out hot air. He stepped on the corpse of a monster beast and said with dissatisfaction, "So weak." In his opinion, this monster beast was only equivalent to the 3rd or 4th rank. Now, even if he didn't use the power of a wizard, he could easily kill it with his body. However, it was better than nothing. Taking out the inner core of the monster beast, Yang Kai casually cleaned it and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine it. His abdomen made a strange sound as if thunder was rolling. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the inner core. Silently probing himself, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The result was not ideal. After refining the inner core of a monster beast, the increase in his strength was not very obvious. This monster beast seemed to be even weaker than the one he killed in the valley last time. Naturally, the energy stored in the inner core was not much. At this rate, even if he refined 1,000 inner cores, he might not be able to become a wizard. His goal was not far away. As long as he could become a wizard and have his own divine sense, it would be enough. Although he was not satisfied, he didn't have any better ideas. He could only persevere. While waiting to meet a stronger monster beast, he could slowly rely on numbers to accumulate power. In the following days, Yang Kai kept wandering in the Luobai mountain. He went all the way into the depths, specifically looking for monster beast to kill. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai killed a lot of monster beast and obtained a lot of monster beast inner cores. However, with so many monster beast inner cores in his stomach, it only increased his cultivation to the limit of a low-rank wizard. He didn't even break through to a mid-rank wizard. Weak, too weak. The monster beast in Luobai Mountain was too weak. It couldn't satisfy his needs. He originally planned to become a wizard in a month, then open the dimension ring and go into seclusion for 2 months. Finally, he would return to the village as a wizard king or even a wizard saint. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. He could only continue to go deeper and deeper, with an inexplicable expectation in his heart. On this day, Yang Kai was refining an inner core that he had just obtained. Suddenly, his ears moved, and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He heard a series of footsteps approaching the cave he was hiding in. And the footsteps didn't sound like they belonged to a person. There were actually other people in this damned place? It was winter and cold now. Other than him, who else could be wandering outside? Weren't they afraid of freezing or starving to death? While he was puzzled, those people had already entered the cave. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and said, "Be careful, there's the smell of blood." The footsteps suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard. However, Yang Kai could feel that the other party was slowly approaching him. Sure enough, not long after, a barbarian suddenly appeared and stopped 5 feet away from Yang Kai. When he first saw Yang Kai, the barbarian was obviously shocked. His expression became extremely stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet his fellow barbarians here. Following closely behind this barbarian, several other people appeared one after another. However, all of them looked extremely distressed, as if they had just experienced a great battle. The most miserable one had even lost an arm. Blood flowed endlessly, and his face was pale from the pain. Yang Kai only needed a glance to know that this barbarian's arm had been bitten off. However, a barbarian was a barbarian after all. Even if he had suffered such a serious injury, he did not make a sound. His other hand was still holding a cracked stone spear. "Who are you?" The barbarian leader looked at Yang Kai and asked. This guy in front of him had tender skin and did not look like a barbarian at all. Where did he come from? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked at him, but did not pay any attention to him. This arrogant and haughty attitude immediately annoyed the other party. Just as he was about to explode, a tall and slender woman suddenly appeared behind him. The woman had a cold expression and said, "Don't disturb him. He's cultivating." This woman seemed to have great prestige, so after she opened her mouth, the barbarian who had spoken up earlier was still angry, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and frowned. "Cultivating? Is he a wizard?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with surprise. "He is indeed a wizard, and a wizard." "Wizard?" The barbarian warriors were shocked. They could not believe their ears. But these words came from their wizard. Even if they did not want to believe it, they had to believe it. How could such a person be a wizard? The woman stepped forward and looked at Yang Kai. My companion was injured in the battle just now. We need a place for him to heal in peace. There is no suitable place nearby, so we can only choose here. But don't worry, we won't disturb you. Yang Kai gently nodded. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. The other party probably thought that he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, so she couldn't speak or disturb him. How could she know that Kai Yang was simply too lazy to pay attention to them? All he wanted to do was quickly refine the monster core in his abdomen. Thank you. The woman said thank you. Then, she led the others to a distance and arranged for the injured barbarian to sit down and heal him. Although Yang Kai did not know what method this woman used, Yang Kai felt that she should also be a wizard. Most likely, she was an upper wizard. In other words, her realm was higher than his. But she was a good person. She did not have any hostility towards him. After all, from her point of view, he was in a state where he could not stop his training. If she had any evil intentions, now was the best time to attack. Outside the cave, a few barbarians gathered together and watched their wizard heal their companion. The wizard spell that the woman used was very cold. It had the characteristics of freezing everything. Soon, the wound was frozen. She took out some herbs from the animal skin bag and gave them to the barbarian. Soon, the barbarian's expression eased a lot. He should not be in as much pain as before. The woman was also slightly relieved. At this time, a strange voice suddenly came from the side. He is poisoned. If you don't help him expel the poison, he will not live for long. Chapter 28:13. As soon as he said that, several barbarian warriors suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. They felt a chill down their spines. Although they were worried about the safety of their companions, their instincts as warriors still existed. However, none of them noticed that someone was approaching them from behind. This was simply inconceivable. If this person had any evil intentions, then they were afraid that they would have to give up their lives here. After all, this was a wizard. The woman who was called a wizard also trembled, but her reaction wasn't as intense as the barbarian warriors. She turned around and gestured to her companions to not be so nervous. Then she said, I know that he was poisoned. I also used the poison extraction technique. The effect wasn't ideal. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment, do you want me to help? You? The woman frowned. There was a look of distrust in her eyes. First of all, the wizard in front of her was a stranger. Who knew if he was good or evil? It was normal for wizards and barbarians to be impulsive when they were in different tribes. Second of all, Yang Kai was only a low-rank wizard. As a high-rank wizard, she couldn't do anything. How could Yang Kai solve this problem? Yang Kai shrugged, I was just saying it casually. Which tribe are you from? The woman asked. Yang Kai said, the Southern Barbarian tribe. He paused for a moment, then said, you are from the Snow Frost tribe, right? Thanks to the guidance of the village chief before he left, Yang Kai was able to recognize the origin of these barbarians. In this ancient world, some barbarian tribes had very obvious characteristics. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe he met in the canyon last time had a flame flower-like totem on their faces. That was the sacred green lotus flame of the Raging Flame tribe. Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe didn't have any totem on their faces, when the woman used the wizard technique, Yang Kai had a guess. However, not every barbarian tribe had very obvious characteristics. For example, the southern barbarian tribe where Tsangnan village was located didn't, so the woman couldn't recognize his origin. Being exposed by Yang Kai, the woman did not have the intention of concealing. She nodded and said, that's right. We are from the Snow Frost division. Do you have a way to cure him? We can give it a try. The woman frowned. Although she didn't think that Yang Kai had the ability, she had no choice but to try her best. After all, her poison tribesman's wound had been suppressed by her wizard. He also used the poison extraction technique to remove some of the poison, but it wasn't completely expelled. The bone-eroding wolf's bone-eroding poison was extremely ferocious. Even a little bit of it was enough to turn the strongest barbarian warrior into a puddle of thick water. If left alone, it would take at most 3 days. Their clansmen must die. However, 3 days was not enough for them to return to the tribe. Why don't you give it a try? The woman moved aside. Yang Kai stepped forward. However, a warrior of the Frost tribe shouted in a low voice, "Master." The woman raised her hand to stop the man from speaking. However, the gazes of the barbarian race warriors towards Yang Kai were obviously filled with distrust. Yang Kai didn't care. He walked straight to the injured tribesman and squatted down. He carefully examined the wound and felt some admiration in his heart. Fortunately, the barbarian warrior was strong and vigorous. Otherwise, such an injury would be enough to kill him 10 times over. However, he had lost an arm. Although he was poisoned, he didn't make a sound. His mind seemed to be very clear. Because of the pain, his face was pale and distorted. After looking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped the barbarian warrior a few times. His strength was neither light nor heavy. His spiritual energy surged. After a few slaps, the barbarian warrior's pale face suddenly turned red. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yang Kai was already prepared. He dodged. He didn't hesitate to shatter the frozen part of the broken arm. He grabbed the barbarian's shoulder with both hands and poured his spiritual energy into the barbarian's body. Under the watchful eyes of the barbarians of the Frost tribe, the injured barbarian's body suddenly trembled violently. Then, a roar was heard. It was like an injured beast. It made people feel shocked. In the next moment, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the broken arm. When the blood fell to the ground, there was a burst of sizzling sound. It corroded holes in the ground. One could see the intensity of the poison. The spurting of blood lasted for 10 breaths of time. During the whole process, if it weren't for the female wizard, the other barbarian warriors of the Frost tribe would have already stopped Yang Kai. After 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai stopped. He turned to the woman and said, "Seal his wound." Hearing this, the woman raised her hand and a cold air rushed toward the broken arm. In the blink of an eye, the wound was frozen. The barbarian warrior's face was as pale as paper because of excessive blood loss. His breath was so weak that it was almost undetectable. It was as if he was dead. When Yang Kai got up and took a few steps back, the barbarian warriors immediately rushed forward to check his condition. After a while, one of the barbarians raised his head and said, "He seems to be a lot better. It's just that he lost too much blood." He glanced at Yang Kai and his eyes became somewhat complicated. The female wizard nodded and said to Yang Kai, "My name is Feather." "What's your name?" "Bull." Yang Kai smiled. "So it's the wizard Bull. Thank you, barbarian god, for letting us meet here." Feather, who had been cold, finally showed a trace of a smile. Yang Kai said, "Although the poison of your companion has been removed, it will still be very troublesome if we leave him alone. It's best to take him back for treatment." "I understand." "Then, Wizard Bull, please wait for a moment." While speaking, Feather walked to the side of the barbarian warriors and whispered a few words. Then, one of the barbarian warriors carried the injured companion out of the cave. It seemed that they were going to take him back to the village for treatment. After returning to the village, Feather asked another barbarian warrior to take out some dried meat and water. She personally handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Thank you for saving my people. Barbarians are a family. Master Feather, you are welcome." Yang Kai grinned and did not refuse. He took the dried meat and water and began to eat and drink without any scruples. Yuta had a good impression of Yang Kai's forthright demeanor. The disdain and rejection he had felt when he saw Yang Kai's thin and weak physique had completely disappeared. Barbarians are a family. This was an interesting way to put it. Previously, I also used the poison extraction technique. But why is the effect much worse than yours? Feather humbly asked. Before coming to this cave, she had simply treated the injuries of her people. It was precisely because the remaining poison could not be extracted that she could only freeze the wounds and let her people take some herbs. She hoped that those herbs would be able to remove the poison. Although she knew that there was not much hope. You want to say that your rank is higher than mine, but why is the effect of the poison extraction technique not as good as mine? Yang Kai naturally knew what she meant. He smiled and said, sometimes, fine control is more important than great power. Feather heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while, she nodded and said, thank you. Yang Kai finished the dried meat in his hand and drank a mouthful of water. It's so cold. What are you doing outside? Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe were not afraid of the cold, under normal circumstances, they would not go out casually. In the cold winter, both wild beasts and barbarian beasts were very active because they were looking for food. The risk of being outside was much higher than usual. Where is Master Bull? Feather did not answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she asked him a question. Cultivating. Yang Kai grinned. Feather was startled for a moment. Then, she showed an admiring expression and said, we came out to collect herbs. We need them for the ritual in spring. Ritual. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Sangnan village was a small village. He did not know if there was such a thing as a ritual. However, he knew that in ancient times, rituals were very common. Even the great wizard would often perform a ritual. The object of the ritual was either the heavens or the totems of their tribe. The latter was more common. He smiled and said, it seems that your progress is not smooth. Feather said sadly, those herbs were guarded by a few bone-corroding wolves. We were ambushed. How many? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an interested expression. How many specifically? Feather said, 6. If not, with my strength, they would not have hurt our tribe. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed. After a moment, he sat up straight and asked in a deep voice, Master Feather, when you go to collect herbs again, do you need a strong helper? Feather was stunned and looked at Yang Kai. Her eyes also lit up. She was just thinking about whether she could ask this wizard for help. But after all, they were not familiar with each other and they were not from the same tribe. Feather really did not know how to ask for his help. She did not expect that wizard would take the initiative to ask for help. Although the self-proclaimed strong helper's words made her speechless, these details did not matter. The two wizards' words were enough to ensure the safety of the tribe. Wizard, what is your condition? Although Feather was happy, he did not lose his ability to judge. The southern barbarian tribe shaman, whom he had met by chance, had inexplicably taken the initiative to help. Those few savage beasts belong to me. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Feather would not agree to this condition. Although the herbs were precious, the value of the savage beasts was not low. There were several of them, and one of them was an upper-rank wizard. But the other side was only a lower-rank wizard. Giving him two was an acceptable condition. But because Yang Kai helped the tribe first, Feather just thought for a moment and agreed, okay, the savage beasts belong to you, and the herbs belong to us. Since she had made the decision, the other tribe members naturally had no objection. Yang Kai stood up and said, then let's not waste any time. Let's go. Feather frowned and said, but my tribe just fought a big battle. They need to rest for a day. The barbarian's physique was extremely strong, but in the previous battle, Feather had blessed them with bloodlust. Although it only lasted for a short period of time, the loss of innate blood made them a little weak. They were not as strong as they were at their peak. Don't bother, just follow me. Yang Kai took the lead and walked out of the cave, waving at Feather and the others. Several barbarian warriors looked at Feather with hesitation. Feather was also having a headache. He thought to himself, how can this Wunyou act so hastily and recklessly? But since it was already like this, she had nothing to say. She could only lead the team and follow. Chapter 28:14. In a mountain valley, Yang Kai, Feather, and the others were quietly lying in wait. Feather pointed to the front and said, "The snowflakes we need to collect are in front of us. Those bone-corroding wolves are also there." Yang Kai looked up and found that there were indeed traces of a battle. There was also a large pool of blood on the ground, the color was bright red, and the snow on the ground was full of messy footprints. "Wizard Bull, later we will cast wizard spells on my people. You will be in charge of the left side, and I will be in charge of the right side. Although there are 6 bone-corroding wolves, they are not difficult to deal with. We just need to be careful not to get bitten. Before we were also." Feather stared ahead and seriously discussed the battle plan with Yang Kai. But halfway through, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw that the wizard bull had disappeared. Where did he go? Feather was shocked and asked her people. The people seemed to have just reacted. When they looked around, one of the barbarian warriors opened his eyes wide and pointed to the front and said, He. Feather looked in the direction of his finger and her face changed. This idiot. This shaman bull actually swaggered over just like that. Once those few bone-corroding wolves were alerted, they would definitely fall into a bitter battle. She originally wanted to cooperate with the other party and sneak attack and kill 2 of them first. But now it seemed that this battle plan was impossible to implement. When she was about to call Yang Kai back, she saw that Yang Kai suddenly stood in the mountain valley and opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. He took a deep breath and enthusiastically shouted, "Dear friends, I am coming." La 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 la, the echo echoed in the mountain valley. The snow on the trees was shaken off. A few bone-corroding wolves that smelled the scent of living people walked out of their hiding place. They bared their teeth, saliva dripping down the corner of their mouths, and their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Feather, who was always quiet, suddenly twitched the corner of her mouth. "Master, what should we do?" one of the people asked. "Retreat." Feather made a prompt decision. This wizard bull is mentally abnormal. Why didn't I see it before? If he had known earlier, Feather would never have accompanied him here. But now, it was all good. Even if he was a wizard, he would still die if he provoked 6 bone-corroding wolves without any preparation. Although he had saved the lives of his clansmen, as the leader of his clansmen, Feather naturally couldn't go crazy with him. Right now, he could only leave first. As for the favor of saving his life, he would wait for his clansmen to recuperate for a while before coming back to avenge him. This could be considered as an explanation to him. The few of them moved like the wind. As soon as Feather finished speaking, under her leadership, several barbarian warriors prepared to retreat. When he turned around, Feather looked at Yang Kai with pity. After the bone-corroding wolves appeared, they did not stop. Instead, they pounced on him like the wind, opening their bloody mouths wide enough to swallow an entire sheep. Then, Feather saw an extremely shocking scene. The crazy wizard bull laughed out loud as he punched left and right. A left punch. A right punch. Blossoms of blood bloomed in the air, accompanied by the sound of skulls exploding and the short but urgent whimpers of the bone-corroding wolves. In the blink of an eye, the 4 bone-corroding wolves were sent flying. Their heads exploded while they were still in the air. Feather was stunned and stood there stupidly. It was as if an invisible wizard king had cast a spell on him. His mouth was slightly open and his eyes were about to pop out. "Master." The few barbarian warriors, who were retreating quickly, suddenly realized that their shamans weren't following them, so they hurriedly turned around. The next moment, the few barbarian warriors were also stunned. What happened? Why were there 4 bone-corroding wolves lying on the ground? Why did the heads of these bone-corroding wolves all explode? What was the truth at the moment when they turned around? In the battlefield, the death of 4 of their companions did not make the bone-corroding wolves retreat. Instead, it aroused their ferocious nature. The remaining 2 charged quickly, leaping high into the air and pouncing towards Yang Kai from both sides. Their huge bodies were like cannonballs with the force of impact. Yang Kai punched the left bone-corroding wolf with a backhand, cracking its skull and splashing its brain matter. It died instantly, but his right arm was viciously bitten by another bone-corroding wolf. With a cracking sound, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Before Yang Kai could do anything else, an icicle-like object flew quickly and directly stabbed into the eye of the last bone-corroding wolf more than a foot deep. It was Feather who finally reacted and supported with an icicle from afar. This simple attack showed Feather's strong foundation and rich battle experience as an upper wizard. The bone-corroding wolf whimpered and let go of Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai stepped forward and punched it, killing it with 2 punches. Taking a light breath, Yang Kai had a disdainful expression on his face. "You were bitten, hurry up and expel the poison." Feather quickly stepped forward and reminded him, not bothering to ask how Yang Kai created a miracle. But as soon as she said that, she was stunned. Because Yang Kai's right arm that was bitten was unscathed. How was that possible? She clearly saw him get bitten. With the terrifying strength of the bone-corroding wolf, how could he resist? Thinking about it carefully, that cracking sound did not seem to be the sound of his bones breaking, but the sound of the wizard's shield being broken. So that was it. He must have cast a wizard's shield the moment he was bitten. What a fast reaction. "Don't come over," Yang Kai suddenly shouted in a low voice. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked towards the depths of the valley. He licked his lips and said, "There's another big guy." What? Feather did not know what was going on. He looked in that direction and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His hands and feet turned cold as he cried out, "Bone-corroding wolf king!" Over there, a bone-corroding wolf that was twice as big as the one just now was walking towards them. Its powerful aura made Feather feel suffocated. Why was there a bone-corroding wolf king here? Wolves were pack animals, regardless of whether they were wild or savage beasts. Although there were 6 bone-corroding wolves gathered here, this scale was not enough to give birth to a wolf king. However, Feather quickly understood. This bone-corroding wolf king seemed to have been severely injured. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes. Looking at the wounds, it seemed to have been inflicted within the past month. This wolf king had been defeated in a battle within the tribe and was then exiled to this place. A defeated wolf king was no longer the wolf king of the pack. A younger and stronger wolf king would replace it. But this was still not something that a wizard could resist. The bone-corroding wolf king was a powerful savage beast that could rival a wizard. Although it had not recovered from its injuries, its majestic aura was still present. "Run!" Feather roared at Yang Kai. He regretted not retreating immediately. She wanted to retreat, but when she turned around and saw the miracle in front of her, she could not help but run back. Who knew that she would step into a quagmire? "It's really over now. I'm afraid that all of us will die here." Now, she couldn't blame Yang Kai for this. She could only blame herself for not investigating the situation before coming here, not even noticing the bone-corroding Wolf King's presence. The Wolf King's aura was so powerful that it was almost tangible. Feather could only feel his body trembling slightly. Facing such a terrifying existence, the wizard's face was full of mockery and disdain. He stretched out his arms and shook his legs, causing a series of crackling sounds to be heard. The onlookers did not know whether to laugh or cry. This action obviously angered the bone-corroding Wolf King. It opened its mouth and a ball of dark green light shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. Yang Kai raised his hand. The temperature of the air suddenly increased, and a huge fireball the size of a washbasin flew towards him. With a bang, the fireball and the poison ball collided in midair, creating a loud noise. Immediately after, sparks flew in all directions and the poison shot out. After landing on the ground, there was a sizzling sound. Huge holes were melted in the snow at an extremely fast speed. While Feather and the others were stunned, Yang Kai took advantage of the fact that the Wolf King was not paying attention. He rushed forward and started an intimate and exciting battle with the Wolf King. The group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians were stunned. Feather's eyes were also staring blankly. Is this still a wizard? Is this really a wizard? Why is it that no matter what opponent he encounters, he will bravely and fearlessly charge forward? He was like this when he faced the 6 bone-corroding wolves, and now he is facing the bone-corroding Wolf King. How can there be such a wizard? Feather only felt that her outlook on life was about to be turned upside down. Decades of training and belief had collapsed in an instant. She had never thought that a wizard could fight in such a barbaric and cruel way. He was even better than the strongest warriors in the tribe. It could be seen that this wizard was extremely skilled in close combat. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Not only did he have the courage and meticulousness of the strongest warriors, he also had the ability of a wizard. During close combat, all kinds of simple and practical wizard spells were at his fingertips. However, at the crucial moment, they played an unimaginable role. For a moment, he was evenly matched with the Wolf King, who was comparable to a wizard. Master. What should we do now? This was not the first time the Snow Frost tribe barbarians asked Feather this question. However, what they saw in front of them was beyond their understanding, and they had lost the ability to judge. Feather only hesitated for a moment before she decisively said, "Help." Then, she started to sing in an ancient and choppy language. She cast the bloodthirsty spell, lightness spell, bone armor spell, and several other types of witchcraft on the barbarian warriors. The bodies of the warriors suddenly expanded, and their eyes turned red. They looked at each other with a calm expression on their faces. Then, they started to approach the battlefield as if they had a tacit understanding. Feather took a light breath and raised her hand. A huge icicle appeared in front of her. In this cold environment, the ice wizard spell that she practiced could be blessed by the heavens and earth. It became more powerful and easier to cast. With a whoosh, the huge icicle trembled slightly and disappeared like lightning. When it reappeared, it had already hit the bone-corroding Wolf King, who was fighting with Yang Kai, and penetrated its flesh. The Wolf King roared and shook its body, shattering the icicle. At this time, several barbarian warriors came from the left and right. They waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at the Wolf King. Every strike was powerful and powerful. Chapter 28:15. Half a day later, the dust settled. Feather gasped for breath, her face slightly pale. She looked at the corpse of the bone-corroding Wolf King lying on the ground in disbelief. In this battle, there was no loss of people. Several of her clansmen only suffered minor injuries. And the biggest reason for this was because of the delicate skin and tender flesh of the shaman bull. He had entangled the bone-corroding Wolf King with his own strength, so the Wolf King had no time to care about other things. He led a few of his clansmen to continuously injure the Wolf King. After half a day of fierce fighting, they finally killed it. It could be said that the Wolf King was slowly tortured to death. Feather's heart was filled with complex emotions as she looked at the voodoo bull that was searching the Wolf King's corpse. Until now, she still couldn't believe that this victory came so miraculously. That was the Wolf King that was comparable to a sorcerer. Even if it was seriously injured, it wasn't something that they could deal with. But under this wizard ox's various magical methods, the Wolf King had no power to resist. How did he do it? From the beginning to the end, he didn't release any powerful wizard spells. She knew most of the wizard spells he used, but they were definitely not as effective as his. Ha, found it. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang pulled out a bloody monster core from the Wolf King's corpse. Carefully wiping it on the snow, he stored it away like a treasure. After that, He didn't even look back as he walked over to the other 6 dead bone corrosion wolves and did the same thing as he did before, taking out the 6 inner cores. Feather calmed down and signaled to her clansmen. Immediately, one of them went to collect the snowflakes. Feather walked straight to Yang Kai. She said, "Master Ox. Do you need dantian that much?" Yang Kai played with his bulging cloth bag and said without raising his head, "Of course." He wanted to quickly accumulate strength, so he had to rely on the monster beast's dantian. Feather said, "Although I don't know why you need so many dantian, there is a place that you might be interested in." "Where?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "Snowfrost City." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "A city of your Snowfrost tribe?" "Not bad. There are many inner cores there." Feather smiled. Snowfrost City is the tribe's only city. 80% of the tribe's wizard population is gathered there. Even shamans from other tribes often appear in Snowfrost City, especially in winter. Only Snowfrost City is not affected by winter and is open all day. In the city, there are a lot of transactions every day. The inner cores of savage beasts are not rare there. They are of a higher grade than the inner core of the bone-eroding Wolf King. As long as you can take out goods of similar value, Lord Ox, you can take out goods of similar value. I believe that other wizard would be willing to trade with you." "Oh." Yang Kai rubbed his chin, feeling tempted. If Snowfrost City was really as good as Feather said, then he could go and take a look. At the very least, it would be much faster than him searching for savage beasts and killing them to obtain their cores. Of course, he didn't have any goods that he could use to exchange. "How about it? Do you want to go and take a look?" Feather struck while the iron was hot. He saw that Yang Kai was already interested. "Master Feather is very kind. It would be impolite of me to refuse." Yang Kai smiled. Feather nodded. "Then let's set off together." At this time, the barbarian warrior who collected the snowflakes also came back. He whispered something to Feather. Feather looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Master Ox, these corpses of savage beasts, do whatever you want." "Thank you." Feather thanked him and then ordered a few people to deal with the corpses of the bone-eroding wolves. If a magus could consume the meat of a savage beast for a long period of time, it would be beneficial to his strength. Therefore, even though Feather was a high-ranked magus, he couldn't bear to leave so many savage beast corpses here. It was a waste of natural resources, especially the bone-corroding Wolf King's corpse. That was a great source of nourishment for a great magus. This wizard was awesome. Feather didn't know what he was planning to do. He only wanted inner cores and not beast meat. Although inner cores were quite valuable, the most common use was to drink wine. Some pharmacists could also use the inner cores of savage beasts to make potions, but this wizard didn't look like a pharmacist at all. It was naturally not the first time these barbarian warriors had dealt with the corpses of a monster beast. They were very skilled, so in less than half an hour, the corpses of the 6 bone-eroding wolves and the Wolf King were cleaned. 7 wolf skins, plus the most delicious and tender parts of these savage beasts, everyone carried them back. Everything was ready, and everyone set off immediately. Snowfrost City was not close to Mount Luobai. Even if they rushed at full speed, it would take at least 3 days. This was under the premise that Feather had blessed everyone with the swift technique. Without it, their speed would only be slower. On the way, Yang Kai asked Feather for advice. Naturally, he learned the swift technique very quickly, which made Feather quite surprised. 3 days later, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Several barbarian warriors, including Feather, couldn't help but show a sincere smile. "Master Ox, we've arrived at Snowfrost City." Feather pointed ahead. Yang Kai looked with full eyesight and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time he had come to an ancient barbarian city, but what he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that since it was a city, it should at least look like a city, but there was no sign of a city there. Instead, there was a huge towering tree standing on the horizon. Even from a distance, Yang Kai could feel its majesty. The tree covered the sky and the earth, towering into the clouds. It was hard to imagine how tall it was. Under the canopy of the big tree that was like the sky, buildings were built on the ground in a disorderly manner, like a game of chess that had been messed up. Many people could be vaguely seen moving around. This is Snow Frost City. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Feather. Feather smiled slightly. Yes, this is Snow Frost City. It is also the foundation of our Snow Frost tribe. Do you see the evergreen divine tree? That is the Azure Master, the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. Azure Master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You mean that tree is alive? If it was alive, wouldn't it be a tree demon? However, such a big tree demon was rare. Feather's expression turned solemn as he said, Lord Qing has lived for thousands of years and is immortal. Lord Niu, if you enter Snow Frost City, you must remember not to blaspheme Lord Qing. Immortal? Wasn't that the immortal tree? But compared to the evergreen divine tree, the difference was like the difference between an ancestor and a grandson. However, seeing how serious Feather was, Yang Kai also realized that the evergreen divine tree should have a supreme position in the hearts of the Snow Frost tribe's clansmen, so he immediately nodded and said, I will remember. Feather smiled again and said, Master Niu, you don't have to worry too much. The Azure Master is tolerant of all things. As long as you don't deliberately blaspheme it, my clansmen won't make things difficult for you. While talking, the group gradually approached Snow Frost City. As they got closer, the shock of the evergreen divine tree grew stronger. The entire Snow Frost City did not have the city walls or spirit arrays of later generations, but the huge canopy surrounded an area of hundreds of kilometers. The clansmen of the Snow Frost tribe had lived within the protection of this canopy for generations. Although it was winter, there was no snow in Snow Frost City. Instead, it looked like spring was in full swing. Half an hour later, when Yang Kai followed Feather to the edge of Snow Frost City, he suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. Yang Kai's hair stood on end as he looked around vigilantly, but he found nothing. Feather said, Master Niu, you don't have to be nervous. Anyone who enters Snow Frost City will be inspected by the Azure Master. If they are hostile to the Snow Frost tribe, they will be immediately expelled. Yang Kai sighed, the Azure Master is so powerful. This was not flattery, but the truth. The divine sense just now was even more powerful than when he was at his peak. It was obvious that this tree demon was really an incredible master. Feather said, of course, the Azure Master is the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. He has been protecting us for thousands of years, but unfortunately what? Feather said sadly, I heard that the Azure Master fell into a deep sleep thousands of years ago, and no one can wake him up now. Then just now. Yang Kai was puzzled. Since he was in a deep sleep, what happened to the divine sense? Feather smiled slightly, even in a deep sleep, the Azure Master still has the ability to distinguish the enemy. Isn't this nonsense? Yang Kai thought that if he was in seclusion, he wouldn't be able to sense anything unless he was in a life and death crisis. No matter how powerful the evergreen divine tree was, it was impossible for him to do this. However, since he said so, Yang Kai didn't argue. While talking, they had entered Snow Frost City. After such a long time of running and tiring, the barbarian warriors finally returned safely. They all looked a little excited, and a faint glory appeared on their faces. Standing in Snow Frost City, Yang Kai felt a long-lost feeling. The shouts and haggling voices that rang in his ears gave him the illusion that he had returned to the star boundary for a moment. Master Ox, thank you for your help in Mount Luobai. We will part ways here. I still have to meet the wizard master to hand in the mission goods. Feather turned around and said to Yang Kai. You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Yang Kai nodded. Feather stretched out her hand to a barbarian warrior next to her, and the barbarian warrior immediately took out something like a water bag and handed it to her. Feather took it and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, "Take this and water the Azure Master's foundation. You can find a place to live." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He recognized this water bag. Previously in Mount Luobai, several barbarian warriors used this water bag to deal with the monster beasts' corpses. They used this water bag to store the monster beasts' blood. At that time, he didn't know why Feather and the others wanted the monster beasts' blood, but now it seemed that there was another use for it. Chapter 28:16. Feather led a few barbarian warriors to a tall building. Yang Kai stood in the Snow Frost City and pondered for a while. He did not rush to find a place to live according to Feather's instructions. Instead, he began to wander around the noisy Snow Frost City, looking around while walking. The reason why he agreed to come to Snow Frost City was that he wanted to get some maidens as soon as possible. However, he had nothing on him now. Other than the 7 maidens of the bone-eroding wolf, he only had a bag of wolf blood. However, no matter which one he needed, Yang Kai could only check the market here first, and then make a plan. He believed that with his ability, even if the starting point was very low, he would soon use his advantages to bring about a snowball effect. Along the way, Yang Kai seemed to be quite an anomaly in this city where the barbarian race was rampant. It couldn't be helped that his figure was too small and weak, without the slightest trace of the barbarian race's beauty. Therefore, no matter where he went, he would attract the different and disdainful gazes of the barbarians. Yang Kai had long been accustomed to this. It seemed that every barbarian who saw him for the first time would look at him with this kind of gaze. Snow Frost City was really prosperous. Even compared to the big cities of later generations, it was not inferior at all. In the messy buildings, there were countless stalls and goods. Wizards of different tribes gathered here. Yang Kai, a small low-rank wizard, was completely unpresentable. According to the knowledge taught by the village chief before he left, Yang Kai identified the origin of the wizard one by one. People from all over the world gathered in one place. Such a grand occasion was rare to see. This was a scene that could only be seen in Snow Frost City in winter. Because the cities of other tribes did not have such unique conditions as Snow Frost City in winter. This place was protected by the evergreen god tree. Even in the cold winter, it was full of spring. The cities of other tribes did not have such good conditions. Naturally, it attracted many wizards to come here to gather and communicate. After the winter was over, most of these wizards who came from afar would return to their tribes and cities. Therefore, every winter, Snow Frost City was the most prosperous city. Yang Kai kept staying at the stalls, checking the goods on those stalls. He bargained with the stall owners. Contrary to his expectations, he thought that in this ancient era, the method of trade should be bartering, but after some investigation, he found out that this was not the case. However, he discovered that he was gravely mistaken. Unexpectedly, Snow Frost City had its own currency. It was a kind of green leaf-like thing known as the green coin. The village chief had not taught Yang Kai about the existence of green coins in this world, so Yang Kai deduced that this should be a feature of Snow Frost City. Green coins did not have any use for cultivation. Legend had it that they were the fallen leaves of the evergreen divine tree and would not decay. It can only be used as a transaction, and it is only limited to transactions within Snow Frost City. However, this was enough. There was a currency of equivalent value that was extremely useful for the circulation of goods. The transactions in Snow Frost City were endless. Yang Kai strolled around for 3 days without stopping. He already had a vague plan in his heart. 3 days later, he slowly walked to the evergreen divine tree. He took out the water sack that Feather had given him and poured out the wolf blood. He watered it on the foundation of the evergreen divine tree. Dark red blood fell to the ground and was quickly absorbed, leaving not a single drop behind. In the next moment, a green light shot out from the crown of the tree and struck Yang Kai's body. At the same time, an inexplicable pulling force guided Yang Kai. It was as if an invisible hand was lifting him up and slowly floating up. After flying up hundreds of feet, the lifting force stabilized. In front of Kai Yang was a clean and comfortable tree hole that was neither too big nor too small. This was his residence for the next 30 days. There were two ways for outsiders to find a place to live in Snow Frost City. One was to live in a place similar to an inn, but that required paying green coins. The second way was to use the monster beast's blood to water the foundation of the evergreen divine tree, like Yang Kai. The evergreen divine tree would choose a tree hole for the water to live in. There were countless such tree holes on the towering evergreen divine tree. Each tree hole was a natural residence. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, no matter what one did inside, they would not be disturbed. The tree hole was not big and could barely accommodate 3 people, but it was enough for Yang Kai. The environment inside was also very comfortable. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and cultivated while perfecting his plan in his mind. The next day, he walked out of the tree hole and slowly landed on the ground under the guidance of the evergreen divine tree. Then, he walked straight in a certain direction. Not long after, Yang Kai came to a shop that specialized in purchasing monster cores and took out all the 7 monster cores in his hand and sold them. After a while, Yang Kai left the shop with a bag of green coins and turned into the crowd. After an incense stick worth of time, after some hard bargaining, Yang Kai reached an agreement with an unfamiliar stall owner and bought all the herbs in his stall for 50 green coins. The stall owner was overjoyed. Realizing that he had met a big customer, he enthusiastically packed the herbs for Yang Kai. After a while, the same scene happened at another stall. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to spend all the green coins in his hand, but in exchange, he did get a lot of relatively common herbs that were not very valuable. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai took out all the herbs. Without needing to examine them carefully, Yang Kai casually took out a few herbs and summoned a bright and warm flame from his palm. Tossing these herbs into the flame, Yang Kai began to concentrate on his refinement. Just as alchemists were rare in the later generations, in ancient times, the status and number of alchemists were also the same. Every alchemist was a rare talent in their tribe, and each tribe's alchemist would only concoct potions for their own clansmen. In this era, martial Tao was not prevalent, and alchemy was still under development. The process of alchemists concocting potions was simple and crude, without much attention to detail. They just mixed a variety of herbs together and simply blended them together, completely unable to display the efficacy of those herbs. Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor. Even if his cultivation was sealed, even if he could not use his divine sense, with his current means, he could casually refine something that would not be worse than the alchemists of those big tribes. These refined potions were his way of making money, but also the starting point of his snowball effect. Times were different, so he did not dare to do anything too shocking. Not to mention, his current strength was low, so it was impossible for him to perfect the refining process. Even so, the potions he refined and configured were the embodiment of tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. It was simply not something that today's alchemists could match. Half a day later, all the herbs were consumed, and Yang Kai had a pile of bottles and jars. In this era, jade bottles used to hold pills were extremely rare, but Yang Kai did not ask for too much. What he was refining now was not a pill, but a pile of paste, so it did not matter if he stored it in stone jars. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai left the tree hole again. In the busiest area of Snow Frost City, the flow of people was like a tide. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in a corner and placed the things he had refined in front of him. He then took out a piece of wood and used his finger to draw a sword. Next, he wrote a large character on it and inserted it into the ground beside him. After that, he put on an aloof look and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A barbarian stall owner next to him glanced at Yang Kai and then looked at the huge word, medicine, on the wooden board. He could not help but sneered. How could this black, mud-like substance be medicine? Did he really think he was an alchemist? Alchemists had always been noble, so how could they come to set up a stall? If it were not for the wizard's aura coming from this guy, the barbarian stall owner would not even think that he was a barbarian at all. Unless the barbarian god sent a miracle, these things could not be sold at all. In fact, as he expected, for 2 days, no one cared about Yang Kai's stall. Although this was a rather prosperous area with people gasping for breath, every barbarian who passed by Yang Kai's stall just glanced at the paste and walked away. However, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. He just sat there cross-legged, not in a hurry, which made his neighbor admire his composure. In 2 days, his goods were basically sold out, and he was about to close the stall. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, but the barbarian stall owner could not help but say, "You can't sell things like this." Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. He grinned and said, "In your opinion, how should I sell them?" The stall owner said, "You should at least shout a few times. Although these potions don't look very good, if you shout too much, someone will come to buy them. Good wine fears no dark alley. My potions are good. Even if I don't shout, someone will come to buy them." The stall owner pursed his lips. Obviously, he did not agree with this statement. Although it sounded reasonable, he shook his head and said, "Unless a miracle happens, you can't sell them in your lifetime." Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need for a miracle. I just need an opportunity." "Oh, here comes the opportunity." While speaking, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The neighboring stall owner was stunned for a moment. Following his gaze, he saw several barbarians of the Snow Frost tribe supporting each other as they walked towards him. Their bodies were bathed in blood. It seemed that they had just returned from a great battle. Moreover, it was definitely an extremely difficult battle. This was because each of them had wounds of various sizes on their bodies. The leader of the barbarians had a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood were churning. It looked extremely terrifying. What kind of opportunity was this? The neighboring stall owner was somewhat puzzled. While he was still in doubt, the barbarian warriors had already walked past him. But at this moment, the guy who sold the potions suddenly smiled and said, "Brave warriors, please wait a moment. I see that you have a plump forehead, a round earth pavilion, and a rich vitality. You seem to have some fate with this wizard. Now, this wizard has something to give you. I hope you will kindly accept it." Chapter 28:17. Alchemy was Yang Kai's old profession, so if he wanted to earn enough necessities with limited financial resources in an unfamiliar environment, alchemy was the best choice. In Snow Frost City, the barbarian soldiers stopped. The leader turned his head and looked around, then looked down at Yang Kai and said with a murderous look, "You are talking to us?" Smiling from ear to ear, Kai Yang replied innocently, "That's right." The barbarian soldier frowned. Although he didn't understand what this guy said just now, the last sentence couldn't be simpler. This guy had something to give him. Although there was no reason to miss a free gift, looking at this person's expression, the barbarian soldier felt a little distrustful. He shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Hero, wait a moment." "What's the matter?" The barbarian soldier was quite impatient. Yang Kai said, "Hero, you are seriously injured. This wizard happens to have some healing medicine here. I would like to give it to you." While speaking, he pointed his hand. The barbarian soldier stared at the few stone jars in front of him and frowned. "You call these medicine? It's the real deal." The barbarian soldier sneered with a disdainful look. The neighboring stall owner couldn't stand it anymore. He packed up his stall and prepared to leave, so as not to dirty his eyes. It's not a loss to try. Anyway, it's free. If it works, it's naturally the best. If it doesn't, you can smash my stall, Yang Kai said with a smile. Is this really medicine? The barbarian soldier saw that Yang Kai was serious. It didn't seem to be nonsense. He was a little curious. It's a good healing medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll really smash your stall. Although the other party claimed to be a wizard, the barbarian soldier didn't take it to heart. This was Snow Frost City, and they were members of the Snow Frost tribe. If a foreign wizard didn't follow the rules, he would offend them. They wouldn't be soft-hearted. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try it. Yang Kai shouted. The barbarian race warrior nodded and squatted down in front of Yang Kai. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to frown involuntarily. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, not knowing whether or not to try this suspicious thing. Yang Kai said earnestly, "Good medicine is bitter. Although the smell of our medicine is a bit different, its effects are excellent. I hope it works as you say." The barbarian soldier said. With a resolute expression on his face, as if he had made a great decision, he reached out and scooped out some paste from a stone jar. Under Yang Kai's instructions, he carefully and evenly applied it to the wound on his abdomen. That wound was more than a foot long, and his flesh was overturned. This kind of injury was not very serious for a barbarian. However, it would be troublesome if he did not do anything about it. The barbarian warrior's eyebrows twitched when he saw the stinky paste smeared on his body. Then, he revealed an extremely surprised expression. His companions also looked at him curiously. They wanted to know if the medicine had any effect. A cool feeling spread from his abdomen, alleviating the pain. The next moment, the barbarian soldier was surprised again. He seemed to have felt something. He quickly looked down and his eyes widened. He saw the wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood began to wriggle. Along with the wriggling, many granules began to grow from his wounds. The places where his flesh and blood had been twisted began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming scabs. His companions also noticed this and cried out in alarm, looking at the changes in the wound in disbelief. The neighboring stall owner, who was about to pack up and leave, was also stunned. He stared at the wound with his eyes wide open. He wanted to dig out his eyeballs and stick them on the barbarian's stomach to see clearly. The strange behavior of these people quickly attracted the attention of the passing barbarians. They curiously looked at the wound after they understood what had happened. Half an hour later, the barbarian warrior stretched out his hand and wiped his stomach. The dregs of the medicine and blood fell off. A wound that was more than a foot long appeared in front of everyone. Although it hadn't completely healed, this kind of miraculous effect was enough to make people gasp in amazement. One had to know that an hour ago, his wounds were still hideous. It's really useful. When the soldier who was testing the medicine raised his head again, he stared at Yang Kai with a look of gratitude and reverence. Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. The medicine he had refined was useful. But, it was limited to barbarians with strong physiques and abundant blood energy. The effect wouldn't be so good if it were a cultivator of the later generations. This was because a large part of the effect of this medicine was to stimulate the flow of blood around the wound, which would increase the speed of healing. Only the ancient barbarians could use this healing medicine to achieve such an immediate effect. "Are you a pharmacist?" the barbarian asked. "For the time being, I am." When the onlookers heard this, they immediately put away their contemptuous expressions. No matter how weak Yang Kai looked, he was a pharmacist. He was worthy of respect. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the crowd around him. He smiled and said, "Warriors often fight. If you encounter an enemy in the wild and get injured, it will definitely affect your combat effectiveness. However, if you carry this wizard's holy healing medicine with you, you won't have to worry about it. This wizard's holy healing medicine can instantly restore your vitality. This is the first time this wizard has come to Snow Frost City, so I'll sell it to you cheaply." If it was before the barbarian soldier tested the medicine, no one would have asked about Yang Kai's words. But, after witnessing the miraculous scene with their own eyes, no one doubted the efficacy of this medicine. The pharmacist was right. It was very troublesome for the barbarian soldiers to be injured in the wild. Although everyone knew a little bit about healing, how could they compare to the other party's healing medicine? If they could carry a little of it with them, they could heal their wounds anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the healing effect was surprisingly good. How much? Someone asked immediately. 10 green coins for one. Yang Kai had a plan and immediately reported the price. 10 green coins, this price was neither high nor low. Any adult barbarian soldier could afford it. At the same time, it would maximize Yang Kai's own benefits. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately shouted, "I'll take one." Looking at the heads in front of him, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. After all, these were all money. Several large jars of medicine were sold out in less than an incense stick's worth of time. The people who bought them were naturally overjoyed, while those who didn't beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. Yang Kai closed his stall and said with a smile, "Today's medicine is sold out. If there are friends who want to buy medicine, please come early tomorrow." Turning around and leaving, the neighboring stall owner looked at his back enviously. He only felt that this figure looked so unfathomable. Selling medicine at once increased Yang Kai's assets by more than 10 times. Just like a few days ago, he took all his green coins and frantically swept through the stalls in Snow Frost City before returning to the tree hole to refine medicine. When Yang Kai came to set up the stall the next day, he saw that countless customers had already gathered in front of the stall. Some of them wanted to buy yesterday but couldn't, while others were inexplicably heard from others. A miraculous pharmacist had appeared in Snow Frost City, and the potions he concocted could quickly heal external injuries. This news had spread throughout Snow Frost City overnight, and it was confirmed by many barbarian warriors of the Snow Frost tribe. The people of this era were still relatively simple, and there wasn't much deception. Naturally, the news that spread like crazy couldn't be false. So even though Kai Yang had brought 10 times more medicines than yesterday, it only took him less than half a day to sell them all. His assets, as he had expected, had completely snowballed, and it was only getting bigger and bigger. This was the case for 5 days in a row, and that crazy momentum didn't show any signs of slowing down. This situation made Yang Kai happy. He silently calculated the wealth in his hands and felt that he could finish his work in half a month. At that time, he would have enough green coins to buy enough maidens. As long as he raised his low-rank wizard realm to wizard realm, then the bumps in the early stage would no longer exist, and his future cultivation would be smooth. On this day, Yang Kai had just finished selling medicine and was walking on the streets of Snow Frost City to buy some raw materials. Suddenly, he frowned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He reached out and touched his waist, and his face suddenly turned black. The animal skin bag that he used to store the green coins was gone. The animal skin bag contained thousands of green coins from today's medicine sale. Most of them were stored in the tree hole by Yang Kai, so there was no need to worry about their safety. A thief? How could there be a thief in this era? If it weren't for the empty feeling in his hand that made Yang Kai understand that this was not an illusion, he wouldn't have believed his judgment. Since entering this secret realm, the barbarians he had come into contact with, whether good or evil, good or bad, were all simple and straightforward people. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't expect that someone would steal his money bag in such a place. In a moment of carelessness, he actually overturned his boat. A great shame. The dignified the Emperor realm had his money bag stolen without anyone noticing. This shame could not be washed away by the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as his eyes wandered through the crowd. Soon, he locked onto a burly barbarian who was walking through the crowd. The barbarian race's clothes were relatively simple, regardless of whether they were men or women. However, this barbarian was wrapped tightly from head to toe. It was impossible for Yang Kai to miss such a big flaw. With a light snort, Yang Kai did not intend to alarm others. His figure flickered as he quietly followed behind this person. This guy was also vigilant. He turned left and right in the crowd, not taking the usual path at all. After walking around for half an hour, he suddenly turned into a remote area with few people. Chapter 28:18. The tall barbarian, who was hiding in a hidden place, took out an animal skin bag from his bosom, opened it, and looked inside. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. Thousands of green coins, this was a lot of wealth, enough for him to spend for a year. Not bad. Suddenly, a person's voice came from behind him, startling the barbarian. He quickly turned around and stared vigilantly at the person who had just spoken. However, the moment their eyes met, the barbarian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He recognized that this person was the owner of the money bag. In Snowfrost City, there were not many barbarians as thin and weak as him. It could be said that he was the only one. However, even though he recognized him, the barbarian did not intend to admit it. Putting on a fierce look, he asked, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai was suddenly amused. "You stole my money bag and can still pretend that nothing happened. I have to say, your existence has subverted my understanding of the barbarian race." "What do you mean by your money bag?" "The one you are stuffing into your bosom." Yang Kai looked at the barbarian's movements coldly. "I don't understand what you are talking about." The barbarian put away the money bag as if nothing had happened and said impatiently, "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Don't follow me." Yang Kai was shocked and cursed angrily, "Shameful thief, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe that I won't call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe to deal with you?" The barbarian looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and sneered, "Call them." He actually had a fearless look on his face, making Kai Yang a little dumbfounded. It was obviously impossible to call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe. Although he believed that this guy was a thief who had stolen his money bag, there was no real evidence. Calling the guards over would be a waste of time. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble others with this kind of thing. Clicking his tongue twice, Yang Kai said, "Boy, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have." The brawny barbarian race man still sneered, "Less nonsense. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll beat you to death." While speaking, he waved his big fist at Yang Kai, looking very intimidating. Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian's face suddenly changed because he saw Yang Kai take a step forward and rush towards him. A fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. "You're courting death." The barbarian was furious. He had never thought that this seemingly weak person would actually take the initiative to attack him. Shocked and angry, he also threw a punch. At the moment when the two fists collided, Kai Yang suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he discovered that there wasn't any berserk power that he had imagined coming towards him. His opponent's extremely intimidating figure and fist were simply like an embroidered pillow. The barbarian's face was filled with shock and fear. That huge body flew out with its back facing the sky. In mid-air, the sturdy body suddenly twisted and changed, turning into a petite and exquisite figure with a curvaceous figure. At the same time, a green leaf floated down from the sky. Kai Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stood there stupidly for a long time without returning to his senses. Turning a barbarian into a girl with one punch, this was definitely not his fault. While Yang Kai was hesitating, the girl who fell to the ground struggled to get up. She looked at Yang Kai with a look full of fear. Look at this time. Yang Kai found that this girl was only 16 or 17 years old, and she had the aura of a wizard. Yang Kai couldn't tell what level of wizard she was. He had only been in this world for a short time, so he didn't have much contact with wizard, so he couldn't accurately judge the level of power of a wizard. After the girl's body changed, the clothes on her body became loose, but it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. This showed how good this girl was. She suddenly showed her original form. The girl's expression was extremely flustered. Looking around, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up the green leaf that had just fallen to the ground. She placed her hand on top of her head, and her petite body twisted and changed again, returning to her previous burly figure. "You're from the Floating Wanderer Division." Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exposed the girl's identity. What nonsense are you spouting?" The girl who had transformed into a brawny man avoided his gaze and retorted stubbornly. "Is that so? Yang Kai looked at his opponent with a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. I'm talking nonsense? What floating tribe? I'm from the Cloud Stream tribe. Hee hee. Yang Kai chuckled. Suddenly, he cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, "Everyone, come and take a look. There's a thief from the floater department here." Everyone. Shut up. The girl's expression changed greatly. She reached into her bosom and took out the money bag. She threw it directly to Yang Kai and said, "Here's your money bag. Don't shout anymore." Yang Kai threw down the money pouch and looked at the girl with a teasing look. "Since you're not from the floating department, why are you so nervous?" The girl forced herself to say, "How am I nervous?" According to the knowledge taught by the village chief, the entire ancient barbarian tribe basically valued strong physiques. However, there was one tribe that was different. That tribe was the floating department. The people of this tribe had no fixed residence. They wandered from place to place. Moreover, there were very few of them. It was rare for ordinary people to see them. They didn't pay attention to cultivating their bodies. Therefore, the physiques of their people were very different from those of other tribes. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the people of the floating department didn't keep their hands clean. Every member of the floating department was born to be a thief. Therefore, this tribe had a very bad reputation among the ancient barbarian tribe. The reason why Yang Kai was despised everywhere he went was because his physique was too weak, and he didn't receive any respect from others. But on the other hand, it was because some people had mistaken him for a member of the floating tribe. Yang Kai's experience was the epitome of the floating department's experience in the outside world. Yang Kai clicked his tongue twice. He circled the girl a few times and said with great interest, "I've heard about the uniqueness of the floating department. Today is the first time I've seen it. It's really interesting. Come, let me see your real body again." That malicious look made the girl's skin tighten. She said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai shrugged and said, "I'm just looking. I don't want to do anything. Don't even think about it." Yang Kai held the horn in his hand to his mouth. When he was circulating his qi, the girl said, "Enough." She glared at him fiercely. Yang Kai looked back at her with a smile. In the end, the girl was defeated. She reached out her hand and grabbed a green leaf from the top of her head. At the same time, her tall and sturdy body immediately shrank and turned back into a girl. "You'll regret this." The girl bit her red lips. It was as if Yang Kai had killed her father. Her eyes were burning with hatred and anger. "That's good. You're a girl. Why do you have to dress up as a man?" Yang Kai chuckled. After seeing the wild beauty of the barbarians, he felt that the girl's normal appearance was more amiable and comfortable. "Have you seen enough?" the girl said impatiently. She put the green leaf on top of her head. The next moment, she turned back into a tall and sturdy man. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still asked curiously, "Is this an illusion? Why didn't I feel the fluctuation of spiritual power when you used the wizard technique?" This mysterious azure leaf seemed to have an incredible effect. With this azure leaf, the young girl's appearance greatly changed, revealing her true form as soon as she threw it. Yang Kai thought that this azure leaf was a tool the young girl was using to cast her illusions, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that wasn't the case. The green leaf looked similar to a green coin. It was obviously the leaf of the evergreen god tree. Moreover, he had never heard of such a prop being used to cast the wizard technique. "It's none of your business. I've already returned the purse to you. What else do you want?" The girl was extremely impatient. It was her biggest mistake to let Yang Kai see her true appearance. It could be said that the girl would not be able to control herself in the future. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not as despicable as she thought. He only pondered for a moment and asked, "What's your name?" The girl was silent for a moment and then replied, "Dai." My name is Anyo. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Wizard Nyo. I'll remember it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Dai said. Seeing that Yang Kai did not object, she immediately turned and left. Yang Kai looked at her back as she disappeared. He chuckled and continued to purchase medicinal materials. The next day, when Yang Kai finished refining enough healing medicine and walked out of the tree hole, he did not immediately fly down. Instead, he controlled the direction and floated to another tree hole not far away. He reached out and knocked on the tree trunk. Soon, a head popped out from the tree hole. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, You, how did you know I live here? This neighbor was Dai, who he met yesterday. Seeing Yang Kai again and directly coming to her door, Dai's eyes were filled with panic. Yesterday, I accidentally saw you coming back here. What do you want? Dai was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Even if Yang Kai caught her stealing the purse yesterday, she had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that Yang Kai knew her identity as a member of the floating corps, she was at a loss. She had lived here for more than 10 years and this was the first time someone saw through her true identity. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai smiled, I just need your help with something. What is it? Dai frowned. You should know that I've been selling medicine these past few days, right? It's because you know, that's why you targeted me, right? Dai frowned and replied with silence. Since you know, then it's easy. Yang Kai said as he handed over the jars in his hand. Dai did not take them and just looked at him suspiciously. What are you doing? Help me sell medicine. You should know the price. I'll give you 10% of the profit. Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this and exclaimed, Really? I've already given you everything, how could it be fake? Dai quickly took the jars and was overjoyed. One must know that this wizard in front of her was so awesome that he could earn thousands of green coins a day just by selling healing medicines. 10% of the profit was equivalent to hundreds of green coins. Although it was not a lot, it was more than what she stole. Why? Dai did not understand. Logically speaking, since she stole this man's purse yesterday, he should be magnanimous enough to not find trouble with her and not expose her identity. So why did he want to share the profit with her? Chapter 28:19. Why? No barbarian would let go of such a good thing, so why did it fall on her? Because I don't know anyone else. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled, and since I have something on you, I'm not afraid of you taking my property. The corners of Dai's mouth twitched slightly. What he said was true. As long as this wizard in front of her had her weakness, she couldn't do anything to harm the other party. However, with 10% of the profit, it didn't matter anymore. After sending Dai away, Yang Kai immediately went to Snow Frost City and found a shop that he liked before. He spent a lot of green coins to buy a lot of inner cores. During this time, he had accumulated enough financial resources to buy inner cores to support his own cultivation. Therefore, he needed someone to help him sell medicine. After all, selling medicine was a waste of time. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai pinched a longan-sized inner core and sighed softly. The early snowball had already started rolling. As long as he bought some inner cores every day and refined them, he would be able to promote to a wizard after this winter. Yang Kai was convinced of this. Swallowing the inner core into his abdomen, Yang Kai operated his cultivation method. Soon, a rolling sound of thunder came from his abdomen, and his aura expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the afternoon, Dai returned from selling medicine and obediently handed over 90% of the proceeds. She also got new potions from Yang Kai and prepared to sell them the next day. After not seeing him for half a day, Dai was surprised to find that the wizard in front of her had already become a mid-rank wizard. When she saw him in the morning, he was clearly a low-rank wizard. How did he become a mid-rank wizard in half a day? However, even if she was puzzled, Dai didn't ask much. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was not wise to get to the bottom of it, especially when her little secret was still in the hands of Yang Kai. The two cooperated seamlessly. Yang Kai took a little time every day to refine potions and go out to buy inner cores, while Dai was responsible for the sales and buying materials. A month passed in a flash. During this month, Yang Kai's cultivation had made a breakthrough. Refining a dozen inner cores every day had allowed his strength to increase rapidly. Now, he was already an upper wizard. As long as he had enough dantian, he would definitely be able to become a wizard in no time. Possessing one's own consciousness. At that time, he would be able to completely extricate himself from his current predicament. However, good wishes always had some twists and turns. On this day, Butterfly only returned from selling medicine in the evening. After entering Yang Kai's tree hole, she placed the stone jar in front of her. Yang Kai was surprised. Why aren't they sold out yet? In the past, all the medicines he refined every day were sold out. This was the first time he had a surplus. Butterfly said weakly, he probably bought everything he needed. Haven't you noticed that I've been coming back later and later? Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. These days, he had been focused on improving his wizard level, so he didn't pay much attention to Butterfly's situation. Now that she mentioned it, he realized that she was right. In the beginning, it only took her half a day to sell all the medicines she refined, but as time went by, it took her longer and longer. Until today, she didn't return until evening. Moreover, the healing medicine hadn't been sold out yet. The market is saturated. Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Although Snow Frost City wasn't small and there were many barbarian warriors, the continuous sales for more than a month had caused the market to shrink. After all, it wasn't easy for the barbarian warriors to earn green coins. Although they didn't feel any pressure to pay for a healing medicine worth 10 green coins, they wouldn't buy it without a limit. Under normal circumstances, everyone should keep a spare copy on them. When it was consumed, they would buy a new one. Therefore, the more time passed, the more the purchasing power of the barbarians in Snow Frost City decreased. Thinking about this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Take a rest. You can sell it tomorrow." Butterfly naturally had no objection. After getting along with Yang Kai for more than a month, she had gradually become familiar with him. She no longer had the vigilance and fear of him before, so she turned around and left. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai frowned. Since the market was saturated, then, it would be harder and harder to sell the healing medicine he had concocted. If the potions were hard to sell, he wouldn't have enough green coins to buy the nadins, which would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. But after thinking about it, he didn't have any good way to improve the situation, unless there was another city similar to Snow Frost City for him to use. But in this cold winter, how could there be a second Snow Frost City in the entire barbarian race? Sure enough, as Yang Kai expected, in the following days, the healing medicine became harder and harder to sell. The amount that Yang Kai refined every day, even if Butterfly spent a day, she might not be able to sell 1/3 of it. Moreover, it was shrinking day by day. The number of nadins he could buy every day was getting smaller and smaller. Although the wizard realm was close at hand, without enough nadins to support it, he could only sigh. In this situation, he could only take one step at a time. First, he would consume all the nadins in his hand, and then make plans. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly felt something strange. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At a critical moment in his cultivation, Yang Kai didn't want to complicate things. He thought it was just an illusion, but the feeling of being stared at was getting more and more obvious. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at a figure standing not far away. This person was an old man, but he didn't have the usual burly body of the barbarians. He looked like he was about to die, and his hair and beard were all white. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face, looking at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai was calm on the surface, but in his heart, alarm bells were ringing. How was this possible? The place he lived in was the tree hole of the evergreen divine tree. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, it was impossible for anyone as powerful as a shaman king or a shaman saint to enter without his permission. However, this old man had appeared before him without a sound. How was this possible? However, since the other party didn't show any malice, Yang Kai didn't make too much of a fuss. He just stared at him quietly. In the tree hole, their eyes met. The old man wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a sense of scrutiny and nodded from time to time. Yang Kai felt a little uneasy under the old man's stare. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what are you trying to do by trespassing?" Trespassing? Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, "That's an interesting way to put it. However, my appearance here doesn't count as trespassing." Yang Kai sneered, "This tree hole is where I live. Barging in without my permission is tantamount to trespassing. I can see that old sir is quite old, so I'm afraid your mind is still not clear. Quickly leave while this sorcerer is still in a good mood. Otherwise, if this sorcerer becomes angry, don't say I don't know how to respect the old and love the young." The old man smiled, "What? You still want to hit people?" Yang Kai said as if it was a matter of fact, when necessary, using force is also one of the ways to solve problems. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, "What you said makes sense. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable despite your young age. Don't be so long-winded." Yang Kai waved his hand, "If you don't leave then I won't be so polite." The old man hurriedly said, "Don't be so agitated, don't be agitated. I just suddenly woke up and felt a familiar aura. That's why I came to take a look. I don't mean you any harm." Yang Kai said with disdain, "Jackals and wolves are also very friendly to domestic animals." The old man smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to explain. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the tree hole. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw Dai standing outside. His heart filled with joy, he quickly let her in. Although he had never truly fought against Butterfly, during the past few days, he had learned that Butterfly was definitely a powerful senior magus, and was much more powerful than himself. The reason why he was able to knock her down with one punch last time was because she underestimated him. If she really used her wizard skills, he might not be a match for her. He didn't know how she trained at such a young age. No matter what this old man's background was, for him to inexplicably appear in his tree hole, Kai Yang had to treat him as an enemy. Originally, he was worried that he alone wouldn't be his opponent, but now that Dai was here, things were much easier. 2 against 1, even if they couldn't win, they could at least make some noise and let the people of Snow Frost Tribe know. Butterfly didn't know the situation, so she came in and said with disappointment, "I didn't sell anything today." While speaking, she put down the stone jar in her hand. The next moment, Butterfly opened her eyes wide and looked at the white-haired old man in the tree hole in astonishment. Yang Kai tried to signal her with his eyes, but Butterfly ignored him and just stared in front of her. Soon, a surprised expression appeared on her face and she called out, "Grandpa Qing, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" While speaking, she pounced forward and affectionately grabbed the old man's arm and smiled sweetly. Kai Yang stood there stupidly, then suddenly shivered, goosebumps appearing all over his body. If Butterfly had said such a line in a normal manner, it wouldn't have been a big deal. A beautiful girl acting coquettishly was naturally pleasing to the eye. But now, she was a burly man with a strong back and a bare waist. This sudden action made Yang Kai want to poke his own eyes out. He felt that his injuries were even greater than being hit by a sorcerer saint's full force attack. Instead, the old man smiled and said, "Why are you here? Do you know each other?" An unnatural look appeared on Butterfly's face. Apparently, she was recalling the scene when she first met Yang Kai. But she still nodded and said, "We know each other. During this period of time, we cooperated to sell medicine and earned a lot of green coins." Sell medicine? When the old man heard this, his gaze swept over the few stone jars. Immediately, an interested expression appeared on his face. He extended his hand and a suction force appeared. There was no energy fluctuation coming from his body, but one of the stone jars flew into his hand. He carefully examined it. Chapter 28:20. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Although this move looked simple, it also showed the old man's perfect control over his strength. He thought that by teaming up with Dai, even if they could not defeat the old man, they could at least create some trouble for him. But now it seemed that he was wrong. This old man's strength was simply unfathomable. If he really had malicious intentions, even if he teamed up with Dai, he was afraid they would not be enough to deal with him. At this moment, the old man was obviously very interested in the potion refined by Yang Kai. After sniffing it for a while, he wasn't satisfied and actually put a little bit of it in his mouth to taste it. Immediately, his eyebrows rose and he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Did you refine this potion?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes. It's a good healing medicine." The old man was not stingy with his praise, but it can't be used too often. If you use it too much, I'm afraid it will cause some damage to your foundation. He could see the drawbacks of this healing medicine at a glance. After all, Yang Kai's medicine was only made with very common herbs. Logically speaking, it should not have such a strong healing effect. However, it could stimulate the vitality of the barbarians' blood, making their self-healing speed faster. The same principle applied to the bloodlust technique. Using it once or twice was fine, but if it was used too often, it would damage one's foundation and cause them to age faster. However, this was not a big problem. After all, it was a wound medicine, so it was impossible for people to use it too often. I didn't expect the pharmacists of today to be so powerful. The old man was obviously interested in the healing medicine. Holding the stone jar, he began to identify the herbs used. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Yang pulled Dai to the side and quietly asked, "This old man, who is he?" Dai smiled and said, "Didn't Grandpa Qing tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head. Dai said, "Since Grandpa Qing didn't say, I can't say." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, "Hurry up and give me back the green coins you earned during this time." Dai was shocked and jumped back vigilantly. "Don't even think about it, it's mine." Yang Kai sneered, "It seems you want to let everyone know your little secret." Butterfly couldn't help but grit her teeth as she looked at Yang Kai with disdain. "Despicable, despicable. Shameless." Yang Kai sneered, "Try something new. Young man, you already have a guess in your heart. Why make things difficult for a little girl?" At this moment, the old man put down the stone jar in his hand and turned his head with a smile. Yang Kai frowned. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he slowly said, "Although I have a guess, I can't be sure." The old man smiled and said, "Whatever you think is the truth." Yang Kai was shocked. He looked at the old man in shock and asked in a low voice, "Old sir, are you really the evergreen divine tree?" This old man had mysteriously appeared in his tree hole and Dai called him Grandpa Qing. With Yang Kai's meticulous mind, it would be strange if he couldn't connect the dots. Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to believe them. The old man waved his hand slightly, "Divine tree or whatever, it's just an exaggeration the Snow Frost tribe gave me. Many years ago, I was just an ordinary evergreen tree. Many years. It could be traced back to thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago." Seeing the old man admit it, Yang Kai was relieved. Thinking about it, it was rumored that even the Wizard King Wizard Saint couldn't enter the evergreen divine tree's tree hole. For the old man to suddenly appear in his tree hole, besides the evergreen divine tree itself, who else in this world could do it? Because of this, Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. After living in the Snow Frost tribe for so long, although he didn't interact much with others, he had heard many legends about the evergreen divine tree. However, he had heard many legends about the evergreen god tree. This was a tree of peace, a tree of protection. Naturally, it wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. Senior Qing, please forgive me. Just now, I spoke arrogantly and offended you. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully. Qing chuckled, there's no need for that. Dai is under your care, so why would I blame you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Senior and Dai, one was the evergreen divine tree. The other was a barbarian from the floating tribe. The two didn't seem to have any relationship, but in fact, Dai seemed to be very familiar with Qing and even called him Grandpa. 16 years ago, someone abandoned a baby girl under the tree. Qing didn't explain too much and just patted Dai's head lightly. Dai didn't seem to mind and just giggled, enjoying the rare doting. Yang Kai understood. It seemed that Dai was raised by Qing, so it made sense that she called him Grandpa so intimately. As for Dai's transformation technique, it was probably Qing's protection. Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of wizard technique Dai used to transform her petite figure into a burly figure. After all, it was just a green leaf. But now, it seemed that it wasn't Dai's wizard technique, but Qing's power. Under the evergreen divine tree, Qing could control everything. He gave Dai a green leaf that contained mysterious power, so it was easy for him to hide her appearance. Grandpa Qing, didn't you just wake up last year? Why are you awake again so soon? Dai asked curiously. Hearing this, Qing looked at Yang Kai and said, I feel a familiar aura. He said so before, but Yang Kai didn't believe him. Now that he said it a second time, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't doubt him. A familiar aura? Dai also turned her head curiously towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart stirred. Could it be the aura of the immortal tree? If there was any aura that made Qing feel familiar, then it was undoubtedly the immortal tree. The immortal tree was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Although it was slightly different from the evergreen divine tree, it was still a tree in the end. However, this didn't make sense. The immortal tree was still in the sealed world bead, so its aura shouldn't have leaked out. Although Yang Kai was a little suspicious, he couldn't explain too much. Very few people knew about the secret of the immortal tree. Qing looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before shaking his head. Strange, this aura seems to be of the same origin as mine, but it's also very different. As he spoke, he fell into deep thought. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his expression kept changing. Yang Kai and Dai looked at each other. They didn't want to disturb Qing, so they could only wait in boredom. Half a day later, Qing suddenly came to his senses and chuckled. I'm old, I almost fell asleep again. Although he was old, he spent most of his time in deep sleep. It was a coincidence that he woke up this time. Dai immediately said coquettishly, Grandpa Qing isn't old. Qing smiled and said, I'm awake anyway. Little Dai, help Grandpa scratch the itch. I'm not feeling well again. Okay. Dai's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had found money. She turned to Yang Kai and said, Wizard awesome, do you want to come with me? Yang Kai was confused. Scratching an itch actually required help. However, seeing that there were so many youths, he didn't have the nerve to refuse. He could only show his good character of respecting the old and loving the young. He walked forward and stood behind Qing, reaching out to scratch him. Dai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Qing also couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai stared at Dai unhappily. He was already so hard-working, but this guy was actually laughing. Moreover, he had a mocking expression on his face. It was simply too hateful. Dai laughed until her stomach hurt. She bent over and said, Scratching Grandpa Qing's itch is not like this, you teach me. Yang Kai stepped back and signaled to Dai. Dai stopped laughing, but she still couldn't help but smile. She looked at Qing and said, Grandpa Qing, let's begin. Qing nodded and pointed forward. The not-so-spacious tree hole suddenly split open, revealing a dark passage. No one knew where it led. Dai said to Yang Kai, Follow me. While speaking, she walked into the passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything and followed her. The moment he entered the passage, his body couldn't help but slide down. It was as if there was a sliding path under him, leading him to an unknown territory. A moment later, when Yang Kai's feet touched the ground, Dai had already cast an illumination technique, dispelling the surrounding darkness. She then pointed around and said, "The reason Grandpa Qing felt itchy is because of their existence. Our mission is to clean them up." As soon as she finished speaking, pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up around them. Yang Kai looked up and was shocked. So many monster beasts. Dai said, "They are all parasites on Grandpa Qing's body. They reproduce very quickly. I used to come here every year to clean them up. With your help this time, it's a bargain for you." Yang Kai asked curiously, "You said I'm here to help, how can there be a bargain?" Dai pursed her lips and smiled, "I saw that you recently bought a lot of monster cores. It seems to be for cultivation. There are so many monsters here, don't you have any ideas?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. It was really a case of a desperate situation, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Yang Kai's healing medicines could no longer be sold, so he was worried about how to earn enough green coins to buy monster cores, but now an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him. Inside Qing's body was a world of its own, and inside this world, countless parasitic monster insects absorbed Qing's strength to survive, growing at an extremely fast rate. It could be said that these monster insects of different sizes and appearances were all monster cores. While the two of them were talking, the surrounding monster insects could no longer hold themselves back and swam out from their hiding places, hissing as they surrounded the two of them. In an instant, Yang Kai and Dai seemed to have fallen into a world of monster insects, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. "Let's make it clear first, whoever kills it gets it, don't steal it from me when the time comes." Dai warned Yang Kai vigilantly before raising her hand and sending 3 streaks of energy forward. As soon as she attacked, Yang Kai felt a powerful fluctuation of power. A great wizard. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He never thought that Dai, who had worked so hard to sell medicine without complaint, would turn out to be a great wizard. Although he could not feel her specific rank, her strength was definitely not something a wizard could display. Chapter 28-21. As soon as Butterfly made her move, she displayed her extraordinary cultivation and strength. 3 streaks of air pierced through the air. Accompanied by 3 soft sounds, 3 plump monster beasts slithering over were immediately split into 2. Pale yellow juice splashed out, and the air was instantly filled with a nauseating smell. More monster insects pounced over, spitting out highly corrosive venom from their mouths. Butterfly nimbly dodged, not letting the venom touch her body. When she found an opportunity, she would use her powerful wizard technique, killing and injuring the monster insects. On the other side, Yang Kai had also charged into the swarm of monster insects. He swung his fists, looking just like a real barbarian race warrior. His fighting style was the complete opposite of Butterfly's elegance, but the speed at which he killed these insects was not inferior to his opponents. Not only that, his body was not stained with dust, and all the venom and sap that splashed in front of him was blocked by his witch shield. In less than an hour, the nest of monster insects was cleaned up. The two of them did not say a word and began to search for monster cores among the corpses. However, after obtaining the monster cores, Yang Kai found that the monster cores of these monster insects were somewhat shrunken. They were not as round and full as the monster beast's monster cores outside. Instead, they were all crooked. Not only were they large, but the energy contained inside was also pitifully low. This was probably due to the environment of this place. These monster insects parasitized the evergreen god tree and lived by absorbing the energy of the evergreen god tree. Although they could grow quickly, their foundation was definitely not as solid as the monster beast outside. Even the quality of their monster cores was somewhat lacking. However, it did not matter. There were a lot of monster insects. If the quality was not good, they could make up for it with quantity. Since coming to this ancient world, Yang Kai's appetite was very good. He had refined and swallowed at least 800 monster beasts' monster cores. As long as it could help him quickly advance to the wizard realm, he would not miss any of the monster cores. After collecting all the monster cores, Butterfly raised her head and said, "Grandpa Qing, next place." As soon as she finished speaking, the place where the two of them were standing suddenly cracked open, leading directly to the next demonic insect nest. After passing through several places, Yang Kai and Dai joined forces. The monster insects didn't even have the strength to fight back and were all killed. Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem. Since Senior Qing can feel the existence of these monster insects, why doesn't he remove them himself? Instead, you want to rely on others? Although he didn't have much experience with Azure's strength, he had some guesses. The parasitic demonic insects in his body were not something powerful. In the end, it was just a disease. If he really wanted to, he could easily solve it himself. But in reality, he had been asking Butterfly for help. Butterfly replied, "Grandpa Qing never kills." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Although Yang Kai could not agree with Qing's way of life, he could more or less understand his way of thinking, considering that this was a tree of blessing. Without another word, he and Butterfly focused on cleaning up the demonic insects inside the tree. 3 days passed in a row. Yang Kai and Butterfly didn't know how many demonic insect nests they had visited. Although the quality of the dawn they harvested was still low, the quantity was endless. After 3 days of continuous fighting, Butterfly was slightly panting, but Yang Kai was still full of energy. Butterfly was amazed by him. "It's about time, you two little guys come back." Qing's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. At the same time, a passage suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of the passage, there was a faint light. Yang Kai and Butterfly looked at each other and walked toward the passage. Not long after, the two returned to Yang Kai's tree hole. Qing was still standing there, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. "Thank you, young man. Helping people is the foundation of happiness. Senior, you don't need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned widely as he held up his bag of monster cores. With these Dawn, it shouldn't be a big problem to become a wizard. On the other side, Butterfly said apologetically, "Grandpa Qing, wait until I become stronger. I will definitely help you get rid of that insect king." Yang Kai was surprised, looking up. "There's still an insect king?" Butterfly said, "Why else do you think those insects are endless? Every time Grandpa Qing wakes up, I have to kill them, but the second time I go, there are still a lot of them." "Senior, you should have said so earlier." Yang Kai immediately put down his bag and said excitedly, "Open a passage, I will go and meet that insect king." Butterfly looked at him like he was crazy. Qing smiled, "You are not strong enough, you are still not its opponent." Butterfly also said, "That is an existence comparable to the Wizard King, be careful it doesn't swallow you in one bite." As for how strong a Shaman King was, Yang Kai had never personally experienced it. This world's classification of strength was very different from his previous lives, but in this ancient world, a Shaman King was already a hero who presided over a region. If converted to the realm of his previous life, a Shaman King was definitely at the Emperor realm. For example, Butterfly was probably around the Tao Source realm. After being mocked by Butterfly, Yang Kai was about to refute when he heard Qing say, "You have a guest. She has been waiting for you for 2 days, you should meet her first." Yang Kai frowned, poked his head out of the hole suspiciously, and looked down, only to see a familiar figure walking anxiously down below. Feather. Yang Kai didn't expect that the guest Qing was talking about was actually her. Although he and Feather were acquaintances and had fought side by side, they were not close. After bringing Yang Kai to Snow Frost City, Feather had not contacted him again, so why was she looking for him at this time? Qing suddenly said, "Young man, please help me scratch my itch, this azure leaf will be my thanks." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and a green leaf suddenly appeared between her fingers, which she flicked slightly and floated towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the azure leaf, but did not feel any power fluctuations from it, so he asked curiously, "Dare I ask, Senior, what is the use of this azure leaf?" Qing smiled slightly and said, "It's not very useful, but within the range of my shelter, I can return to your residence with a single thought." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai raised his brow and solemnly put away the azure leaf. Although this azure leaf could only allow him to return to the tree hole and seemed to be of little use, since it was given to him by Qing, he could only accept it. Qing did not say anything more and her figure flickered, disappearing. After 3 days of fighting, Butterfly also seemed a little tired, so at this time, she also said goodbye and returned to her tree hole to rest. After the two left, Yang Kai poked his head down and greeted, "Are you looking for me?" Feather raised her head when she heard this and showed a look of surprise. She chanted an incantation and a blue light enveloped her, slowly floating up and soon entering Yang Kai's tree hole. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Feather was about to open her mouth to explain the purpose of her visit, but suddenly she seemed to have sensed something and looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, and immediately said in shock, "You are an upper-rank wizard? How long has it been?" "At most, it has only been a little more than a month. The last time when she brought him back from Luobai Mountain, he was only a lower-rank wizard. How could he be promoted to an upper-rank wizard in such a short time?" If she did not see it with her own eyes, Feather would not believe that there was such a nonsense in this world. She herself did not have the slightest change in this 1 month. Yang Kai shrugged and did not explain. As the foundation of the Emperor realm, he did not have any bottlenecks in the ancient wizard's cultivation. He only needed to accumulate power for a certain time, and then he would be able to break through. And this was because his cultivation method was too inferior. The cultivation method he used was only taught to him by the village chief. What kind of good cultivation method could there be in a place like Tsangnan village? If he could obtain a set of cultivation methods used by the wizard saints, his cultivation speed would probably be even faster. After being shocked for a while, Feather came back to her senses and softly said, "Wizard Bull, the cart master wants to see you." "The cart master? Who is he?" Yang Kai frowned. Feather's face revealed a trace of reverence as she replied, "The cart master is one of the great wizards of the Snow Frost tribe." "Why would a great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe want to see me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. It was not that he had never seen a great wizard before. Butterfly was a great wizard, but because of her sensitive background, she never dared to reveal herself. Otherwise, she would also be an influential person. Therefore, although Feather spoke with a solemn expression, Yang Kai was not nervous at all. Feather hesitated for a moment before asking, "That healing medicine, is it really you who made it?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Feather was in awe. "I didn't expect you to be an apothecary." "It's like this. During this period of time, many of our clansmen have bought healing medicines from you, and they all feel that the effects are very good. Therefore, our Snow Frost tribe wants you to concoct more as a backup. Of course, we will prepare the materials for you. You only need to concoct the medicines." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. If it were 3 days ago, he would have been very happy to hear this news because at that time, the demand for healing pills had been very low and he had been worried about how to earn more monster cores. Now that Snow Frost tribe had this intention, he didn't need to worry about not having enough green coins to buy monster cores. But now, he had a full harvest and was thinking of going into seclusion to refine the monster cores so that he could quickly reach the wizard realm. The Snow Frost tribe's sudden move made him feel a little helpless. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "All right, you lead the way." In any case, it didn't take much effort to make those healing medicines, so it didn't matter if he cultivated while refining them. Seeing him agree, Feather was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much. Barbarians are a family." Yang Kai laughed. After leaving the tree hole, under Feather's lead, the two walked all the way to the most magnificent palace. In the ancient world, such a palace was very rare. The places where the barbarians lived had always been simple and crude. Only those with high status could live in such a palace. The palace complex in Snow Frost City was the royal palace of the Snow Frost tribe, where the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe lived. The great wizard called Che also lived in this palace. However, with Yang Kai's current status, it was already an honor for him to come in contact with a great wizard. It was impossible for him to see the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe. Chapter 28-22. He followed Feather all the way into the palace. After an hour, they finally arrived in front of a tall and powerful great wizard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of wizard arts that the great wizard practiced. His aura was like thunder and his eyes were sharp. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. "Master Che, this is the wizard bull." Feather respectfully bowed to the wizard and introduced Yang Kai to Che. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Yang Kai also did as the Romans did. He put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Wizard bull greets Master Che." Che nodded slightly and opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder, rolling. "You are the wizard who made the healing potion?" "Yes." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Che. Che said with interest, "It's rare to see a barbarian like you. Are you from the floating tribe?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Southern barbarian tribe. I'm just a little weak." No shaman or barbarian would deny their origins. That was a form of contempt for themselves. Therefore, even though Yang Kai looked very weak and looked very much like a member of the floating department, since he said so, Che did not question him. Che pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Potioneers don't need a strong body. The healing potion you made is very popular in my tribe, so you don't have to belittle yourself." "Thank you, Master, for your praise." Yang Kai's neither servile nor overbearing appearance made Che look at him in a new light. It was rare to see a high-rank wizard who could be so free and easy in front of him. Wait. Didn't Feather say that he was only a low-rank wizard? How could he be a high-rank wizard? There was a difference of 2 ranks. He believed that Feather wouldn't make a mistake in this information. Although he was suspicious, Che didn't ask much. He just said, "I believe Feather has already told you why he invited you here." Yang Kai replied, "Feather did say so, and I, Wizard Bull, am also willing to contribute to the Snow Frost Division." Che's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, "Very good. Since that's the case, Feather, bring the wizard ox in. Go ahead and report it." "Yes." Feather answered and led Yang Kai inside. Not long after, the two of them entered a side room. To Yang Kai's surprise, there were already 2 people here. Moreover, they were both very old, and their auras were much stronger than his own. Obviously, they were both sorcerer-level existences. Of the 2 old men, one had white hair and the other had flowery hair. Seeing Feather and Yang Kai come in, they all looked at Feather inquisitively. Feather nodded slightly. Only then did the 2 old men walk forward and say in unison, "Greetings, Master Nyo." Yang Kai was stunned. "These 2 are," Feather's expression was a little unnatural. "They are the helpers that Master Nyo arranged for you. If you need any help, just tell them." "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't point it out. After all, this wasn't a big deal to him. Seeing Yang Kai's deep smile, Feather's expression became even more unnatural. He even felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't question him and said, "I need some herbs, please help me get them." "Oh, okay. What do you need?" Feather quickly asked. Yang Kai immediately reported the names of the herbs, and Feather memorized them one by one. The 2 old men also pricked up their ears and listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single thing. After a while, Yang Kai reported the names of the herbs and the quantities needed. Feather immediately turned around and went out to prepare. Only Yang Kai and the old man were left in the room. Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Seniors, how should I address you?" The two old men looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly. They didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai found it funny. He thought that the ancient barbarian tribe was the ancient barbarian tribe after all. They were pure and simple. Although they didn't pay much attention to stealing skills, their conscience was probably condemned, so they didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai didn't force them. He just found a place and took out a handful of monster insect cores from his bag. He directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. These monster cores were the size of rice grains. Not only were they small in size, but the energy they contained was also very low. Yang Kai was able to eat a few dozen of them at a time. A strange sound came from his abdomen, causing the two old men who had come to secretly learn from him to be dumbfounded. However, the two of them didn't know what Yang Kai was eating, only that he should be cultivating, so although they were surprised, they remained silent and didn't disturb him. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. His aura suddenly became stronger. When he did the same thing again, the two old men finally saw what he was eating. The white-haired old man was shocked and quickly stopped him. "Master Nyo, these are monster beast cores. How can you swallow them?" The old man also stopped him. "You can't eat them, you can't eat them." They had never seen anyone who dared to swallow a monster beast core like this. Wasn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? "I've always eaten like this." As Yang Kai spoke, he kept throwing monster cores into his mouth. Crunching sounds came from his mouth, which made the two old men's hair stand on end. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. "Do you two want some? They taste like monster insects." Crunchy. Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand, opening his palm. The two old men shook their heads like a rattledrum, and they were shocked to the core. Fortunately, at this time, a large group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians suddenly came in. Each of them brought a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Feather was the leader and ordered the barbarians to put the medicinal ingredients on the side. After all the medicinal ingredients were placed, Feather said, "Wizard Nyo, everything you want is here. I'll wait outside. If you need anything else, just call me." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded at her. Feather turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. Then, he opened his eyes and said to the two old men, "Let's start." The two old men's expressions turned solemn as they stood up together. 2 flower rain branches, 1 earth pear fruit, 3 wolfberry grass. Yang Kai kept saying the names and quantities of the medicinal ingredients. The two old men were stunned for a moment, but then they immediately entered the state. They accurately found what Yang Kai needed from the thousands of medicinal ingredients. No matter the type or quantity, they didn't miss anything. After a while, a pile of medicinal ingredients was piled up in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a few medicinal ingredients. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his other hand. The flame flickered and the temperature fluctuated. The two old men's expressions suddenly froze. They didn't have time to feel ashamed or guilty. Their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's hand movements. They were all the most outstanding pharmacists in the Snow Frost Division. They were all people of virtue and prestige. This time, they were arranged by Wuxia to secretly learn from him. They felt very ashamed, but they also knew that they couldn't concoct that miraculous healing medicine. Even though they knew the ingredients of the medicine, they still couldn't do anything. But the medicine that a pharmacist mastered was usually a tribe's secret. It wouldn't be easily leaked. If they wanted to know how to make the healing medicine, they could only cooperate with the Wizard Nyo and help the Wizard Nyo in the name of his assistant. Then, they could secretly learn from him. But who knew that he had already seen through their intentions? He didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Not only did he openly make the medicine, he even had the intention of deliberately teaching them. Compared to their despicable methods, this kind of breadth of mind and feelings was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. This made the two respected pharmacists feel more and more guilty. Although they felt guilty, the two pharmacists were still extremely focused and persistent on the path of refining medicine. So, at this moment, they were holding their breaths and watching attentively. They were prepared to thank and apologize to the wizard Niu when the time came. With the personal demonstration of an alchemy master like Yang Kai, the two old men quickly understood the secret of refining the healing medicine. They were originally good pharmacists. Yang Kai's healing medicine wasn't difficult to make. It was just that some of the refining methods looked a little strange. The two old men only needed to ponder for a little while to master it. After all, they also had a deep foundation in refining medicine. So, in less than a day, the two pharmacists had basically grasped the refining method of the healing medicine. Under Yang Kai's encouragement, they personally experimented with it. Yang Kai didn't care about them. He refined his Niden and raised his cultivation. He only waited for them to finish refining before inspecting them and giving his own opinions and pointing out their mistakes. The quality of the healing medicine made by the two pharmacists was gradually improving. Days passed quietly. In the palace, the two old men and one young man had almost forgotten the passage of time. Although the two pharmacists of the Snow Frost tribe were old, they were excited every day. This was because the more they interacted with this wizard, the more they found that this young pharmacist grasped a terrifying knowledge of medicine. Often, a few words of advice from him would give them a feeling of enlightenment and endless benefits. The healing medicine made by them was no different from the one refined by Yang Kai himself. In other words, this healing medicine could be commonly used by the people of the Snow Frost tribe in the future. They didn't need to worry about ordinary external injuries. This was a major event that benefited the entire tribe. The two old men were grateful to Yang Kai. 10 days later, the large amount of medicinal herbs sent by Feather were all refined into healing medicine by the two old men. With such a large amount of healing medicine, the tribe didn't need to worry about external injuries for at least 20 years. They could even sell it to other tribes in exchange for other precious cultivation and living materials. While the two old men were concentrating on refining medicine, they didn't notice that at a certain moment, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. At the same time, the nadins of the demonic insects he had harvested were completely used up. Yang Kai joyfully sensed his body's condition. He slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as lightning, frighteningly bright. The bumpy early stage had passed. The following cultivation path would be smooth. What awaited him would be a situation of rapid progress. Chapter 28-23. In the palace, the wizard Che was holding a small bottle of sticky healing medicine. After a long silence, he raised his head and asked, "Did you refine these?" In front of him, the white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other. The former replied, "Strictly speaking, we refined them under the guidance of Master Niu." The wizard Che asked, "Did you learn?" The two old men nodded. The white-haired old man said with some shame, "He didn't hide anything. He was very willing to teach us how to make these healing medicines, so we learned quickly." "Very good," the wizard Che smiled and said, "What do you think of this wizard Niu?" The white-haired old man said, "He's broad-minded." The white-haired old man said, "He's open-minded." Che said, "I'm talking about his ability." The two old men were silent for a moment and said in unison, "No one can compare to him." Che's eyes suddenly lit up, like a hungry beast that saw its prey. He said lightly, "It's a pity that the southern barbarian tribe didn't make good use of such an excellent alchemist." After a pause, he said to the side, "Feather, treat him well. Do everything to meet his requirements, but don't let him leave the palace." Feather's heart trembled. He understood Che's intention and said with a complicated expression, "Yes." The white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other and sighed slightly. They wanted to say something, but when they looked up, Che had disappeared. In another part of the palace, in a wing room that could be called luxurious in the ancient world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. His divine sense surged, feeling the power he had lost and regained. He was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as the village chief had said. After reaching the sorcerer realm, Yang Kai had his own divine sense. Once he had his divine sense, all the restrictions that had been restricting Yang Kai's progress had been shattered. He could open his space ring again, and many artifacts could be used. For a moment, Yang Kai felt that the world was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. He immediately checked the small sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had devoured so many law fragments on the 4th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had deliberately collected the power of the law of the 5 elements. According to his deduction, when the 5 elements were united, a world would be born. However, he had never had the opportunity to investigate the changes in the sealed world bead. Until now. After his soul avatar entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai immediately noticed that this world was very different from before. Although there were no obvious changes on the surface, the sealed world bead had followed him for many years, so even the slightest change could not escape his eyes. If the small sealed world was said to be an incomplete world before, then, at this moment, this world had been completely repaired. Yang Kai could clearly feel that this world was filled with all kinds of mysterious laws. With the laws of the 5 elements as the foundation, they mutually reinforced and restrained each other. Under the mutual evolution, they gave birth to all things and gathered the 3,000 great Taoists of the world. This was the real world, a world without any flaws. In the past, the mysterious small world's principles were incomplete, so if one's strength exceeded a certain realm, it would be impossible to make a breakthrough in the mysterious small world. Because it could not resonate with the world principles, it could not allow the world energy to gather and undergo a baptism. But now, this situation no longer existed. Even if someone broke through to the Emperor realm, it would not hinder them in the slightest. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He carefully explored the small sealed world, feeling the joy of this new world. And the completion of the small sealed world seemed to have made his medicine garden more vibrant. Many exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden swayed and grew. With the immortal tree as the center, the amazing vitality brought about by it allowed countless herbs to grow vigorously. What made Yang Kai most happy was that he felt a hazy will in the small sealed world. It was the will of this world, like a newborn baby that had just taken shape. It was confused and not fully awake yet. But Yang Kai knew that as long as it was given a certain amount of time, it would completely grow up. And at that time, that would be when he used it to comprehend the power of the world and break through the shackles of the great emperors. This was also the original intention of Yang Kai taking great pains to repair the small sealed world. Now, it seemed that he had taken the right step. He was not in a hurry to leave the small sealed world. Instead, he immersed his mind in it, turning it into an invisible force that spread out. Like a parent, he communicated with the confused will of the small sealed world. Failure after failure, rejection after rejection, Yang Kai tried again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt that the rejection of the will of the world had weakened slightly. It seemed that it was gradually accepting him. Just as Yang Kai was about to take it down in one go, his vision suddenly turned black. His soul avatar collapsed and returned to his physical body in the next moment. When he opened his eyes again, he felt dizzy. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fell to the ground with a bang. His head hurt like it was splitting. Yang Kai's face was dark. He knew that this was because he had overused his spiritual energy. Although he was now a wizard and had opened his divine sense, he was still far from his peak. Using his soul avatar like this without restraint was extremely taxing on his body. If he was at his peak, this would not be a problem at all. But now, it was a big problem. The sound of him falling to the ground alarmed the people guarding outside the door. Feather rushed in immediately. When she saw Yang Kai's pale face and bleeding from his 7 orifices, her face changed. She hurried forward to help him up and shouted, "Wizard awesome! What happened to you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. After seeing her appearance, he waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He flipped his palm and took out a spirit pill to replenish his divine sense. He took it without a trace and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Although Feather was worried, seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, she was also a little affected. She stood next to him and paid close attention to him. What shocked her the most though was that after a short while, Yang Kai's face lit up, causing her eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Feather could more or less see the situation just now. It was obvious that this wizard awesome had something wrong in the process of cultivation. This was a matter of life and death. How could he be safe and sound in such a short time? Just when she was in a daze, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been?" Feather was startled, but still answered, 5 days. It had been 5 days since Yang Kai entered this room. Feather had also come to check once before. Seeing that Yang Kai was cultivating, she did not want to disturb him. So she had been waiting outside the door. "It's been so long," Kai Yang said as he jumped off the bed. After straightening his body, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Stretching his body, he said, "Now that I've finished my business, I should go back." Feather was shocked and quickly stopped him, "You can't leave yet." "Why?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Feather thought quickly and finally came up with a good excuse, "The carriage master wants to see you." Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it was a little troublesome, he still said patiently, "Then take me to see the carriage master now." Feather said with a stiff expression, "The carriage master is out and has not returned. I don't know when he will come back." Yang Kai looked at her and saw that Feather was avoiding his gaze, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He couldn't help but smile. Barbarians are naturally not good at lying. The image of a thief suddenly appeared in his mind and he added, "Most of them are." "The carriage master wants to keep me in the Snow Frost tribe?" After being exposed by Yang Kai, Feather panicked and did not know how to explain. Yang Kai patted her shoulder and said, "I have already taught you how to make the medicine. Go back and tell the carriage master that I don't like him. Although I have no intention of making an enemy out of the Snow Frost tribe, if they want to restrict my freedom, I'm afraid that the Snow Frost tribe will have to pay a price." Although his tone was light, it made Feather feel cold. At that moment, she felt that she was not facing a high-rank wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint. Yang Kai walked past her, but Feather felt that her body was stiff. She could not even turn around. In her shock, she realized that she could not control her body. What kind of wizard spell was this? How could it have such a miraculous effect? After a few muffled thuds, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from outside the door. It seemed that the soldiers guarding the door had been taken down. Feather sighed slightly. Although she felt that it was a pity, she also felt relieved. She could understand why the carriage master wanted to keep this wizard bull in the Snow Frost tribe. An apothecary who could make that kind of medicine was a huge asset. If they could keep him in the Snow Frost tribe to serve the tribe, it would be greatly beneficial to the tribe. Unfortunately, before the carriage master could explain to him in detail, the wizard bull had already forced his way out. Now that things had escalated to this point, she did not know how to deal with it. In any case, there was no room for her to interfere in this matter. In the White Mountains, she owed the wizard bull a favor. She did not want to use this kind of method to trick him, so she felt a lot more at ease. In the palace, wherever Yang Kai passed by, the barbarian warriors would silently fall down. When he was about to walk out of the palace, a tall great wizard suddenly appeared in front of him. His aura was as strong as thunder. If it was not Carriage, who else could it be? As the great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe and one of the commanders of the palace, Yang Kai had taken down so many people along the way. If he did not realize it, then he would really be derelict in his duties. Looking at the seemingly weak tribesman in front of him, Carriage could not hide the admiration and surprise in his eyes. As a pharmacist with outstanding abilities, it was already extremely rare. Who would have thought that Wunyou's strength was also so tyrannical? No wonder he dared to travel alone in the Luobai mountain in the cold winter snow. Previously, when he heard Feathers report that he single-handedly killed 6 bone-corroding wolves and 1 wolf king, Che still couldn't believe it. But now, it seemed that it was probably true. How could such a person not be from the Snow Frost tribe? However, it was not too late now. As long as he could convince him to join the Snow Frost tribe, it would be fine. A powerful wizard joining another tribe was not a strange thing in this world. And the best way to win someone over was to cater to their interests. Chapter 28-24. However, it had only been a short time, so Che didn't know what Wunyou liked. He had been collecting information about Yang Kai these days, but he couldn't find any useful information. He only knew that Yang Kai entered Snow Frost City with you more than a month ago and lived in the hollow of the divine tree. If it weren't for the miraculous healing medicine he had concocted to sell, Che was afraid that he would have kept a low profile. Such a person shouldn't be unknown. He should stay in the Snow Frost tribe and shine brightly. Senior Che. Across from him, Yang Kai grinned sarcastically. Is this how your Snow Frost tribe treats its guests? Che's expression didn't change as he said, since you are here, it seems that you understand my intentions. This wizard sincerely invites you to join the Snow Frost tribe. I don't know what you mean. Yang Kai said, I can feel Master Che's sincerity. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. Che frowned, clearly displeased by Yang Kai's casual and presumptuous attitude. Although they weren't from the same tribe, a lower wizard had to show respect to a higher wizard. However, Che didn't feel the slightest bit of respect from this wizard. However, this matter was his fault, so Che couldn't blame him. It wasn't proper to arrange for someone to secretly learn from him. The other party was magnanimous and was willing to teach them, so the Snow Frost tribe was very grateful. Now that he wanted to keep this person, it would be a bit too greedy. What conditions do you have? If the Snow Frost tribe can satisfy you, I will agree to all of them. Che didn't want to give up. He still wanted to keep Yang Kai for his own use. My willingness can't be bought with money. Yang Kai shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, so far, I don't have any opinions about the Snow Frost tribe. However, if Master Che continues to talk nonsense, my opinion of the Snow Frost tribe will change. AI. Che sighed heavily and raised his hand. Wizard, you're awesome. This wizard doesn't want things to go this far, but since we can't talk, I can only keep you here. I believe you can stay in the palace for a while. According to what you said to Feather, the barbarian tribe is a family. Doesn't it matter where we serve? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his palm, crackling and exploding towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the bolt of lightning suddenly collapsed and turned into a net of electricity. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was completely enveloped. Yang Kai was tied up like a dumpling, his hair standing on end. However, Che frowned. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, it was mainly to trap the other party. He had no intention of harming the other party. However, his expression didn't change even after receiving his wizard spell. This gave Che a shock. The other party was only an upper-ranked wizard. Logically speaking, he should have fainted, but Yang Kai's eyes were clear. There was no sign of him fainting. Master Che. At this moment, Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth. It's not that I look down on you, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. At this point, the net of electricity that enveloped him was suddenly crushed by a surge of power. Che's expression changed, and he said in shock, Wizard. When Yang Kai made his move, he saw through the details. This guy, when did he become a wizard? When he saw him a few days ago. He was clearly just an upper-ranked wizard. In just a few days, he actually crossed the shackles of a large realm. Although it was only from a wizard to a wizard, which didn't seem to be much of an improvement, it was a watershed in the wizard realm. Countless wizards were stuck in this watershed, unable to improve their whole life. Thinking about the information that Feather had revealed, Che's eyes lit up. He had found a treasure. This wasn't a simple wizard. This wizard's strength had increased at a terrifying speed. A month ago, he was only a low-ranked wizard, but a few days ago, he was already an upper-ranked wizard. This time, he was already a wizard. Such a rapid improvement meant that he had received the blessings of the barbarian god. If he had more time, he would have become a great wizard, a wizard king, or even a wizard saint. The Snow Frost tribe didn't have a wizard saint, only a few wizard kings, so there was still a gap between them and the top tribes. However, if the Snow Frost tribe had another wizard saint, the status of the entire tribe would rise by a lot. No matter what, he couldn't let this wizard leave today. He had to keep him here no matter what. Even if he hated him, he had to make him a member of the Snow Frost tribe at all costs. When he reached the peak of the wizard saint, the Snow Frost tribe would shake the world. As his thoughts raced, Che made up his mind. His aura began to roll, and arcs of electricity flowed around his body. He smiled and said, "Wizard, you're amazing. This wizard thinks more and more highly of you. Stay and become a member of the Snow Frost tribe." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I was born a member of the Southern Barbarian tribe, and when I die, I will be a ghost of the Southern Barbarian tribe. If you want to keep me here, let's see if you have the ability." Che still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and condensed a wizard's shield in front of him. As a great wizard, his years of immersion in wizard spells had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of mastery. The power he used was just right, not a single bit more, not a single bit less, and not a single bit more was wasted. This kind of wizard shield was definitely not something a newly promoted wizard could break through. Che was full of confidence, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because a clear cracking sound entered his ears, and the wizard's shield he had just set up shattered in an instant. A fist that wasn't very powerful was rapidly growing in front of him. The wizard's shield had been broken. It was hard for Che to imagine what kind of violent power was hidden in that weak body. This kind of brute force was not inferior to the strongest warrior of the tribe who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique. With a bang, Yang Kai's fist hit Che's face, and directly broke his nose. When blood splashed, Che was already flying upside down. Yang Kai didn't have the slightest joy after his success. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. He saw that the flying Che burst with a puff, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he turned into a withered tree. At the same time, thunder roared behind him, and a powerful force seemed to shroud him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he didn't know when Che had appeared behind him. He was floating in the air, and in his hand was something like a beast bone. It was unknown what kind of beast the bone belonged to, but it showed a purple light, and on the beast bone, there were frequent flashes of lightning. Che raised the beast bone and pressed it down, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky, mixed with an unparalleled power. Yang Kai's feet moved, and he dodged. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and huge craters appeared on the ground. Che raised his eyebrows, and thought to himself that Yang Kai was so fast. Although they had just exchanged blows, he could already see that this wizard was not to be underestimated. Although it hadn't been long since he became a wizard, and it seemed that he only relied on the explosive power of his physical body, this kind of strength was not something that a wizard could contend against. Unfortunately, he was a great wizard. He was a whole realm higher than him. With a wave of his hand, an electric python flew out from the beast bone. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and when the python opened its mouth, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. Che seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and predicted where Yang Kai would land in advance, successfully catching him off guard. "Give up. With your ability, you won't be able to contend against me. The Frost tribe is looking forward to your joining," Che said with a face full of sincerity. Yang Kai sneered, and stretched out his hand to grasp the void. The myriad sword appeared out of thin air, and with a sweep of the sword, a sword light flew out like a waterfall. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through the body of the electric python, splitting it into two. It flew past Che's body, and shattered a palace in the distance. The corner of Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Tsangnan village was located in a remote area, and there were no strong people in the village. Naturally, there were no decent weapons. The villagers fought with stone spears and stone axes, but the Frost tribe was different. The strong warriors in the tribe all had their own weapons, which were made of refined iron. Some of the strong warriors even had great wizard's weapons. The beast bone on the driver was also a kind of wizard's weapon. He wasn't an inexperienced person, but when he saw the myriad sword, his heart trembled. That sword was definitely a wizard's weapon, and it was an extremely high-level wizard weapon. Che had only seen such a high-level wizard weapon once, and it was owned by the wizard king of the Frost tribe. How could a wizard have such a powerful wizard's weapon? Moreover, with his strength, he could use it freely. Even a great wizard like himself couldn't use such a wizard's weapon. What he saw in front of him was beyond his understanding. Yang Kai pointed the sword at the wizard Che, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled and said, "Master Che, I'll say it one more time. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. If you continue to pester me, I won't hold back." Yang Kai's confident tone shook Che's heart, but he grit his teeth and quickly said, "The Frost tribe needs you, please stay." Stomping his foot in the air, a Thunder Realm territory suddenly spread out wildly with him as the center, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Inside this Thunder Realm territory, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Territory. Yang Kai grinned. This Thunder Realm territory was somewhat similar to the territory controlled by an Origin King Realm cultivator, but there were also big differences. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, the martial Dao had become more prosperous, but there had also been some changes. Che's Thunder Realm territory was more powerful than any Origin King territory Yang Kai had ever seen. Even if an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator were to fall into it, they would likely have to struggle. Che had obviously fought a bloody battle, his hair and beard wild as he shouted, "Enter my Thunder prison and submit to my control. Wizard cow, surrender, you know I don't want to hurt you." Yang Kai said disdainfully, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Che shook his head and sighed, "It seems that I will have to show you the power of this wizard in order to change your opinion of my Frost tribe." Che raised his hand and shouted, "Bind." Chapter 28-25. As soon as the wizard's words fell, the surrounding thunder force condensed and wrapped around Yang Kai, directly suppressing him on the spot. Che raised his head and asked proudly, "What do you think? Do you want to reconsider?" Within the Thunder World territory, he was already in control of everything, so this wizard in front of him would not be able to cause any trouble. Yang Kai struggled a few times, but his body was firmly locked in place, unable to move, so he could not help but praise, "Impressive." Che's brow furrowed slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. The faint praise of this wizard made him feel extremely amused, as if he was not facing a newly promoted wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint, standing in a position he looked up to and commenting on the methods he was so proud of. Why did he have such a strange feeling? The other party was just a wizard. But in the next moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and gently swung the myriad sword in his hand. The tip of the sword suddenly fluctuated, creating strange ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever these ripples passed, the Thunder World territory suddenly loosened and showed signs of collapsing. Che turned pale with fright, and he no longer dared to hold anything back. His body trembled as he increased his control over the lightning domain. Just now, when he displayed the Thunder World territory, he did not use his full strength. After all, the other party's cultivation was a great realm lower than his own, but who would have thought that this wizard actually had the ability to shake his own Thunder World territory? But it was all in vain. The ripples from the wizard's sword seemed to contain incredible power, and no matter how he increased his control, he was still unable to prevent the collapse of his Thunderworld territory. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Che's forehead as he stared at Yang Kai like he was looking at a ghost, his eyes filled with horror. The myriad sword danced gently as the power of space principles lingered around it. Yang Kai took a step forward, broke through the Thunderworld territory, and walked towards Che step by step. In the later martial Dao world, an origin returning realm cultivator had to master Shi, while an origin king had to master territory fields. Once one reached the Dao source realm, they would be able to communicate with the world principles. As for those in the Emperor realm, they would be able to control the world principles. The carriage was in the territory of the Lightning realm. Strictly speaking, it was better than the territory domain of an origin king, and it also allowed Yang Kai to communicate with a trace of world principles. However, Yang Kai's power was far superior to his. If Che had not tried to display his slight skill in front of an expert by trying to bind Yang Kai with this thunder-bounded domain, he would have had a real fight with him. Yang Kai might have to expend some effort. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was currently limited, so the power he could unleash was limited. However, Che didn't understand the situation and wanted to crush Yang Kai with an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. This gave Yang Kai the opportunity to break through the situation easily. The power of space principles was extremely mysterious, and now that it suddenly filled the territory of the Thunder World, it instantly caused the territory of the Thunder World to tremble. Wherever Yang Kai's figure passed, the lightning in the sky turned into a blank, and all the territory was wiped out. The difference in cultivation between them was obvious. It was clear at a glance. When the other party's footsteps landed, Che could even hear the sound of his own territory collapsing. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Yang Kai's mouth was full of a mocking smile, while Che's expression was no longer as calm and aloof as before. When Yang Kai's final step landed, it was as if he wasn't stepping on the void, but on Che's heart. The powerful Great Wizard, one of the commanders of the Snow Frost Division, the Wizard Che, trembled and opened his mouth to spit out a mist of blood. The territory of the Thunder World instantly collapsed, and his figure staggered backwards. She clutched her chest, and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed. The destruction of his territory was equivalent to his foundation being damaged, and his injuries were not light. Previously, this wizard had boasted that it was impossible for him to stop him. He thought that he was just spouting nonsense, but now, it seemed that he was speaking the truth. How could there be such a wizard in this world? Yang Kai didn't feel the joy of breaking through the situation. Instead, he turned his head and glanced around, then clicked his tongue and said gloomily, "So troublesome." While talking, he took out a green leaf and communicated with it. When the green light flashed, his figure had already disappeared. In the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was like that of a sleeping dragon waking up. The appearance of this aura seemed to have caused an incredible chain reaction. Soon, auras that weren't inferior to the aura came from all over the palace. Those were the great wizard kings of the Snow Frost tribe. In the entire palace, all the people of the Snow Frost tribe were pale, trembling, and standing with their heads down. Several powerful divine senses swept over, and Che resisted the attack of his injuries. He reached out his hand to his chest and bowed to the void. "Greetings to the master." What happened? The aura that appeared first suddenly spoke. The voice was erratic, and no one knew where it came from. Che pondered for a moment and briefly described what had happened before, focusing on Yang Kai's various incredible abilities and potion concocting skills. The wizard kings were silent for a moment, and it was unknown if they communicated with each other. The wizard king who spoke before said, "Since he is useful to the tribe, go and invite him again." However, the Green Master seems to be protecting him. "Don't be too rude." Green Master. Che's expression changed. There was only one person in the entire barbarian race who could be called the Green Master by the Wizard King Master. It was the evergreen god tree that protected the entire Snow Frost city. He actually received the protection of the Green Master? While he was hesitating, a look of sudden realization appeared on Che's face. No wonder that Wunyao suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was Master Qing's means and ability. He was just thinking about what was going on. Now that he thought about it, the other party seemed to have taken out a green leaf before disappearing. The auras of the Wizard Kings disappeared as quickly as they came. In the blink of an eye, they receded like the tide. Che frowned, and his face was filled with difficulty. The Wizard King Master wanted him to invite the Wizard Bull over, but the Wizard Bull was protected by the Green Master. If the other party was unwilling, what ability did he have to invite him over? If it was before, he would have had the confidence to directly suppress the Wizard Bull with force, but after the battle with the Wizard Bull, Che felt that he did not have the ability to do so. That Wizard Bull could not be treated as an ordinary wizard. His strength was at least at the level of a great wizard. It could even be said that he was at the peak of a great wizard. On the other side, after communicating with the evergreen god tree through the green leaf and returning to his tree hole, Yang Kai knocked on the trunk and called out without any trace of politeness, "Senior Green." A figure flashed in the tree hole, and an old man leisurely appeared, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of us these days. The Green Mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." The Snow Frost tribe wanted him. Although they did not want to take his life and only wanted him to work for them, Yang Kai did not want to lose his freedom because of this, so it was better for him to leave first. With his current strength, he had a good chance of winning against a great wizard like Che, but against the entire Snow Frost tribe, he had no chance of winning. Previously, he had alarmed the Wizard King, so if he did not leave now, it would be too late. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal of coming to Snow Frost City. Now that he had become a wizard, it would be best for him to return to a remote place like Tsangnan village. With the help of the million inner cores in his ring, as long as he was given time, he would be able to quickly advance. When he was strong enough, even if the Snow Frost tribe wanted to keep him, they would not be able to do so. While talking, Yang Kai looked out of the tree hole. It was calm outside, and there were people coming and going under the tree. It was a peaceful scene. Obviously, what happened in the palace had not spread here yet. Thinking about it, he had teleported back here using the green leaf. No matter how fast the Snow Frost tribe reacted, they would at least have some buffer time. With this buffer time, it was enough for him to leave the Snow Frost tribe's territory and fly far away. At that time, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and what could the Snow Frost tribe do to him? "Don't be in a hurry to leave." Green raised his hand and said, "Senior, do you have any other advice?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Green reached out and stroked his beard, smiling, "I see that the technique you have been using these days seems to be extremely inferior. Do you want to change it?" Yang Kai was startled, and he said happily, "Yes, yes, yes." Previously, he had thought about changing to a cultivation technique from the Snow Frost tribe. After all, his cultivation technique was taught by the village chief, so it could not be anything good. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the cultivation techniques of the people of the Snow Frost tribe were mostly ice-based, so it might not be suitable for him. Moreover, he did not want to get too entangled with the Snow Frost tribe, so he did not make any requests. In any case, his current cultivation method was different from that of ordinary people. If his cultivation technique was inferior, then so be it. He might find a chance to change it in the future. Now that Green had said this, he was somewhat overjoyed. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was about to doze off. After a pause, Yang Kai asked again, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" Although they had not interacted much, Yang Kai could tell that this elder in front of him was not someone who liked to give others benefits for no reason. He did things very clearly. If he wanted to live in a tree hole, he had to first water it with the monster beast's blood. When Yang Kai scratched his itch, he rewarded him with a green leaf. Perhaps it had something to do with him being the tree of protection. He protected the entire Snow Frost tribe. If he had to give everyone what they wanted, he would have been a lamp that had run out of oil long ago. Therefore, although he was happy, Yang Kai still asked vigilantly. Green smiled, "There is indeed a small matter that I need your help with." "Tell me about it." Yang Kai waited solemnly. Green said, "If I told you that my lifespan is coming to an end, what would you think?" Yang Kai was startled, thinking that this topic had changed so quickly that his thoughts could not keep up. He looked at Green from head to toe, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Senior, stop fooling around." Green laughed and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he said, "You are a very strange person. I have lived for so many years, but I have only seen one person like you. Therefore, I have something that I want to entrust to you." "What is it?" Green did not say anything else, but reached out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled, but he knew that Green did not have any ill intentions, so he did not put up any defenses. When the finger touched his forehead, Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was dizzy for a moment, and mysterious words appeared in his mind. But in his current state, he could not see what those words were. His vision turned black, and he fainted on the ground. Before he fainted, Green's voice faintly sounded in his ears.